Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
In fact, even without this God's eye, Ye Ting also reaped a lot of rewards this time. The arms sold through this incident alone made his Wanyu shop earn a lot of money. Sales soared, breaking through the 500 galleon mark in one fell swoop. Think about George and Fred enduring the unpleasant smell and working hard to make that pile of dung eggs. Now it seems that everything is worth it. But what about the cost? Ye Ting's investment is actually very small. In addition to the cost of producing goods, what he did was just quietly spreading some rumors. Even the bounty of 50 galleons was accurately recovered by him. It was a gnat and it was not cheap for outsiders. Of course, in addition to the material harvest, Ye Ting also gained in reputation. When he took off Professor Quirrell's turban, he had once again become a hero of Hogwarts. After all, he completed this challenge that left everyone helpless. In the following days, young wizards who failed in the turban lifting challenge kept coming to congratulate Ye Ting on his success. Amazing! You really did it. You actually got the turban. In the auditorium, at the shareholders' meeting of the Wanyu shop, George's praise for Ye Ting was overflowing with words. Fred shook his head and sighed. It seems that the title of our King of Hogwarts pranks belongs to you this time. George recalled the glorious years of the past. Back then, we fought for 3 whole years to win this title. Fred smiled bitterly and added, you have been in Hogwarts for less than a semester, and you have already surpassed us. Being teased by the twins, Ye Ting shook his head helplessly. Forget it, you should keep this title. I never wanted it. Hey, by the way, do you know who is the poster behind this bounty? Zhang Qiu asked mysteriously. I only know that the bounty notice seemed to have mysteriously appeared on the bulletin board in the Ravenclaw common room overnight. It happened about a week ago. The strange thing is that no one saw how it was posted. It's the same for us Hufflepuffs. After listening to Zhang Qiu's words, Susan suddenly thought of something, and a trace of worry flashed across her face. I remember that our bounty appeared at the same time. And no one knew what was going on either. Gryffindor seemed to have discovered it that day as well. Hermione thoughtfully said, I guess, the same is true for Slytherin. George and Fred exchanged a puzzled look. Who has the ability to put the notice in the common rooms of 4 colleges at the same time overnight, and it is not discovered? Several people pondered and racked their brains, but they still couldn't figure out how it was done. Could it be that, as those people outside speculated, the reward was actually issued by the old bat? George guessed half-jokingly. I think, even if it is not Professor Snape, it is likely to be another professor. Ye Ting analyzed seriously. After all, each lounge has an access control system. Except for the professor, who can quietly enter and exit all the lounges overnight. In fact, the real answer is very simple, just use the clockwork beetle. Ye Ting made a careful plan. He told Lynette to hide the clockwork beetle and the bounty order with preset instructions in the corners of each dormitory during the day. In the middle of the night, the clockwork beetles quietly started up, quietly posted the bounty notice on the bulletin board of each college lounge when no one was around, and then hid themselves. The next day, Lynette sneaked into the 4 lounges without anyone noticing and collected them. With this plan, Yida successfully issued a bounty without telling anyone. At least his friends racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Finally, Zhang Qiu simply gave up and looked at Ye Ting. Forget it, we'll just keep an eye on you when the time comes. Unless the mastermind is going to default on the debt and refuse to pay, he will always show up. Right. What a good idea. The twins praised. But Ye Ting shook his head. Tell me, is there a possibility that since the mastermind has the ability to post notices on the bulletin boards of the 4 lounges overnight, he is also capable of sending the bounty to my bedside overnight? Hearing this, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. This is indeed possible. Alas! Analyzing here, he got into a dead end again. Compared with the mysterious publisher behind the bounty order, Hermione is obviously more interested in the use of the clockwork used by Ye Ting. This clever little witch is always full of curiosity about new things. Well, Ye Ting, Hermione's face flushed slightly, and she said shyly, "Can I see your big bug?" Ye Ting couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard this request, and looked at her in shock. "What did you say just now?" "I just want to see your big bug." Hermione carefully repeated her request, "I just want to take a look and touch it. I will be very careful and will never damage it. I promise. I want to see it too. And me, and me." Zhang Qiu and Susan also responded. Even the twin brothers were aroused by their interest. "Now, do you want to see it now?" Ye Ting was a little embarrassed now. "Why don't we find a private place and come one by one?" Although this big bug is still in its infancy, it can be used initially, so it doesn't hurt to show it. Alas, these girls are really, they have to ask for this in front of so many people. "And you, two grown men, why are you joining in the fun?" "Oh, it's so troublesome to come one by one." Hermione rolled her eyes and suggested, "Why don't we all watch it together? We can also play together and discuss it in depth." "What? Watching together is not exciting enough? You even have to play together and discuss it in depth? Oh, I didn't expect you to be like this, Hermione. What about the rest of you? Don't you feel awkward doing this kind of thing with others?" Looking at the girls' expectant eyes, Ye Ting couldn't help but sigh that girls nowadays are really open-minded. "So, let's start now?" Ye Ting asked tentatively, while cautiously reaching for her trousers. "Can you move faster?" Zhang Qiu urged. "I have never seen a mechanical beetle that can fly by itself." Ye Ting looked at her in surprise. "Are you talking about my clockwork beetle?" "What else?" Zhang Qiu gave her a puzzled look. "Do you have any other bugs hidden?" "Okay." Ye Ting took out the beetle from his trouser pocket with some disappointment and placed it in front of them. Watching them playing with the beetle happily, Ye Ting felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. Alas, he thought something more exciting would happen. Several people surrounded the clockwork beetle, as if they had found the most interesting toy. They kept commanding the beetle to fly between them, commanding it to make various movements, playing happily and laughing constantly. Although they have seen many magical items, this kind of machine that can move as flexibly as a living beetle is the first time they have seen it. According to Hermione, it is more magical than a robot. Where did this clockwork beetle come from? Hermione asked Ye Ting after letting the beetle fly from her palm. Ye Ting smiled and took out a bunch of clockwork parts from his tricorn hat. "I made this myself. It combines alchemy and Muggle machinery." As he spoke, he picked and chose among the parts. In a blink of an eye, a brand new clockwork beetle was born in his hands. "Is this how it is made? It's amazing." Susan was amazed, with admiration for Ye Ting in her eyes. "Since they are all assembled with parts, Ye Ting, can you use these parts to build other types of clockwork mechanisms?" George asked curiously. "Of course." Ye Ting nodded and smiled. "As long as there are enough parts, I can assemble any mechanism you want." "Great!" Fred clapped his hands excitedly. "I think we can use these clockwork mechanisms to make many interesting props, such as arms that can automatically grab things. Everyone will definitely be willing to buy them." This is not difficult." Ye Ting agreed with his idea, "but the cost of clockwork parts is still quite high. Before I find a way to reduce costs, these clockwork products may only exist as luxury goods." In fact, Ye Ting has long wanted to promote clockwork machinery. On the one hand, compared with other products, clockwork machinery is his exclusive product, which belongs to Wanyu shop, and can be used as a signature feature of the shop. On the other hand, he hopes to gradually integrate clockwork machinery into this magical world in this way. Maybe, like the Industrial Revolution in the Muggle world, he can lead a revolutionary magic revolution here. Since he has come to this world, how can he not bring some changes to the world? As the founder of this system, connections, wealth, and fame will automatically gather around him. Although Ye Ting is confident that as long as he keeps collecting collections, he will become the strongest person in the world sooner or later. But there are more ways to gain influence than just fighting and killing. Researching new results and bringing changes to the world is also a good way, and there won't be too much trouble. The reason why Harry and others were gagged and the existence of Unit 01 was not announced before was because Unit 01 was too powerful and too dangerous. As a clockwork machine's debut in this world, it is easy to make people afraid. But the clockwork beetle is different. It is harmless and docile, just the right product. Soon, there was a striking new product advertisement on the list hanging in the lounge of each college in the Wanyu shop. Clockwork Beetle. The ingenuity of the genius of Ravenclaw, your right-hand assistant in daily life. It was this magical beetle that helped Ye Ting easily take off Professor Quirrell's turban and won a generous bounty of 50 galleons. Now, it can also be your partner, and the price is only 30 galleons. To be honest, the cost of this little beetle is only 5 galleons, and Ye Ting also deliberately dismantled its detection device as a microsubstance detection unit. It can be said that apart from being an obedient beetle, it has no other functions, and selling it for 30 galleons is really flashy. But with the help of Professor Quirrell's turban incident, it quickly became the new darling of Hogwarts. In just a few days, 7 or 8 wealthy buyers have bought this little gadget from Ye Ting. Ye Ting even found that one of the orders came from the principal's office. Not long after, Ye Ting received a letter from Dumbledore. Dear Ye Ting, your alchemical work has arrived in my hands. I can't believe that you, so young, can create such an amazing work. It is simply creating a new system. Please allow me, an old man, to express my excitement. From your little toy, I seem to see a brand new 980 future waving to us. This afternoon, can you come to my principal's office and spend a leisurely afternoon tea time with me? Yours faithfully, Albus Dumbledore. And I like strawberry mousse. Sure enough, my little invention attracted Dumbledore's attention. From the scribbled strokes in the letter, we can see Dumbledore's excitement at the time. Ye Ting had already prepared for this, and it could even be said that he had planned it for a long time. He knew that if he wanted to become famous in the magic world with this little thing, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be a shortcut. After all, Dumbledore was the most powerful white wizard in Europe, and his influence in the magic world was unmatched. More importantly, he knew countless outstanding wizards, potion masters, alchemists and scholars. With his introduction, Ye Ting could save a lot of time. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, Ye Ting appeared at the entrance of the principal's office on time. A low voice suddenly sounded, "Password." It turned out that a huge ugly stone beast was guarding the principal's office, and it was looking at Yeely with its gloomy eyes. Strawberry mousse. After hearing this, the stone beast jumped aside with satisfaction, revealing a secret passage leading to the principal's office. Ye Ting stepped onto the automatic rotating escalator behind the stone beast, and as the escalator slowly rose, he came to the door of the principal's office at the top. A shiny oak door came into view, decorated with a brass door knocker in the shape of a sphinx. Ye Ting could feel the powerful magic fluctuations from this door knocker. Obviously, this was a very good magic prop. If a wizard tried to force his way into the door, this door knocker would transform into a ferocious griffin and attack. Griffins are frequent visitors to the magical world. This kind of magical beast is very powerful. According to the records of the Ministry of Magic, it is classified as a 5x level, and its strength is comparable to that of a fire dragon. Of course, this refers to the fire dragon in the Harry Potter world. Ye Ting thought of Ravenclaw's eagle ring, which probably has similar functions. Ye Ting couldn't help but sigh that Hogwarts is indeed profound. These 2 door knockers alone are enough to show their preciousness. This level of alchemical items is still impossible to produce for his current alchemical level. I believe that it is also a good collection in the system. In fact, as early as the door of the Ravenclaw lounge, Ye Ting had the idea of picking the door knocker. Unfortunately, he couldn't pick it. After all, Dumbledore is still alive. Ye Ting thought, if Dumbledore died one day, and he took over as the headmaster of Hogwarts, wouldn't he be able to collect anything he wanted? The fourth update is finally made up. The door knocker opened gently, and Ye Ting stepped into the principal's office. This was his second time here, but unlike the last time he was teleported in from the restricted corridor, this time he entered through the main entrance. There were still a lot of silverware and books in the office. As soon as he walked in, the portraits of the past Hogwarts principals hanging on the wall seemed to be injected with life, and they woke up from the paintings one by one. Last time they had been pretending to sleep in the frame, but now they all stared at Ye Ting curiously. After 2 looks, "He doesn't look special, right?" said a female netizen with an exaggerated pleated lace collar. Ye Ting saw the name under the frame, Elizabeth Burke. He knew this person. She was a witch in the Elizabethan era. Like Phineas, she was a cold-blooded Slytherin and a pure-blood supremacist. "Humph, don't be silly," a witch in green clothes snorted disdainfully. "Dumbledore said that this kid is different and must have his own strengths." 1. Yes, yes, I can feel the special breath of this child. Armando Dippet interrupted excitedly. "You are just a painting, what do you know?" Elizabeth said mockingly. "Humph, don't underestimate us people in the paintings. In our era, people who believed in feelings often lived better than those who didn't believe." Another witch said. "Oh. Are you proud of losing to Peeves?" Elizabeth fired at full power. The portraits of the principals argued in front of Ye Ting as if they had forgotten his existence. Only one witch with an elegant figure and a dignified look nodded slightly to Ye Ting. "Professor Dumbledore asked you to wait here for a moment." Ye Ting nodded to indicate that he understood. However, in a portrait next to him, Phineas Black, wearing a Slytherin silver-green school robe, snorted with disdain. "When I was in charge of Hogwarts," his words were full of contempt, "a piece of mud." He seemed to want to spit out an insulting word, but the other headmaster portraits looked at him sideways, so he had to clear his throat awkwardly and changed his words. "How can a wizard from a Muggle family be worthy of stepping into the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, and twice? Phineas, if you speak without restraint again, be careful and I will let you know how powerful I am." A wizard with a red nose glared at him, with a warning tone. Phineas was obviously used to this kind of threat. Although he restrained himself a little, he still stubbornly insisted on his own opinion. "I'm just telling the truth." "That's just because you are ignorant." A irritable witch yelled at him, "Choosing you as the successor principal was my biggest mistake." Ye Ting's eyes fell on the text below the portrait, and he learned that the female netizen was Phineas's former principal, Eupraxia Moore. Phineas was obviously afraid of Eupraxia. He subconsciously touched his nose bridge, then silently retreated to a corner of the portrait and said no more. Euphrasia turned to face Ye Ting, with a gentle and kind smile on her face. He didn't know before that the principals were so interesting now. It is not difficult to understand why these principals pay so much attention to Ye Ting. After all, Professor Dumbledore rarely invites students to step into the principal's office, let alone visit twice in a semester. As the principals quieted down, Ye Ting was finally able to calm down and look at the room. The mirror of Eriste in the room has been moved into the restricted area, revealing what was hidden behind the mirror at that time. For example, a stone round basin. An ancient stone round basin is quietly placed on a high stool. It is a meditation basin, a magical prop that can store and reproduce memories. Just immerse your head in the basin and you can feel those memories. This is not only a precious magic item, but also an excellent systematic collection. On the perch behind the door, Professor Dumbledore's pet phoenix fox stood elegantly. It seemed to notice Ye Ting's gaze, glanced at him lightly, and then shook its gorgeous tail wings, as if to greet him. Phoenix is a very rare magical creature. Only 2 appeared in the original book. I believe that if you collect it, you will definitely get a very formal reward. Ye Ting felt that this room was like a huge treasure house. Every item he saw seemed to be worth collecting. He wanted to collect them all. About 5 minutes later, Dumbledore finally appeared in the principal's office. "Mr. Ye Ting, please take a seat." Dumbledore smiled and blinked, and greeted him enthusiastically. "Come, try the chocolate milk first. It's sweet but not greasy. I personally like it very much." As he spoke, Dumbledore gently waved his wand and tapped the table. Instantly, the table was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies. In addition to the chocolate milk just mentioned, there was also a plate of attractively colored candies, a bunch of cockroaches, and a few pieces of strawberry mousse mentioned in a secret code just passed. "Don't be shy, child, you must be thirsty." Professor Dumbledore kindly handed a large bottle of chocolate milk to Ye Ting. Ye Ting nodded gently in thanks, and then took a sip of the drink. The sweet and warm taste seemed to melt the winter cold and reach the bottom of his heart. Then, Dumbledore took out the clockwork beetle. "This is really an amazing work, Ye Ting." Dumbledore praised sincerely. "You have only been at Hogwarts for less than half a year, and you can have such creativity and inventions. It is really amazing. You are better than I thought, and you are worthy of being a student of Ravenclaw." No, it's just my little idea. It's no big deal." Ye Ting modestly pointed to the universe. "No, it's not just a little idea." Dumbledore looked very sincere. "You may not realize that your little invention may lead a revolution in the magic world. Some people even said that it's not too much for you to get 10 Merlin badges for this. This is what an old friend of mine said about you." No, Ye Ting understood this very well, because this little invention itself came from a simple result of a discipline that has brought about earth-shaking changes in a certain country. But Ye Ting was curious about another thing. "Your friend is Nicholas Flamel. You should be familiar with this name." Dumbledore smiled and revealed the answer. "Of course, the greatest alchemist in the world, the inventor of the Philosopher's Stone, and the longest-lived wizard today, is said to be more than 600 years old. To be exact, it's 664 years old." Dumbledore added, "But I'm glad to be friends with Nick." Speaking of this, Dumbledore smiled, "But I didn't ask you to come here today to talk about his brilliant achievements. In fact, I sent your little invention to Nico, and he admired your achievements more than I did, and even tried to imitate you. Unfortunately, he failed." As he said, Dumbledore pushed the beetle in his hand forward. Ye Ting took the beetle and immediately found the problem keenly. Although the clockwork beetle in front of him looked exactly like his own product, there were still many differences in details. More importantly, after peeling off its carapace, Ye Ting did not see the blue magic crystal, nor did he find any traces of magic engraved by himself. All this shows a truth: it is not his work, but a replica, and it is most likely made by Nick Flamel. Ye Ting let it fly again and roughly understood the performance of the replica. The function is the same as Ye Ting's clockwork beetle, but without the magic crystal, the endurance is very worrying, and the intelligence is not high, so it is stupid to perform tasks. If Ye Ting's clockwork beetle is also at this level, he will not let them help him issue a bounty order in 4 colleges. However, even so, Ye Ting has to admit that Nicholas Flamel is worthy of being the greatest alchemist. Ye Ting has only released the clockwork beetle product for less than a week, and Dumbledore bought it for less than 3 days, plus the time it takes for the owl to send the letter back and forth. That is to say, Nicholas Flamel made a replica within a day of seeing his own work. Ordinary alchemists can't even completely disassemble the clockwork beetle in this time. But when Ye Ting expressed his admiration, Dumbledore shook his head. "In fact, both Nico and I feel that this imitation is a failure, because he did not imitate the most critical performance of this beetle at all." Dumbledore sighed. "More importantly, in order to achieve the same performance, the materials he used in the manufacturing process are too expensive, and the magic he cast is also very difficult. In other words, if he were to make this kind of toy, he would not be able to keep the cost below 30 galleons." After that, Dumbledore looked at Ye Ting with admiration. "This is what we think is the most amazing thing about you. You can sell this beetle for 30 galleons, which means your cost is lower, right?" The biggest benefit of the Industrial Revolution in the Muggle world is that it infinitely reduces the cost of various tools. Whether it is mass-produced products or the machines themselves. The steam engine of 1700 AD could actually be made by hand in 170 AD by organizing a group of the top craftsmen at the time. But that's all. This kind of handmade steam engine is too expensive and not replicable at all, let alone mass production. Compared to the various magical creations in the magic world, the biggest advantage of clockwork machinery is its low cost. That's right. Seeing Dumbledore asking this question, Ye Ting gave a straightforward answer. Dumbledore would not do business with him anyway. In fact, the cost price of a clockwork beetle is 3 galleons. The cost of a complete microdetection subunit is 5 galleons. But if the precision detector is replaced with an ordinary detector and the real-time signal transmission device is not installed, its cost will be reduced. In addition, after removing important components, the weight of the body is reduced, and the requirements for flight load and other aspects are also reduced, which can be further reduced. After 7 or 8 reductions, the cost is reduced to 3 galleons. Dumbledore opened his mouth but said nothing. He thought the cost of this clockwork beetle would be very low. But he never thought that the cost would be so low. If this cost can make a clockwork beetle, then the alchemical machine invented by Ye Ting is really more amazing than he imagined. But on the other hand, this little wizard genius is really a genius, but he is also really black-hearted. He dares to sell it at the cost price by adding a 0. This is not an ordinary profiteer. At this moment, Dumbledore and the principals behind him looked at Ye Ting with particularly complicated expressions. You can't judge a person by his appearance. 13x. Dumbledore broke the brief silence. He did not intend to directly comment on Ye Ting's business behavior, but turned the topic to the field of alchemy. In short, Nico was very impressed after seeing your work, and he also specially entrusted me to pass a letter to you. I think you should be able to become good friends. As he said, he stuffed a yellowed parchment to Ye Ting. In the following time, Ye Ting and Dumbledore had an in-depth exchange on clockwork machinery and related alchemy technology. Dumbledore's curiosity was greatly satisfied, and Ye Ting was also happy to share his insights and experiences, and received a lot of advice from Dumbledore. Until it was getting dark, the conversation came to an end. As soon as Ting left the principal's office, the portraits of Li, who had been silent, became active and enthusiastically discussed what they had just witnessed. Is that boy really that powerful? A wizard with a full beard broke the silence first. He frowned and obviously had doubts about what he had just seen. I still can't believe that you can praise him so much just for an alchemical product. The name, Quentin Trimble, was engraved on the frame. He was an expert in defense against the dark arts. His book, Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense, was a textbook for 1st to 4th graders at Hogwarts. His speech and behavior are not like a 12-year-old child. Mrs. Antonia Crisworth interrupted elegantly, at least when I was 11, I was not as good at business as he was. Principal Dumbledore smiled slightly, and a strange light flashed on his glasses. Mr. Ye Ting is indeed very smart, and quite special. His talent in the field of magic is the first time I have ever seen it in my life. I felt that this kid was not right since the last time I saw him. Phineas Black said bluntly. Oh. This makes me curious, Phineas, why don't you like that kid either? Deli's Devante raised her thick wand made of birch branches, with a hint of threat in her tone. Is it because he is a Muggle-born? Phineas yawned, pretending to be just woken up, rubbing his eyes. Ah. What did I say just now? Why don't I remember? He obviously didn't want to continue this topic, because it might be disadvantageous to him. I apologize to all my readers. Today, the author has been addicted to a 3-word game and can't extricate himself. I started typing crazily very late. There may be only 2 updates today. If that's the case, I will make up for it tomorrow. That child's magical talent is indeed amazing, and he is talented. Such a person should not be a Muggle wizard. Elizabeth, who had previously questioned Ye Ting, could not help but say. He is indeed a Muggle wizard, Elizabeth. Dumbledore confirmed calmly, but I have a hunch that the reason why he awakened magic is probably very different from that of ordinary Muggle wizards, even, to some extent, close to those ancient wizards. Ancient wizards? Do you also believe in that ridiculous theory of God's gift? A male wizard with curly hair who was busy making potions looked up in surprise. If you ask me, the theory of hybrids of magical creatures is the real truth. Elizabeth immediately retorted, oh, come on, one Ruedian, I don't believe that our magic comes from those beasts. Do you think your great-great-great-grandfather was a goblin? Phineas Black also joined in the booing, loudly echoing Elizabeth. That's much better than the vague theory of divine gift. Windic Winridian shouted excitedly. Seeing that the headmasters were about to quarrel over the classic question of the origin of wizards' magic, Dumbledore hurriedly coughed dryly, trying to calm the dispute. To be honest, it doesn't matter where his talent comes from, Dumbledore said, it doesn't change the fact that he is a rare magical genius. It's rare to hear you use the word genius to describe a person. Winridian said. Dumbledore, you don't mean to say that the child may become the next you, right? There was a hint of subtle sarcasm in Phineas' tone, a griffin with both wisdom and courage. No, Mr. Ye Ting's potential is probably above mine. Dumbledore expressed his praise for Ye Ting without hesitation. This is simply the funniest joke I have ever heard in this century. Phineas covered his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. However, apart from his laughter, no one in the principal's office said a word, which made Phineas feel a little bored, and gradually, his laughter subsided. Mr. Ye Ting's research in the field of alchemy has surpassed too many people. Dumbledore sighed, and Nicholas Flamel's high evaluation of Ye Ting in the letter emerged in his mind. 897. This child is destined to become a person who changes the magic world. On the other hand, Ye Ting didn't know what kind of discussion he had caused among the principals. He stepped out of the door of the principal's office and couldn't wait to open the letter. On the letterhead, vigorous handwriting came into view. To the respected Mr. Ye Ting. Hello, I am Nicholas Flamel. Perhaps you have heard of my name. Not long ago, I received a clockwork beetle from Professor Dumbledore. Its exquisite alchemical skills and unique magic pattern design made me, an old alchemist, admire it. I am sincerely pleased that the magic world has a rising star like you. However, some of the exquisite structures in the beetle are difficult for me to understand, such as. Followed by a long list of obscure academic discussions. I beg you to satisfy the curiosity of a man over 600 years old and solve my doubts. With great respect, Nick Flamel. P.S. The method of replying is attached to the letter. The way to send back is actually a somewhat complicated magic pattern. This may be a small test for his friends by the alchemist master. Those who cannot pass the test cannot make love with him at all. Of course, this is also his way to protect his privacy. After all, as a true master like him, a living legend, as long as he stays on the earth for a day, there will be countless admirers or speculators who want to find him, ask him questions, get his autograph, etc. He has to use this method to live a quiet life. But this little problem is not difficult for Ye Ting. He easily cracked the magic pattern and returned to the dormitory to write a long letter to Nicholas Flamel. He not only answered all the questions about clockwork machinery in the letter in detail, but also shared several confusions he encountered in the process of alchemy research. In terms of academics, he is happy to communicate with the masters of this world. After writing the letter, Ye Ting prepared to find the school owl to send the letter, and go to the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid. The time he and Hagrid agreed was in the afternoon. If he hadn't been delayed for too long at Dumbledore's place, he would have come back long ago. I don't know if it will delay dinner. Before leaving the common room, he saw the board Changqiu. Today is the weekend, and there is no Quidditch training in the afternoon. The little wizard who was squeezed out in the hood-revealing operation has not provided too many orders recently. So the girls suddenly felt bored. If it were usual, before joining the Wanyu shop, she would often encounter such situations and never find it strange. But after joining the Wanyu shop, Zhang Qiu deeply understood the truth that time is money. As a result, now that he has nothing to do, he feels that he has lost a lot. Seeing Ye Ting, the girl's expression became visibly happy. Ye Ting, I remember you went to the principal's office before, she waved and asked gossipingly, what did you talk about? Ye Ting said, we talked about the clockwork beetle. Professor Dumbledore also placed an order with our shop. By the way, he also handed me a letter from Nicholas Flamel. Oh, so Dumbledore also bought your clockwork beetle. Zhang Qiu's eyes lit up when he heard it, this is big news. I have to write it down and use it in our advertising slogan. As for Nicholas Flamel, she completely ignored him. After recording the news, Zhang Qiu asked curiously, where are you going now? To find Hagrid, Ye Ting said casually, he said there is a batch of fresh materials waiting for us, Susan and I are going to get it. Are you coming too? He invited casually, do you want to go with me? Of course. Zhang Qiu agreed without hesitation, I'm worried about having nothing to do, it's just right to go with you. In the hallway, they met Susan Bones who had been waiting for a long time. In fact, like Zhang Qiu, she had no impression of the name Nicholas Flamel. After sending the letter, the group went to Hagrid's hut with great interest. I saw Hagrid sitting by the tree stump in front of the door, concentrating on adjusting an ancient and huge compound bow. In the eyes of others, the bow was like a freak that combined violence and art. The bow was very tall, almost taller than Susan, and it looked that its power was underestimated. Aha, Ye Ting, you are finally here. Please take a seat. Hagrid greeted them warmly. Ye Ting nodded slightly, waved his wand gently, and the branches on the ground instantly turned into 4 exquisite chairs. After the 3 sat down, Ye Ting asked casually, Hagrid, do you still like this gift? I like it. I like it very much. Hagrid smiled like a child weighing more than 600 pounds, innocent and warm, I have never been so happy. Although Hagrid's wand was secretly hidden in his pink umbrella, his magic was a bit lame, so he preferred to use his big bow. Ye Ting had seen Hagrid's bow, which was an ordinary metal bow, and the bowstring was also made of ordinary cowhide bands. In general, except for being big and hard, there was no special feature. So, he gave the slingshot, rewarded by the system to Hagrid. Of course, the slingshot was not the kind of slingshot made of a Y-shaped tree branch, but a bow with full elasticity from the continent of Teyvat, which was especially powerful when shooting at close range. With Hagrid's amazing strength, if he pulled the bow to its full length, the arrows he shot could easily penetrate the armor of an armored vehicle, not to mention the shells of those magical creatures. Hagrid couldn't let go of the bow, his eyes full of surprise and gratitude. This is too expensive, Ye Ting, This bow is indeed very expensive. Hagrid has never seen the material of the bow, but he only knows that it is a kind of wood that looks expensive. Its appearance is also very delicate, and every detail shows the craftsman's ingenuity. What's more amazing is that it also contains powerful magical power. After all, this is a 3-star weapon in the Teyvat continent. Perhaps in the game world, such a weapon is not uncommon to players, but in the real world, it is the top standard weapon that ordinary people can access. More advanced ones are all magical weapons that can write legends in history. Oh, by the way, Hagrid suddenly said as if he remembered something, are you here to get materials? I still have a lot of magic materials in my house. If you need them, just take them. Don't be polite. Hagrid has a lot of rare materials from the Forbidden Forest, such as unicorn hair, enough to weave carpets. However, he rarely sells these treasures. Most of them are just piled up in the house casually, or some are used to make a doghouse for Yaya. Ye Ting nodded. He was accustomed to Hagrid's generosity, so he picked the materials he needed without hesitation. For the Wanyu shop, Hagrid is a very important supplier. I will take this bow with me when I go to the Forbidden Forest in the future. Hagrid announced with a smile. The Forbidden Forest is a dangerous place, and Hagrid really needs a powerful weapon to protect himself. Of course, for most creatures in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid himself may be the most dangerous existence. Hagrid, how did you get this thing? Ye Ting pointed curiously at the eye-catching unicorn horn in the pile of materials. Hagrid's collection is dazzling, but Ye Ting fell in love with it at first sight. Alas, it is the horn of a poached unicorn. When mentioning this, Hagrid's eyes flashed with sadness. More than 10 years ago, such cruel things happened repeatedly, and every time I think of it, it makes people feel heartbroken. More than 10 years ago, it was the time when Voldemort and the Death Eaters were rampant. Hagrid sighed softly and continued, the Forbidden Forest is too large, and not all of it belongs to Hogwarts. Although Professor Dumbledore is powerful, he cannot protect the entire Forbidden Forest. However, we have deployed a lot of warning magic at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Once there is a magical fluctuation, we will be able to sense it immediately. What if those poachers don't use magic? Ye Ting frowned, worried about the weak defense of the Forbidden Forest Wildlife Sanctuary. Humph, if they don't use magic, those thieves can't deal with the little guys in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid said confidently, and then continued to test his slingshot. An arrow shot out, piercing a thick oak tree with a diameter of at least half a meter, and deeply penetrated another tree 40 centimeters. What a good bow! Hagrid couldn't help but caress the bow affectionately and praised it. I hope you are right. Ye Ting shrugged, and he still had some doubts about what Hagrid said. From a certain point of view, he felt that he had the responsibility and obligation to protect every little life in the Forbidden Forest. After all, they are all his, Hogwarts' precious treasures. After chatting for a while, Hagrid stood up and said excitedly that he would make some special rock cakes for everyone to try. Since Ye Ting's encouragement, he has worked hard and felt that his cooking skills have greatly improved. He even created a herring rock cake. It's very simple, Hagrid said proudly, just ferment the herring and mix it with rock cakes. It's a bit like the cookies with cranberries that you muggles eat. When everyone heard this, they all made excuses to refuse, saying that they had dinner or something, and they just didn't want to try it. After all, except for Ye Ting who can cheat, who doesn't know the reputation of rock cakes. The two girls had heard about this legendary blunt weapon from Hermione. But Hagrid didn't seem to notice everyone's resistance and walked into the kitchen on his own. Just as Zhang Qiu and Susan were thinking about how to push all the cookies to Ye Ting, suddenly, the rooster-shaped pointer at the door of Hagrid's house, which looked like a weather vane, suddenly cuckooed and then spun wildly. This really saved everyone's life. Hagrid didn't care about the rock cakes anymore, and rushed out of the door, staring at the direction of the pointer nervously. Hagrid, what happened? Ye Ting asked. Hey, maybe there's a commotion over there with the centaurs again. Hagrid sighed and scratched his head helplessly. It seems that some unknown creature has entered the Forbidden Forest, disturbing the magical animals inside, and even the centaurs have been affected. Speaking of this, Hagrid's face was stern, and he said seriously, I have to go and check the situation. As the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, he has no choice but to do this. We want to go and see it together. Ye Ting said immediately. Don't worry, we promise not to cause you trouble. Zhang Qiu also hurriedly expressed his attitude, with a face full of excitement, obviously looking for some excitement. But the most active person about this matter is Ye Ting. In his eyes, the Forbidden Forest is a huge collection library just like the principal's office. Hagrid shook his big head like a rattle and said firmly, no, this time it's not as simple as going to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to feed the moon beast or the ball bird. We have to go deep into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, believe me, I have the ability to protect myself. Ye Ting said hurriedly, as long as I don't get lost, I will never joke with my life. Zhang Qiu also added, I run very fast. However, this statement is obviously not convincing. Susan is more self-aware. She didn't say anything, but just pulled Ye Ting's clothes. As long as Ye Ting goes, he must take her with him. Hagrid, We are just curious and want to see those cute little creatures you mentioned. Ye Ting was eager to learn, for example, centaurs and giant spiders, how magical are they? No, it's too dangerous. You are just first and second grade wizards, what if something happens? Hagrid sighed and didn't continue. If it was a senior, he would consider it. Seeing that he was not willing to listen, Ye Ting could only change his persuasion method. Oh, Hagrid, you should know my ability. Ye Ting sighed softly, and a purple light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes, and an inexplicable aura emanated from him. Then Hagrid felt that his hair and beard were floating up without wind. He was ignorant and didn't know that this was a manifestation of the rapid increase in ion concentration in the air. Then, he found that the sky, which was only near dusk, suddenly darkened, as if the night had come early. The sky above was covered with dark clouds, and lightning shuttled through it, flashing dangerous light. But time obviously didn't pass so quickly. Could it be? Hagrid looked at Ye Ting in shock. Ye Ting's eyes sparkled, and he seemed to be lifted up by a mysterious force and suspended in the air. From time to time, a trace of electric arc appeared between his feet and the ground, and the whole person was like a god. Then, he waved his hand gently. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly fell down and hit the oak tree that was shot through by Hagrid. In an instant, the whole tree was chopped into charcoal by lightning, and it was a mess. Ye Ting waved his hand again. Another tree fell down and turned into charcoal. His power seemed endless and daunting. Ye Ting then dispersed the purple light in his eyes and slowly fell from the sky. As Ye Ting dispersed the purple light in his eyes and slowly descended from the sky, the dim sky gradually returned to its original color. Everything seemed to return to calm, but the two charcoal-like trees witnessed everything that had just happened. I have some other spells. Ye Ting clapped his hands with satisfaction, but the place here is too small to cast. Although, Lei is only Lisa's fighting skill. It has to be said that if it is used to show off, even Lisa's ultimate move, Rose Lightning, cannot compare to the charged, Lei. Duh. Hagrid was stunned, his eyes wandering on the two trees that had turned into charcoal, and then turned to the extraordinary little wizard in front of him. The moment he waved his hand just now, the wind and clouds changed color, as if the end of the world was coming. The shocking scene left an indelible impression in Hagrid's heart. Such power is a bit exaggerated. With such a little wizard, who is protecting whom? Seeing that Hagrid was a little shaken, Ye Ting immediately seized the opportunity and struck while the iron was hot. Hagrid, we promise to follow you all the time and never run around. If we encounter any dangerous situation, we will definitely retreat to a safe place as soon as possible. This is much better than us blindly rushing in. Think about Fred and George. We didn't break into the Forbidden Forest like them. We are very good. If it doesn't work, you can give us a map to find the way. After showing his strength, Ye Ting began to persuade Hagrid. These words obviously touched Hagrid and relieved his worries. Hagrid pondered for a moment. Of course, this job was somewhat inconsistent with his position. Then he took out a wrinkled sheepskin circle from his leather coat made of unknown material. What is this? Is it a map? Ye Ting's eyes lit up. He just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that Hagrid actually had a so-called map here. He thought that people like Hagrid walked in the Forbidden Forest based on intuition. He couldn't wait to spread out the yellowed parchment scroll, and a hand-drawn map of the Forbidden Forest appeared in front of him. Although the drawing was not very delicate, it clearly marked Hagrid's hut, the general outline of the Forbidden Forest, and the specially marked Centaur tribe. But what made him more excited was that the map also marked the distribution of various precious wild herbs in detail, including magical plants that have grown for hundreds of years. At the same time, the territory of dangerous magical creatures is also clear at a glance. This is the map he wants. With it, Ye Ting can enter the Forbidden Forest by himself without worrying about the low search efficiency. Keep this, in case we get separated, you can also know where you are. If there is any accident. Hagrid said. Don't worry, I'll take everyone to a safe place. Ye Ting thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I feel safe following you. Hagrid patted his belly proudly, I know this forest very well. In fact, it's not difficult to convince Hagrid, he's a very easy person to understand. For example, if you have a secret you want to make public, just tell Hagrid the secret and say, keep it a secret for me, and you can rest assured that the secret will spread throughout Hogwarts. Of course, the key to success this time is that Ye Ting showed his strength and let Hagrid know that he can ensure the safety of his teammates. In this way, Hagrid believes that with himself and Ye Ting, this expedition is at best a wildlife sightseeing trip with a little excitement. But this does not mean that the Forbidden Forest is not dangerous. The deep forest is like a maze, and you will get lost if you are not careful. Not to mention that there are countless dangerous magical creatures lurking there, such as the eight-eyed giant spider that covers half of the Forbidden Forest, and the terrible mountain trolls. Oh, and there are all kinds of poisonous plants, which ordinary wizards have no way to identify, not to mention that they usually lack the equipment to deal with them. Don't forget to return the map to me later. Hagrid reminded before leaving. He was afraid that Ye Ting would rely on the map to secretly explore the Forbidden Forest. Ye Ting agreed immediately. Hagrid was still trying to put himself in others' shoes. As a half-giant, he obviously underestimated the intelligence of people like Ye Ting. He could remember such a map completely after a few careful glances. Just this once. As he left, Hagrid was still mumbling, don't learn from those two troublemakers in the Weasley family. I spent the whole year trying to drive them out last year. Then let's go. Ye Ting followed Hagrid and walked towards the Forbidden Forest. After successfully persuading Hagrid, Zhang Qiu could hardly hide his surprise. And Susan, when she saw Ye Ting's lightning and thunder skills, had already become starry-eyed. As the sky gradually turned into night, they embarked on a journey to explore the Forbidden Forest. The forest was dense, and the leaves like screens separated the falling snowflakes from the ground. The moonlight was filtered through the layers of leaves, like diluted silver ink sprinkled on the dark forest land, forming a piece of flickering light spots, and the breeze blew slowly with the mixed fragrance of soil and dead leaves. This quiet forest night was broken by a heavy footstep. It was a pair of huge black round-toed leather shoes, more than 50 yards, just Hagrid's big feet. Hagrid walked in front to lead the way, holding Fong tightly in his left hand, holding an ancestral oil lamp in his right hand, and hanging the slingshot on his broad shoulders. In fact, in Hagrid's heart, he hoped to travel with the three-headed dog Fluffy, such a behemoth would be more worthy of his physique. Although Fong was brave, in Hagrid's eyes, he might still lack momentum. Hagrid walked forward with a steady pace, and the speed seemed slow, but in fact, the three people behind had to trot to keep up with his pace. Well, being young is good, full of energy and enthusiasm. If it were seniors, they would definitely avoid this thankless Forbidden Forest expedition. Hagrid in front still seemed a little worried. He turned to the three people behind him and said, "Why don't you go back now? If there is anything you like in the Forbidden Forest, I can bring it back for you." Ye Ting smiled and responded, "Hagrid, don't worry about us. There is a saying that goes, it is better to loosen than to block. We are just curious. What's more, with you here, the Forbidden Forest is not that scary. As long as you don't provoke those big guys, they should all be deep in the Forbidden Forest, right?" "That's hard to say." Hagrid shook his head and said seriously, "Last time, a wild man-headed lion-body scorpion-tailed beast broke into the Forbidden Forest. I had to break its legs to let it learn the rules of the Forbidden Forest." Speaking of this, Hagrid's face actually showed a trace of pride. "What is a manticore?" Susan asked curiously. "It is a monster with a human head, a lion's body and a scorpion's tail. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. With Hermione away, Ye Ting can only temporarily play the role of popular science. In the classification of the Ministry of Magic, its danger level has reached XXXXX. Its skin can almost repel all spells, and being stung by its tail will kill on the spot. As dangerous and rare as the chimera, the manticore is famous for the soft hum it emits as it devours its prey. The manticore's hide repels almost all known spells. Anyone stung by it will die instantly. Speaking of the feat of subduing a wild manticore, apart from the Hufflepuff wizard who was regarded as a thorn in Grindelwald's side, few wizards dared to pat their chests and say that they could handle it single-handedly. Hagrid is worthy of being Hagrid. Cool. Zhang Qiu sighed sincerely. I remember Marietta told me that the Ministry of Magic once transported a manticore, and it took a whole team of Aurors from Greece to handle it. It took 8 people to handle it. Huh, maybe they are just afraid of hurting the manticore. Hagrid smiled and continued, those guys from the Department for the Care of Magical Creatures, they are really good at it. Hagrid seemed to be a little at a loss for words, and he seemed to be struggling with how to praise them more appropriately. Oh, to be honest, the Forbidden Forest is not as safe as you think. He changed the subject and his tone became serious. If you encounter a group of 2-horned beasts or venomous rhinoceroses, your small bodies may not be enough to fill their teeth. But don't venomous rhinoceroses eat grass? Susan asked. Don't underestimate it. In this Forbidden Forest, that guy is the most dangerous. Hagrid said with a smile. When talking about magical animals, especially wild beasts, his eyes lit up. This is the area he is most proud of. Maybe in this regard, Uncle Songbuska Howd can get it with him. The group walked and talked, slowly moving forward along the forest path. In fact, there are no real roads in the Forbidden Forest. Most of them are narrow paths trampled by wild beasts, and many of them are not suitable for humans. In the end, if we only talk about physical fitness and survival ability in the wild, humans are not the top. Fortunately, intelligence is their magic weapon. For example, when Zhang Qiu fell halfway, Ye Ting quickly cast the floating spell, and easily rescued her. However, the girl's physical coordination is really good, not to mention that with the Forbidden Forest leader leading the way, those potential small traps can be easily bypassed by them. Susan, on the other hand, occasionally needs a little help. Don't be afraid, Susan, just jump, I'm here to catch you. Ye Ting encouraged. Beside the river in the Forbidden Forest, Ye Ting cast the floating spell, to hold the 2 girls steadily and help them successfully cross the 3-meter-wide river. Although the feeling of being controlled by magic was a bit awkward, this exciting and safe fun activity was well received by them. At least, from the smile on Susan's face, it is not difficult to see that she is still enjoying this trip to the Forbidden Forest. However, as the sky darkened completely, the 4 people went deeper and deeper into the dark hinterland of the Forbidden Forest. Their actions gradually changed from a relaxing and happy jungle outing to a completely eerie and strange paranormal activity. Oh, this situation is not right. Hagrid looked up and saw the grey spider web in the sky, frowning, then vigilantly took the slingshot from his back and held it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a golden mist seemed to sense their arrival and surged towards them. Be careful, that's the pollen of the fuchsia, don't get close. Ye Ting hurriedly warned. Fuchsia is a very rare magical plant. Its flowers are golden, and its overall appearance is similar to its non-magical relatives. When it grows, it will hang in the shape of an upside-down bell. When it blooms completely, the fuchsia will release golden pollen. When its pollen is inhaled into the body, it will make people hallucinate and feel that they are hanging upside down in the air. Ye Ting waved his hand casually, and the wind element gathered, and a strong airflow swept in, blowing the whole gold far away. He took the opportunity to step forward and broke off a branch with several flowers. Well, take this back to the little bud, it should like it. This is what Ye Ting likes about the Forbidden Forest, magical plants like fuchsia, which cannot even be found in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. The 4 continued to move forward, and after walking for about 15 minutes, suddenly, the surrounding noises became noisy. Unknown screams, roars, and horse hooves intertwined, as if they were brought into the ancient battlefield of the Middle Ages in an instant. What's going on? Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? Susan asked, covering her ears and frowning. I don't know, I guess it's the sound of the centaurs, everyone be careful. Ye Ting reminded solemnly. These centaurs are really crazy. Hagrid muttered in dissatisfaction, and his pace accelerated involuntarily. However, before they walked far, an arrow as thick as an arm shot like lightning, straight into the road ahead of them. Don't panic, it's me, Hagrid. He shouted loudly, trying to appease the centaurs in the woods. After a short wait, accompanied by the rapid sound of horse hooves, a centaur dressed in black jumped out of the woods and blocked them aggressively. Huh, Bane, you really gave us a surprise. Hagrid laughed dryly twice, with a bit of embarrassment in his tone. I have never seen anyone greet someone by shooting arrows. Hagrid. Bane's tail swung twice unnaturally, and his tense muscles were more prominent in the dim light. What happened, Bane? Even a centaur can't be so presumptuous in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid asked seriously. We lost 2 horses. Speaking of this, Bane's voice was full of grief and anger. It must be those hateful 8-eyed giant spiders who have been invading our territory. Hagrid, we have tried our best to remain restrained, but now, the light of Mars has come. As he spoke, he raised the longbow in his hand, and the arrow on it flashed with cold light. Hagrid, if you still insist on your delusion, don't blame me. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Ye Ting couldn't help but frown. Although he had heard about the stubbornness of the centaurs in the original book, he still felt very unhappy when he really met them in reality. Especially the one in front of him, he knew the identity of the person, but he still raised his bow and arrow to threaten him. This is really not a friendly neighbor. Calm down, Bane, your enemy is not us. Hagrid hurriedly raised his hands, trying to calm the storm. Hogwarts will protect. This is the sacred territory of the centaurs. Bane seemed to be angered by this sentence. We centaurs will never surrender to wizards. You dare not say this to Dumbledore, centaurs. Zhang Qiu couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. However, the centaurs are the most sensitive hunters in the forest, and any subtle noise cannot escape their ears. What did you say, pony? Bane's eyes became sharp in an instant, and the bow and arrow in his hand pointed at Zhang Qiu. Are you challenging the dignity of our centaurs? The arrow is on the string, ready to go. As long as Bane loosens his grip, the sharp arrow will penetrate Zhang Qiu's chest. The girl's face turned pale instantly, and her heartbeat seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The ancient race of centaurs has always occupied a place in human history with its high wisdom and unique culture. Since the ancient Greek era, their figures have constantly appeared in human legends and records. However, communicating with centaurs is by no means easy. Although their knowledge system has a long heritage, it has rarely made progress. They can distinguish a variety of astrological signs and worship sacrificial rituals. In front of such antiques, a straightforward communication method will only hit a wall. In fact, most centaurs are not proud of their race. Even under the cruel selection of natural laws, they are almost facing the fate of being eliminated, and this pride has never wavered. But it is not wise to immerse yourself in the glory of the past. At least, if the centaurs are willing to put down some self-esteem, they may find a way of survival that is more suitable for modern society. Instead of being like now, declining and becoming more and more sensitive, they eventually become like a powder keg that will explode at the slightest provocation. Because of this attitude, it is easy to provoke some people they should not provoke. For example, Yi Ling, don't point your bow and arrow at my friend. Ye Ting said in a cold voice. However, Bane seemed to be immersed in his own world and ignored Ye Ting's warning. Don't speak casually in the Forbidden Forest. You have to know who is the real master. Seeing that Bane's bow and arrow were still pointing at Zhang Qiu, Ye Ting moved. He just waved his hand forward, and the power of the wind element gathered crazily, surging towards Bane like a raging wind in huge waves, causing the centaur to fall back and almost unable to open his eyes. The unexpected attack shocked the centaur. The forbidden forest under the cover of night was very calm, and he didn't even notice where the wind came from. Something is wrong. Bane thought of Ye Ting's action just now, and suddenly realized that it was not natural wind, but the power of magic. But the little wizard didn't hold a wand in his hand, nor did he chant a spell. How did this guy cast magic? Under the impact of the strong wind, Bane had to loosen the bowstring he was holding tightly, and the arrow shot out instantly, but it was seriously deviated from the target due to the influence of the wind and could not hit anyone at all. Then, Ye Ting stomped on the ground suddenly, and the whole person rushed out like an arrow from a string, disappearing without a trace in a dazzling flash. The next moment, his figure seemed to move 10 meters away and appeared directly above Bane. Bane widened his eyes in astonishment, and drew his bow and arrow again, trying to aim at Ye Ting in the air, but it was too late. The young man swooped down from the air like an eagle, rode directly on Bane's back, and tightly pinched his neck with one hand. The centaur felt a strange force coming from the other party's hand, as if to strangle his neck alive. At the same time, the sudden pressure on his back made it almost impossible for him to stand, and his legs softened and he fell to the ground involuntarily. Ye Ting stabilized his body on the centaur's back and relaxed his strength slightly, not directly harming Bane's life, but the brief feeling of suffocation just now was enough to make Bane deeply aware of the potential threat. Ye Ting lowered his head and leaned close to Bane's ear, his voice cold. "I said, don't use your bow and arrow on my friends, understand, Colt? You be asterisk 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 D." The black centaur Bane roared. He was certainly not a Colt, but an adult centaur warrior. Being called so contemptuously, his anger can be imagined. But Ye Ting just increased the strength in his hand a little bit, and said threatening words with a smile, "If you move again, I will just break your neck." Bane immediately felt the pressure from his cervical vertebrae, and the familiar feeling of suffocation came again. He was speechless and could only put down the bow and arrow in his hand obediently. Seeing this, Ye Ting slightly reduced the strength in his hand, allowing Bane to breathe fresh air again. To deal with this kind of guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong, we have to use some hard tactics. Ye Ting thought to himself, while adjusting his sitting position on the horse's back 10 times. To be honest, riding on the back of a centaur feels pretty good, at least it is much more stable than riding a horse. After all, a centaur with a human upper body can better understand the discomfort of humans when facing bumps. Ye Ting even thought for a moment that finding a centaur as a mount seems to be a good choice. But this idea was quickly dispelled by him. If he had to find one, he couldn't find someone like Bane. If it was a female centaur, he might consider it, but a male centaur, forget it. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance, and a group of centaurs with bows and arrows came running wildly. The leader was a red centaur, who shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't move, put down your weapons." In an instant, Ye Ting and Hagrid and others were tightly surrounded by this group of centaurs, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Ye Ting rode on the back of the black centaur Bane. He did not let go, but strangled Bane's neck more forcefully, making sure that once the battle broke out, he would break his neck without mercy. He glanced at the red centaur leader with a cold look, and said in a deep voice, "This centaur leader, it was your people who were rude to us first. They pointed their bows and arrows at my friends." At this point, Ye Ting's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Also, I don't have a strong control over magic. Once I get emotional, my magic will go out of control. You'd better not provoke me, otherwise. I can't guarantee that he won't turn into a charcoal." Ye Ting said, stretching out his empty hand, and without seeing what he did, a glittering thunderball appeared in his hand, and the crackling electric current was creepy. At the same time, Ye Ting showed a nuclear smile. "Calm down, Megorian." Hagrid persuaded loudly, "Ye Ting is a little emotional now, but please believe that we have no ill intentions." Hagrid's words seemed a little pale and powerless. After all, facing the huge group of centaurs in front of him, even a half-blood giant like him had to remain restrained. You know, according to Hagrid's previous experience in dealing with magical animals, if any little cutie dared to show his teeth to him, he would have slapped him 10 times. Unfortunately, there were a little more centaurs in front of him, so he could only persuade him kindly. "We are friends, Megorian," Hagrid continued, "we came here just to provide some help. You shouldn't have set foot here, let alone bring those foals." Megorian interrupted Hagrid, but still put down the bow and arrow and carried it on his back. Of course, it was on his back instead of his horse's back. Then, Megorian turned to Ye Ting and said seriously, "Wizard, I express my sincere apologies to you on your behalf. His impulsiveness and ignorance have caused you trouble. He solemnly promised, now, you can leave with peace of mind. As the leader of the centaurs, I promise you that no centaurs will attack you." With a wave of his arm, the centaurs behind him put down their bows and arrows, stepped back in unison, and made way. "Magri, he is a human. He just attacked me." With the support of his tribe, Bane seemed to feel that he was back on his feet, and roared angrily. "He just rode on me, which was an insult to me." Under the gaze of many tribesmen, he was ridden by a young man like a real horse. How could he bear this humiliation? "Bane, remember our tribe rules." The Red Centaur leader, Magri, also said sternly, "Don't lose your mind because of anger. We centaurs must not attack the foal, even if he is a human." Ye Ting had a good impression of Magri. He jumped off Bane's back lightly, and with a flash of light, he instantly returned to Hagrid's side. Then he felt that he was hugged by Zhang Qiu from behind, and something soft pressed on his back. "Thank you, Ye Ting." Ye Ting felt his face wet, and his soft lips were like a dragonfly touching the water. Then, the hug left. He looked back at Zhang Qiu. It was the first time for the girl to do this. Her face was red, and she shyly turned away when she saw Ye Ting looking at her. On the other side, Bane stood up shakily, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. However, Magri came over, lowered her voice, and her tone was extremely stern. "Bane, don't let anger cloud your mind. Bane growled, his voice full of humiliation, "He rode on me like I was a horse. Megorian 0.5, he insulted me, I must avenge this. Don't forget, you were the first to point the bow and arrow at his friend." Magri's eyes flashed with cold light, staring at Bane closely. "Let's not talk about whether you can beat him or not. Even if you can beat him and kill him to avenge yourself, what will happen next? He is a student of Hogwarts. Do you want to trigger a full-scale war between Dumbledore and us? Do you want the entire Centaur tribe to be buried with your impulse?" Bane lowered his head under Megorian's stern gaze, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Magri tightly grasped Bane's shoulders, his voice as cold as ice. "This is the last time, Bane, remember, don't touch Dumbledore's bottom line, don't hurt Hogwarts students. This is also the bottom line of our centaurs." Ye Ting didn't know the content of the conversation between Magri and Bane, but the originally aggressive Bane was like a deflated ball at this moment, and obediently returned to the centaur team. Afterwards, Bane was surrounded by the centaurs. A red centaur teased, Bane, I really didn't expect that you would be defeated by a human pony. 11. Ronan, don't try this. Bane roared angrily, his hooves constantly digging the ground, that guy can cast spells without a wand, and I was careless for a moment and fell into his trap. If I had shot the arrow at the beginning, he would be the one falling to the ground now. Those animals who died in the Forbidden Forest also thought so. Ronan laughed sarcastically, oh, by the way, did that little master not recite the spell when he cast the spell just now? How should I know? Bane snorted coldly, turned his head away and ignored Ronan. When Bane was teased by his companions, Hagrid, who saw that the atmosphere had eased, took the opportunity to step forward and chat with the centaur leader Magri. "Good evening, Magri." Hagrid greeted enthusiastically, oh, by the way, these are students from Hogwarts, Ye Ting, Zhang Qiu and Susan Bones. He turned to introduce to the students, this is Magri, the leader of the centaur tribe. Ye Ting and others greeted Magari politely. The atmosphere at this moment was much more harmonious than when facing the angry Bane before. "Oh, hello, little pony, you shouldn't have come to the Forbidden Forest so late." Magari nodded to everyone, his eyes lingered on Ye Ting for a while, and awe flashed across his eyes. Being able to create such a thunderball without a wand and silently, this is not something that ordinary people can do. Magari is the one who knows wizards best among the centaurs, and he knows best how powerful wizards like Ye Ting are. "By the way, why did you all run out in the middle of the night, and run to the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider?" Hagrid's tone was a bit complaining, and he was obviously dissatisfied with the actions of the centaurs. Major looked up at the night sky with a solemn expression. "The light of Mars is shining, and the dangerous atmosphere in the Forbidden Forest will become stronger. Can you still see the stars here?" Hagrid looked around suspiciously. "There are spider webs all over the head, and it's quite thick tonight. The light of Mars is more dazzling than usual." Major seemed not to hear Hagrid's words, but just muttered to himself, "And you, Hagrid, the starlight on you is dim, and the power of Mercury is also abnormally weak. What's my relationship with Mercury?" Hagrid was so anxious that he patted Major's shoulder. "Magri, can you say something I can understand? Saturn's power is becoming stable, Hagrid, maybe it's not appropriate to learn more about this tonight." Major sighed. "I don't understand the astrological signs you are talking about." Hagrid muttered, frowning, "But no matter what, I can't watch the Forbidden Forest go wrong. This is my responsibility." Magri looked at Hagrid deeply and shook his head. He couldn't explain it to such a stupid person. However, he finally decided to put aside the riddle of the centaurs and said bluntly, "The light of Mars is very bright now, which usually means that something big is going to happen, maybe war, maybe bloodshed. But those previous incidents were really not done by Aragog and his friends." Hagrid argued, "If they really came out to hunt, we wouldn't even be able to find a complete corpse. Centaurs never retreat, even when facing a giant spider." Magri said passionately, her ponytail swinging in the wind, "Take these little wizards back, this place is not suitable for them. Magri, this is the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid said anxiously, "Once a full-scale war breaks out, you will really die." His tone was very sincere. After all, no matter from which angle you look at it, the centaurs were not superior in numbers. Suddenly, a series of whistles came from the sky in the distance, breaking the stalemate between them. That was the means of communication between the centaurs' hunters. Magri immediately grabbed the bow and arrow and ordered loudly, "Follow me." All the centaurs quickly ran in the direction of the sound, and Hagrid also chased after them with big strides. This made it difficult for Ye Ting and the others. Centaurs have 4 legs, and Hagrid's big and thick legs are twice as long as those of ordinary people. How could these little wizards catch up? Seeing that the girls were running out of breath, Ye Ting simply took out his flying broom, gave the sweeping star to Zhang Qiu, and flew forward with Susan. Soon, they blended into the team of centaurs, which was much safer. Perhaps because of the previous incident, the centaurs did not drive away these uninvited guests. Ronan ran quickly approached the flying boy, and greeted him enthusiastically, "Hey, you are Ye Ting, right? My name is Ronan. That move you just made was so cool. Thank you for the compliment." Ye Ting tilted his head slightly on the broom and glanced at the red-haired centaur youth. "It seems that you have different ideas from Bane. You don't seem to reject wizards." "It's not rejection, I just have different views from him." Ronan explained, "Bane opposes contact with wizards, but I don't think so. In fact, I have tasted the wizard's food, the thing called chocolate frog, which tastes delicious and is simply the most delicious I have ever experienced." Sure enough, in the wizarding world, everyone likes chocolate frogs, even centaurs are no exception. "Do you like chocolate frogs too?" Hearing this, Susan seemed to have found a common topic. She was a little timid at first, but she took the initiative to speak. "Me too, my favorite snack is chocolate frogs." "Want one, Mr. Ronan?" As she spoke, she took out a handful of chocolate frogs from her robe, stuffed one into Ronan's hand, and took out two to give to Ye Ting and Zhang Qiu. After being rejected by Zhang Qiu, she studied medicine. Susan is worthy of being a member of the Badgers. She carries snacks with her anytime and anywhere, and is not afraid of gaining weight. Zhang Qiu is particularly worried about this and often asks Ye Ting if a certain food is 0-calorie. Ye Ting looked back at the girl with glasses, and suddenly felt that it was normal for Susan not to care about this. If Zhang Qiu could also control her fat growth to the key position as accurately as she did, she would not refuse this chocolate frog at all. "Oh, thank you so much, Miss Bones." Ronan nodded politely, then put the chocolate frog into his mouth and savored it carefully. "Ah, I haven't tasted this sweet taste for a long time." The red centaur's voice revealed a hint of nostalgia and sadness, as if recalling the good old days. "Ronan, we will definitely bring you more chocolate frogs next time we come to the Forbidden Forest." Ye Ting rarely met a centaur who was not hostile to wizards, so he naturally wanted to get closer to each other. He even wondered if the business of the Wanyu shop could be developed in the Forbidden Forest. "Thank you. Oh, by the way, do you want this card?" Ronan noticed that Ye Ting accepted Susan's chocolate frog picture card, so he also handed his own to Ye Ting. "Oh, no, you can keep it." Ye Ting noticed the reluctance in Ronan's eyes and politely declined. So, Ronan carefully put the chocolate frog card into his waist pocket. The centaur's tradition rejects wizards' creations, but for some more open centaurs, wizards' exquisite items are precious treasures. With the chocolate frog as a lubricant, Ronan became talkative, and he secretly revealed a secret to Ye Ting: "Don't blame Bane, he's been in a bad mood recently." "What happened?" "His fiancée Twilight Sparkle ran away from the marriage." Ronan's tone was a little sad, but his face showed a bit of gloating. Hearing the gossip, even Zhang Qiu came forward. "Why did she run away from marriage?" she inquired. "Why else? She didn't like Bane." But the tribe had already decided to let Twilight Sparkle marry Bane, and the elders said it was Xingqian's instruction. Twilight Sparkle didn't want to run away. Now everyone is looking for her. Ronan explained. "Who is that elder?" Susan asked the key question. "Bane's uncle." Ronan answered. The three of them fell into silence. Feudal arranged marriages are really deadly, even centaurs are not immune. "Bane's fiancée ran away, what does it have to do with me? I didn't kidnap her, why is he angry with me?" Ye Ting said dissatisfiedly. "He said a fiag for himself." "That's true, but you should also understand Bane's feelings." Ronan whispered, "He is indeed quite pitiful." "Pitiful? Why do I feel that you are gloating?" Ye Ting narrowed his eyes and stared at Ronan. "Are you in love with his fiancée?" "Don't talk nonsense. I have a wife." Ronan's face changed slightly, and he turned his head away uncomfortably. Seeing that Ye Ting was still looking at him suspiciously, he whispered, "At best, he had a little affection for Twilight Sparkle." "Oh." Ye Ting dragged out the tone, looking like he knew it all. "Twilight Sparkle is the most beautiful female centaur in our tribe." Ronan couldn't help but explain, "Which young centaur doesn't like her?" "Hey, have you found Twilight Sparkle?" Zhang Qiu looked up at the whistles in the sky and asked curiously. However, Ronan didn't want to talk about emotional issues anymore. He deliberately avoided answering, staring at the flying broom under Ye Ting, trying to change the subject. "Did you learn this flying broom at Hogwarts? It looks interesting." "Yeah, do you want to try it?" Ye Ting invited enthusiastically, "We can ride one for 3 people, and leave one for you." Ronan's eyes flashed with desire, but when he caught a glimpse of Bane staring at him coldly not far away, he immediately dispelled the idea and waved his hand to refuse. "Forget it, if Bane finds out that you use wizard's things, you will be punished. No wonder you can't catch up with Twilight Sparkle, it's really home." Ye Ting laughed sarcastically and brought the topic back, "Why don't you dare to fight with Bane? Break his 5 legs and see if he dares to be arrogant." Centaurs only have 4, or 6 legs, if you count their hands. Susan pointed out the contradiction in Ye Ting's words in confusion. What's the matter with 5 legs? Zhang Qiu, a sophomore, obviously knew a lot more. He immediately covered his mouth and laughed, and then reminded Susan, ignore this guy, he's too bad. Ronan glanced at Ye Ting and sighed, are all the little wizards in your Hogwarts as aggressive as you? Or are you the only exception? Of course he is the only one. Zhang Qiu did not hesitate to spoil the show. Ye Ting rolled his eyes helplessly. This little girl, after getting familiar with her, she has become not gentle at all. I just saved you. Ronan curled his lips and reminded, in short, even if you have some skills, you'd better be careful later. Once you find something wrong, fly back to the castle on your broom. There is Professor Dumbledore guarding there. It can be said to be the safest place in the world except for the centaurs. What happened? Ye Ting listened to the increasingly dense whistles in the distance, frowning. Did something happen? Ronan chose to remain silent. He just sighed softly, looked up at the starry night sky, and said slowly, Mars is particularly bright tonight. Here it comes again, how come you 610 centaurs only know this? Ye Ting also tried to look up at the sky, but the thick clouds blocked his sight, making him unable to see anything. So, he turned to Ronan and asked, did your centaur's divination reveal any information to you? Ronan couldn't help but slightly straighten his chest when he heard this, and a proud look appeared on his face. Yes, in divination and observing the stars, you wizards are indeed not as good as us centaurs. Ye Ting heard this and refuted it pointedly. Since you are so powerful and can predict the future through the stars, why didn't Bane predict in advance that his fiancée would run away from the marriage? Ronan was speechless for a moment, and the pride on his face froze. Just when he wanted to argue a few words, Major suddenly issued an urgent warning. Ye Ting looked up and found that they had come to a deep lake deep in the forest without knowing when. The bright moonlight poured down on the lake like flowing water, sparkling and breathtakingly beautiful. However, in this picturesque scene, there was a black stain. A black-robed wizard sitting by the lake was eating. He was eating. Yaya seemed to sense the breath of danger and turned to run away, wanting to run back to Hagrid's little house and hide in the safe fireplace. However, after running a few steps, it felt the rope around its neck tighten suddenly, making it almost unable to breathe. But even Hagrid did not move forward. The scene in front of him shocked him and the centaurs. Quirrell sat quietly by the black lake, looking at the body that once belonged to him with complicated eyes. Now, this body is completely controlled by others, and he can only be like the bystander watched helplessly, but could do nothing. This deep sense of powerlessness made him feel extremely painful and fearful. All this shows that the power of the Dark Lord is increasing little by little. Compared with the previous state of sleeping most of the time, the Dark Lord is now more active and powerful. And all this is the effect of sucking unicorn blood. Unicorn blood has magical power, which can prolong life and heal injuries. However, sucking this pure blood will also pay a heavy price, suffering curses and backlash. After Voldemort left Quirrell's back of the head, he attached himself to an animal and searched for the trace of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. After Quirrell, who showed his big bald head, got rid of suspicion a little, the Dark Lord returned to him again and manipulated him to hunt unicorns. Recently, it was him and Voldemort who caused the riot in the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell, do you think that the disappearance of a beautiful creature like a unicorn is a tragedy? This sudden question brought Quirrell back to reality from his chaotic thoughts. He was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was the Dark Lord who was talking to him. Quirrell was confused. He didn't know whether the Dark Lord was exploring the philosophical meaning of this question, or simply talking about the concept of tragedy in literature, or was he moved by the scene and felt sad for the passing of the unicorn? As a former professor of Muggle studies, Quirrell knew a lot about Muggle knowledge. But at this moment, he didn't know how to respond to this question. Because his body had been completely controlled, even the ability to speak was taken away. The Dark Lord didn't seem to really expect Quirrell's answer. He just wanted to find someone to share his thoughts while enjoying this delicious meal. In the past, he always talked to Nagini, although that was also such a soliloquy. Since he came to England, he left Nagini in the Albanian forest and knew how she was doing now. Speaking of which, I think the death of unicorns is indeed a tragedy. Voldemort paused for a moment, then asked himself in a rather romantic tone, when I was wandering in Albania, I met a wandering poet from the Far East. He said something that impressed me: tragedy is to tear all the beauty into pieces for people to see. This sentence is very touching. So, I am also keen on creating such tragedies. Another eerie laugh, like the wail of a night owl, echoed in the night sky. The lake surface sparkled, reflecting the terrible scene. Voldemort opened his mouth, his fawn-like long he bit the unicorn's neck with his teeth and greedily sucked the precious blood. Every drop of blood seemed to contain powerful magic, which made Voldemort feel unprecedented satisfaction. His soul seemed to be cleansed by the unicorn's blood, and he was glowing with new vitality from the inside out. The unicorn's blood was nourishing him, making him gradually rise. This power made him feel that he was gradually getting stronger, and the lost 10 years seemed to be compensated at this moment. The unicorn's blood was like sweet rain, nourishing his dry soul, making him feel that his strength was recovering little by little. As for the unicorn's curse, it was not worth mentioning to Voldemort at all. He once having lost everything, that kind of despair is the most terrible curse for him. Now, he has nothing to lose. He is fearless, only the desire and pursuit of power. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from a distance, interrupting Voldemort's eating. Voldemort raised his head, lifted Quirrell's robe, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth elegantly, looked in the direction of the sound, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. What a disgusting centaur! The leader major witnessed the black-robed wizard cruelly sucking the blood of the unicorn, and his face suddenly surged with a look of indifference. He opened the huge bow, a sharp arrow was on the string, and flashing with cold light. Swoosh! The arrow shot out like a meteor, aiming straight at the black-robed wizard. Voldemort felt the sharp wind of the arrow, but he was not afraid. He let go of the unicorn that had been drained of blood and was dying, letting it fall to the ground, and then tightly grasped Quirrell's wand, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The arrow came through the air, and when it was about to hit Voldemort's face, it suddenly stopped in the air, firmly locked by an invisible force. Voldemort smiled contemptuously, holding the wand in his right hand, and waved it gracefully like a conductor. The arrow drew a beautiful arc and flew back at lightning speed. Puff! The arrow pierced Major's hand holding the bow at an astonishing speed, and blood spurted out. Get lost! Voldemort spat out a word with a cold expression, his eyes full of disdain. You despicable and lowly creatures, don't disturb me from enjoying my meal. At this time, other centaurs also rushed to the scene. Major immediately roared in pain, shoot! Dozens of centaurs pulled their bows and shot arrows at the same time, and dense rain of arrows poured down like a rainstorm. The sky was full of black spots, and the sound of the bowstrings suddenly loosening after being tightened came one after another. However, Voldemort just smiled disdainfully. He gently twisted his wrist and quickly summoned a silver shield in front of him. The arrows hit the shield and bounced off one after another, the ground was instantly filled with scattered arrows, the soil cracked and dust flew. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Voldemort smiled coldly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Although he could not beat the old fox Dumbledore now, he was not bullied by this group of centaurs. He raised his wand high, and a cluster of deep black flames suddenly popped out from the tip of the wand. Although the flame was small, it contained a terrible curse. When it gently touched the lake, it did not go out as ordinary people thought, but burned in a weird way, emitting billowing black smoke. Be careful, it's the fire curse. Ye Ting reminded the centaurs, it can burn everything it touches, even water. Don't touch the flame. The black flame gradually expanded, twisted and struggled under the nourishment of the lake water, and finally turned into a fire snake emitting a deep black light. It seemed to have life. With the guidance of Voldemort's wand, the fire snake suddenly jumped up and pounced on the panicked centaurs. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The fire snake's body expanded rapidly in the flames. Wherever it passed, the trees were instantly swallowed and turned into ashes. It was like an awakened giant beast, sweeping towards the centaurs with an unstoppable momentum. Faced with this sudden and terrifying fire snake, people were completely panicked. Their proud archery and strong physique seemed so insignificant in front of this raging fire. Not to mention Hagrid, as the tyrant of the Forbidden Forest, he completely became a baby in front of Voldemort. Ye Ting originally thought that he had become very strong after obtaining so many God's eyes. But when he met Voldemort, and the Voldemort attached to Quirrell, he realized it. Even the current Voldemort was not something he could defeat in a short time. His current strength might be stronger than that of people like Snape, but there was still a small gap compared to the real strong people in the magic world. He gritted his teeth and decided to ignore Voldemort and focus on dealing with Fiendfire first. However, before that, he had to settle his companions. "Susan, don't follow me." Ye Ting turned to the girl behind him. Wei and Zhang Qiu ride 10 brooms. The girl sobbed and got off the Nimbus 2000 obediently. She knew very well that she was just a burden to Ye Ting now. Or, let's go back. Zhang Qiu looked at Ye Ting worriedly. Can't such a dangerous thing be handed over to the professors? Why do you have to stand up? I can't just watch them destroy the Forbidden Forest. Ye Ting shook his head. This is my property. Of course, he didn't say the latter sentence. Then you, be careful. Susan wiped her tears and crawled behind Zhang Qiu. Don't worry, I'm sure. Ye Ting said, and took out 3 more bottles of potion and handed them 2 bottles. This is the anti-fierce potion, the same kind we drank in Snape's level. If I don't stop the fierce, you drink it immediately. Then, he drank a bottle himself. Then, he stood in front of the centaurs and waved his hand, and layers of golden ripples rippled in the air, like ripples on the water. With this golden fluctuation, flasks gradually appeared, as if they had descended from another world. These flasks were sealed with stoppers, and blue crystals floated in the bottles. Go, wind spirits. With Ye Ting's order, flasks were shot out by golden ripples and smashed in front of Ye Ting. At the moment the flask was broken, the sealed huge wind spirit broke free from its shackles, flapped its huge blue wings, and danced in front of Ye Ting. They rolled up vortices, as if to draw everything around them into their period. Each vortex was like a small tornado, whistling and spinning with destructive power. This is the wonderful thing about Sucrose's ultimate move. It exists in the form of alchemical potions, allowing Ye Ting to store a large amount of such power in advance. This time, Ye Ting almost used up all his stocks. However, facing Voldemort's ferocious fire snakes, these wind spirits did not seem to achieve the expected effect. The fire snakes were still raging, as if they were not affected by the wind at all. There were even wind spirits that were instantly swallowed up when they tried to approach the fire snakes, turning into fuel for the fierce fire. That's right, how could this terrible cursed flame be affected by ordinary wind? Seeing this, Ye Ting shook his head. It seems that I have to come in person. He raised his hands in the air, and the invisible wind around him seemed to be summoned, gently lifting him up, making him seem to be suspended in the air. At the same time, the eyes of God all over his body lit up, the necklace on his neck, the ring on his fingers, the end of the magic wand, all flashed with dazzling light. This indicated that Ye Ting's magic power had been fully activated. The wind spirits who were fighting on their own seemed to feel Ye Ting's power. They gathered in the direction of Ye Ting and wrapped him tightly. At this moment, Ye Ting seemed to have become the incarnation of wind, and his surroundings had almost become a substantial blue world. Then, next, Yi Xiangqian stretched out his 10-song hands. Imitation, Poem of the Wind God. Instantly, the violent wind that enveloped the surroundings condensed and compressed frantically in front of him, gradually forming a huge wind core. The wind elements inside the wind core were extremely dense, and the color became darker, like a deep black hole, as if it wanted to swallow everything. So, what did that sentence say? Ye Ting raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on Li Hua in the distance. Don't think about escaping. He gently pushed his hand, and the wind core that gathered all the power of the wind spirits whistled towards Li Hua. The black fire snake was dozens of meters long, and the heat wave hit his face while circling and dancing, as if he wanted to devour the wind core like devouring the wind spirit. However, when the fire snake touched the wind core, the situation was reversed. Li Hua was torn and rolled into the wind core continuously as if being sucked by a whale. The black hole-like wind core greedily devoured the black flames, as if it was never satisfied. Voldemort's face was gloomy and uncertain. He absorbed a lot of unicorn blood to enhance his strength, and now he was able to control Quirrell's body. However, the upper limit of his strength was limited to Quirrell himself. Quirrell's strength was indeed good. Under Voldemort's careful teaching, he was even able to sneak into Gringotts and escape from the pursuit of the Aurors. But that was all. At this moment, facing Ye Ting's strange and powerful magic, he seemed helpless. In his state, creating such a huge fierce fire and barely controlling it was already the limit. Now encountering such a strange magic, he had no ability to resist at all. Seeing that the situation was not good, Voldemort hurriedly tried to control the fire snake to escape from the restraint of the wind core. However, although the cursed fire could devour ordinary wind spirits, it seemed so powerless in front of the poem of the wind god. Under Ye Ting's control, the wind core chased closely, and the embarrassed fire snake fled everywhere, but was sucked smaller and smaller. In the end, the entire fire snake was controlled by Yuan Yuanjing in the wind core. A potential disaster that could destroy the Forbidden Forest was turned into nothingness in Ye Ting's hands. However, Ye Ting was not satisfied. He controlled the wind core and flew straight to Voldemort. This scared him. Even Fiendfire couldn't stop this thing. If he touched it, he would definitely be sucked in. You know, the wind core is full of Fiendfire now. If he was sucked in, he would be finished. A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. So Voldemort instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and hurriedly fled to the distance. Ye Ting controlled the wind core to chase closely, but he also knew that he was reluctant to use Sucrose's ultimate move to simulate the power of the wind god. This wind core is extremely unstable and difficult to control from a long distance. In desperation, Ye Zhong had to give up the pursuit. Now, there was another problem troubling him. What should be done with Fiery Flame? He had not yet studied the dark magic, let alone understood the counter-curse of Fiery Flame Curse. He had not foreseen that he would face such trouble so soon. At this moment, he was concentrating on controlling the wind core, and there was no way to distract himself to cast other spells to eliminate Fiery Flame. As time went by, the elemental energy in the wind core was gradually consumed, and it was destined not to last too long. If Fiery Flame was not dealt with before the wind core dissipated, the Forbidden Forest would still burn. Just as Ye Ting looked around, looking for an area to release Fiery Flame with the lowest impact on the surrounding environment, support finally arrived. A strange song suddenly sounded in the sky. The sound seemed to come from another world, ethereal and illusory, but with an inspiring power. With a ball of flames rising, the phoenix appeared, and Dumbledore appeared with the phoenix's long golden tail feathers tightly grasped. Fourth update, yesterday's update is made up. Seeing Ye Ting struggling to hold on and the wind core burning with fiendfire, Dumbledore immediately understood the situation. He decisively pointed his wand at the wind core. All spells are over. As a dazzling white light was injected into the wind core, the black flame began to dissipate rapidly. Ye Ting could even feel that his imitation poem of the wind god was a little unstable. It was indeed Dumbledore's spell that could affect his magic. Finally, the fiendfire completely dissipated, and Ye Ting also removed the wind core. The centaurs witnessed the process of the old and the young joining forces to resolve the crisis, and they all cast their eyes in awe. Bane was even more uneasy. He swallowed nervously and decided to follow Major's warning and keep a distance from this little wizard. Dumbledore walked towards Ye Ting, and before the old man could speak, Ye Ting pointed in a direction. "That dark wizard ran over there. I'll chase him, and you go save the unicorn," Dumbledore said concisely, and then rushed in the direction where Voldemort fled. Ye Ting rode on the flying broom, flew towards the lake where the water level had dropped by half a meter, and finally landed on the shore. The silver-white unicorn lay quietly on the ground, with its chest rising and falling like a ripple. Silver-white blood slowly flowed from its neck, but it did not damage its holy and beautiful temperament at all. Although its life fire had not yet been extinguished, this weak vitality made the pain it endured even deeper and longer. Seeing this, Ye Ting immediately used the wind element to gently lift the unicorn, then stepped on the flying broom and flew towards the castle at a high speed. Hagrid looked at this scene and hurriedly shouted, "Do you need my help with anything? Hemostatic drugs, white mulberry, any herbs that can cure diseases, bring them all." Ye Ting's voice floated in the wind, and as his figure gradually faded away, Hagrid could only vaguely hear the boy's instructions. "Send it to the principal's office." And in a dormitory in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione sat on a soft bed, with a comfortable pillow behind her, flipping through a thick magic book in her hands. Next to the pillow, several notebooks were neatly stacked, and a clockwork beetle was placed on the notebook. The beetle spread its wings, revealing its glittering abdomen, emitting a soft blue light. The blue light obviously served as an indicator light, but Hermione developed a new function, using it as a desk lamp at night. This blue light is gentle and not dazzling, very suitable for reading at night. The curtains beside the bed were gently drooped, blocking the leaking light to ensure that it would not disturb the sleep of other roommates. Hermione looked up at the alarm clock hanging beside the bed, and the hour hand pointed to 11 o'clock. She gently closed the book, prepared to finish today's study, turned off the lights and went to bed. There was a history of magic class waiting for her tomorrow morning. There were bursts of whistling sounds outside the window. Hermione was startled by the sudden sound, and she thought a blizzard was coming. So she climbed out of the warm bed, stepped carefully on her furry slippers, and planned to close the window. She walked to the window in her pink nightgown and looked up, only to find that a bright moon was hanging high in the night sky under the dark clouds, and it didn't look like it was going to thunder or snow. A trace of confusion flashed across Hermione's eyes, and then she suddenly widened her eyes and looked into the distance. A black dot flew quickly from the direction of the forbidden forest, so fast that it seemed to tear the night sky apart. The black dot gradually grew larger, and Hermione was surprised to find that it was actually a boy riding a flying broomstick, and there seemed to be a silver-white object floating next to the broomstick. The whistling sound was entirely the sound of breaking through the air caused by high-speed flight. In the moonlight, Hermione relied on her sharp eyesight to clearly see the boy's iconic black hair and handsome face on the flying broomstick. It was Ye Ting. Hermione waved excitedly, and the figure seemed to notice the small figure by the window, and waved, but did not stop flying, but continued to fly towards the window of the principal's office. Seeing this scene, Hermione's heart was first excited, and she didn't expect to see Ye Ting's figure in the middle of the night. Then she saw another flying broomstick breaking through the air, carrying Zhangqiu and Susan. The girl's face suddenly changed. If she could open the window now, she would definitely ask them, "Why are you here too?" But she actually wanted to ask Ye Ting, "Why didn't you call me?" In such a group activity, it's not terrible to be missing people. Whoever is not called will be embarrassed. After waiting for a while, but they didn't come to find her, Hermione realized that she was completely forgotten. BBFJ, she had no choice but to return to bed in disappointment, closed her eyes, and a sense of inexplicable resentment surged in her heart. She whispered softly, "Expel you. Expel you. Expel you sooner or later." Ye Ting was riding a modified Nimbus 2000, and the speed of the flight was too fast. At that moment, his attention was completely focused on the principal's office, so he didn't see who was waving at all. He planned to ride the broom to explore again when he had time to see which little wizard's dormitory it was. At this moment, he approached the castle wall, and the broom suddenly slowed down. He hugged the broom, lowered his body, and accurately passed through the window of the principal's office. The broom drew an elegant arc in the air, braked urgently, and finally stopped steadily in front of a portrait. Ye Ting wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he flew so fast. The owner of the frame, Phineas Black, had fled to the frames of other portraits in panic. He jumped up and cursed angrily, "You little b*******************, D, you are not sleeping in the middle of the night, be careful not to break my portrait." Many portraits looked at Ye Ting in unison. It was the first time they saw a student break into the principal's office through the window instead of the main door. Ye Ting jumped off the broom lightly and apologized sincerely to the portraits. "I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but something happened in the Forbidden Forest." "What happened?" Delis asked curiously. "I saw Professor Dumbledore also hurried out. The Forbidden Forest was attacked." Ye Ting looked solemn. "The situation is quite serious and may affect the safety of Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world." As he spoke, he turned into a table cleaning master and quickly tidied up the table piled with silverware. Then, he gently placed the unicorn on the table and began to carefully examine its injuries. The unicorn's wounds were concentrated on the neck. The wounds were black and swollen, and blood was constantly pouring out of the wounds. The situation was not optimistic. According to Ye Ting's experience, except for the larger tooth holes, the symptoms of the entire wound were more like being bitten by a poisonous snake with blood toxins. Considering that Voldemort has long regarded himself as the heir of Slytherin, perhaps this was done by him controlling some kind of venomous snake, perhaps he directly possessed a venomous snake. If it is just dealing with toxins, it is not difficult. Whether it is the potion in the Harry Potter world or the alchemy potion in Teyvat, there are many special potions for dealing with toxins. At this time, Zhang Qiu and Susan finally rode up on brooms and entered the principal's office in the same way as planned. "Is there anything we can help you with?" Zhang Qiu asked as soon as he got off the broom. "Of course, you take this gauze and help me press the wound of the unicorn." Ye Ting handed the gauze to Zhang Qiu, and the girl nodded and stepped forward to stop the bleeding of the unicorn. Then, Ye Ting put a bunch of experimental equipment on the table. "Susan, help me prepare a bottle of 0.9% saline, you should know how to prepare it." "Of course. I'll come right away." Although a little flustered, Susan quickly got into the state. The girl had been under Ye Ting's guidance in potion class for a long time, and was very familiar with Ye Ting's strange rhetoric. She waved her wand and cast, "Clear water like a spring," to make a large cup of clear water, then weighed and stirred it skillfully, and soon completed the task. Ye Ting took the salt water and took out several potion bottles, including antidote and glucose. He dropped a few drops into the salt water, and then snapped his fingers. A test tube on the table instantly turned into a syringe, and Ye Ting filled the syringe with liquid and then injected it into the unicorn's carotid artery. The effect of the antidote was immediate, and soon the influence of the toxin began to subside, and the unicorn's breath gradually stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, with a flash of fire, another figure appeared in the principal's office. It was Dumbledore. "Principal. Principal Dumbledore." Zhang Qiu and Susan saw him and greeted him hurriedly. Ye Ting was much more casual. He was giving the unicorn an 4 drip at this time. When he saw Dumbledore appear, he asked directly, "How is it, did you catch up?" "Unfortunately, no," Dumbledore sighed, "that dark wizard is really cunning, and he also has dark magic that I have never seen. I'm sorry that I lost him." Ye Ting nodded, which was also within his expectations. Dumbledore appeared about 3 minutes after Voldemort escaped. If he could be caught by Dumbledore, Voldemort would not be able to think about resurrecting, and he would be caught and killed by Dumbledore if he survived. Dumbledore looked at Ye Ting with surprise. "I didn't expect that you are not only talented in magic, but also excellent in potions and medical treatment. I thought you would ask Poppy for help." He could see that the unicorn was in much better condition now. "I can still handle this minor injury and poison, so there's no need to bother Madame Pomfrey. Ye Ting sighed lightly, frowning, but the problem now is that the unicorn is still in critical condition. Some strange black magic has prevented its wound from healing. This is not my specialty. Dumbledore nodded slightly and said calmly, it seems that we need to find someone who has in-depth research in the field of black magic. As he spoke, he walked to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of fleur powder from a jar on the mantelpiece, and sprinkled it on the jumping flame. The flame suddenly changed color and became more blazing. Severus! Dumbledore shouted to the flame, are you there? A figure soon appeared in the flame, and Ye Ting saw Professor Snape's iconic hooked nose at a glance. His voice at this time was as cold as the cold wind on a winter night. What do you want? I need you to come to my office right now. Dumbledore's tone was unquestionable. The figure in the flame was silent for a while, then asked coldly, do you know what time it is now, Mr. Principal? Dumbledore blinked, but you haven't slept yet, have you? I'm just about to go to bed. The voice revealed obvious displeasure. That would be better, so that you won't be delayed in your work time. Dumbledore said with a smile. The flame in the fireplace fell silent for a while, and then Dumbledore urged, come quickly, Severus, I need you now. Don't forget to bring your tools and potions. I'll wait for you in the principal's office. The flames calmed down again, and the color gradually returned to normal. Dumbledore turned around and looked at the three little wizards in front of him with a soft look. Being looked at by the principal like this, Susan and Zhang Qiu subconsciously straightened their chests. I won't ask you why you showed up in the Forbidden Forest late at night, Dumbledore said, but I am proud of you for standing up to protect the Forbidden Forest and now protecting the precious unicorn. This beautiful creature is our Hogwarts treasure, isn't it? These things are actually all thanks to Ye Ting. Zhang Qiu was a little embarrassed, and we could only help out. Susan also nodded repeatedly. But you didn't do anything, did you? Dumbledore blinked, so, Miss Bones and Miss Zhang, I will give you 20 points for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, and Mr. Yi, Ravenclaw 50 points. The little wizards showed joyful expressions. Dumbledore also smiled kindly and said, okay, kids, staying up late is not good for you. Leave the next thing to your professor. I believe we will definitely give you a healthy unicorn. Zhang Qiu and Susan heard this and left the principal's office. Only Ye Ting stayed. Dumbledore looked at him strangely, child, why don't you go back? Nonsense, why should I go back? It was me who stopped Voldemort from killing the unicorn, and it was me who saved its life. As long as I hold on until it wakes up, I can gain a lot of favorability, and even directly take it as a pet. And include it in the collection. The harvest is just around the corner, and now you, old dang, want me to go back. You are the best at intercepting, right? Of course, Ye Ting couldn't tell his true feelings. He pretended to be reluctant and said, I rescued this unicorn with my own hands, so I must see it safe with my own eyes. Hearing what Ye Ting said, Dumbledore's eyes softened a little, and he nodded. Even the strictest headmaster would not have the heart to refuse such a request. In this case, I will allow you to take care of the unicorn until it is healthy. With Ye Ting's ability, the first-year courses are basically of no help to him, so Dumbledore doesn't have to worry that this permission will delay Ye Ting. About 5 minutes later, Professor Snape reluctantly emerged from the fireplace. He looked at Dumbledore with a sullen face, and wanted to complain a few words to let the headmaster know that it was wrong to disturb his private time, but he unexpectedly discovered the existence of Ye Ting. Could it be that this kid was caught for a night out? Snape secretly gloated in his heart. He shrugged his nose, and there was a smell of blood in the air. Turning his head, he saw a white creature lying on the table. Is that a unicorn? Dumbledore, what does this mean? Snape frowned and said unhappily, I do need various magical creatures as materials for potions, but what I lack most is a dragon, not this unicorn. Professor Snape, you misunderstood. Dumbledore explained, this unicorn is not prepared for you. It is injured, and the wound is attached to the black magic, and Ye Ting is helpless. I think this should be your area of expertise, so please come and take a look. Snape's mouth curled up into a sneer. Dumbledore's research in the field of dark magic is deeper than anyone else. Why don't we look for him for such a group? He glanced at Ye Ting, took a look and cursed in his heart. This old fox, in order to prevent his students from knowing that he is proficient in black magic, he pushed all this dirty work to me. He snorted coldly and casually checked the unicorn's wound. He wanted to find an excuse to shirk, but as he observed more deeply, his face gradually became solemn. Finally, he looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who did this?" Even if the Wolf King of the Wolf Pack disappeared without a trace, once an ordinary male wolf smelled the unique smell of urine on the tree, it would immediately recognize that it was the breath of Wolf Ugly. At this moment, Snape was like that sharp male wolf. He smelled the familiar smell of urine of his former boss, the Dark Lord, in the traces of black magic. That cold and evil breath was familiar to him. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a wizard attacked this unicorn and tried to suck its blood. Dumbledore was reluctant to say more. He looked calm and urged calmly, "Severus, cast your healing magic quickly. I will explain the rest to you in detail later." Snape's lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something. However, he chose to remain silent after all, holding the wand tightly, aiming at the unicorn's deep wound. He whispered a series of complex spells, then hurried back to his office, retrieved a bottle of golden mysterious liquid, and carefully poured it into the unicorn's mouth. The dark magic should be completely eliminated soon. If it relapses, give it another drop. Snape put the potion bottle on the table. Seeing Ye Ting put away the bottle, Snape's eyes turned to him involuntarily. He pursed his lips, his voice was a bit inquiring. "I'm curious, Ye Ting, why are you here in the middle of the night?" "I'm here to heal this unicorn, Professor Snape." Ye Ting answered evasively, "It was already seriously injured and poisoned before it was cursed. I just stabilized its injuries before you came." Snape looked at Ye Ting's attire, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "You are wearing a formal suit in the middle of the night, and there are so many dead leaves on it. Did you just come back from the Forbidden Forest?" "Principal, how should we deal with students who break into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night according to school rules?" He looked at Dumbledore again. In the portrait, Phineas, who was pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Such behavior should be immediately removed." "Thank you for your advice, Phineas." Snape's mouth curled up a malicious smile. "No wonder everyone praises you as the most outstanding headmaster of Hogwarts." "I think so too." Phineas stroked his goatee and talked business with Snape. "Severus, I am optimistic about you, and I believe you can ascend to the throne of headmaster earlier than Minerva." Hearing this, the former headmasters on the wall no longer remained silent and began to have a fierce debate with Phineas, especially those headmasters from Ravenclaw, who were filled with righteous indignation. "Since Ye Ting violated school rules and entered the Forbidden Forest late at night, I think 50 points should be deducted from Ravenclaw's score." Snape announced in his unique greasy voice, "Is this punishment reasonable, Dumbledore?" The old man closed his eyes and nodded slightly. "It is indeed an appropriate punishment." Snape raised a smug smile at the corner of his mouth, and almost laughed out loud in gloating, but he didn't know that Dumbledore had already added 50 points to Ye Ting before he arrived. Perhaps Dumbledore had already foreseen this. At this moment, the door was suddenly slammed open, and Hagrid's burly body rushed in hurriedly. He held a huge dragon skin bag tightly in his arms and threw it heavily on the ground with a bang. "Am I not late, Professor Dumbledore?" Hagrid asked anxiously, "And Ye Ting, these are the herbs you wanted. How is the unicorn?" The mouth of the dragon skin bag was tightly wrapped with the soft long hair of the unicorn. Ye Ting carefully untied it and then opened the bag. White fresh, two-eared grass, clawhop, all kinds of precious herbs filled a large bag as if they were free, which was amazing. He was a little shocked. How many good things did Hagrid hide? I had taken a lot of materials from Hagrid's hut before, so how could there be more now? Snape sat leisurely in a chair, gently holding a cup of fragrant tea and savoring it carefully. He thought it was just an inconspicuous bag, but when the pile of herbs came into view, his eyes widened, full of astonishment, and he almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "Hagrid, you didn't move Professor Sprout's entire greenhouse here." "Ah, Professor Snape, you're in one or two." Hagrid seemed to have just noticed his presence. He scratched his messy hair awkwardly and explained, "I picked these up in the Forbidden Forest." Snape was speechless. He had also been deep into the Forbidden Forest. How come he had never encountered such a good thing? Ye Ting noticed that Snape had put down his teacup, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly. He quickly tied the mouth of the herb bag tightly, as if he was afraid that it would be robbed. "Hagrid, thank you so much, these herbs mean a lot to me, I will definitely be able to completely cure the unicorn, don't worry." Ye Ting immediately declared his sovereignty. "Then I'm relieved." Hagrid smiled honestly. Ye Ting dragged the herb bag and was about to put it into his hat. Seeing Snape approaching, he waved his hand and refused, "Professor, I can move this myself, no need to trouble you." "Aren't you going to rest? Please go back." Snape was stunned and felt angry. He wanted to find an excuse to deduct points from Ye Ting, but found that he couldn't find a suitable reason when he had already deducted 50 points. His eyes involuntarily fell on the big bag of herbs, and he swallowed hard. As a potion master, he knew the value of these herbs very well, especially at the beginning of the school year, when a batch of important materials were lost in his private storage room, resulting in a shortage of herbs now. As for why he didn't make money from selling potions to buy herbs, wouldn't that be like begging on your knees? Now, this big bag of free herbs in front of him was undoubtedly a huge temptation for him. Snape discussed with Ye Ting in a gentle tone he had never used before, "I think it is more appropriate for me to handle this bag of herbs. After all, the potion used to treat the unicorn is expensive, and I need some compensation." Ye Ting smiled slightly and blinked, saying, "Professor, the unicorn is not mine. You treated it out of your kindness and medical ethics. The compensation should be given to you by the school, not me." As he said that, he hugged the dragon skin bag tighter. "These herbs were given to me by Hagrid personally, and now they have become my personal property. If you need compensation from the school, perhaps you should discuss it with Professor Sprout." Snape's face suddenly became gloomy when he heard this, as if he saw something unpleasant and dirty. He suppressed his discomfort and said insincerely, "Ye Ting, your act of rescuing the unicorn is indeed worthy of praise. Ravenclaw may add 50, or even 100 points for this. Professor Dumbledore, what do you think?" Dumbledore still had a smiling face. "This is a very fair suggestion, Severus. I am very pleased with your flexible use of school rules and your rigorous attitude towards adding and deducting points." Snape couldn't tell for a moment whether the headmaster was really praising him or teasing him implicitly. But it didn't matter. He kept asking, "Then these herbs, Ye Ting, why not share half with Professor Snape?" Dumbledore suggested, "After all, it's more difficult to get Professor Snape to give extra points than to have him deduct points from Slytherin. Please for flowers." Snape snorted coldly, secretly thinking about finding an opportunity to deduct them back in the future. Then, he began to pick herbs proudly. He picked out the precious, old, and high-quality ones for himself, and left the inferior ones for Ye Ting. Just then, Hagrid whispered to Ye Ting, "Ye Ting, if you still need herbs, I have plenty, several large bags. Sometimes I use them as fodder to feed thestrals and hippogriffs." Snape. He suddenly regretted why he only knew not to provoke Professor Sprout and why he forgot to get along well with Hagrid. Sure enough, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Hogwarts. When Ye Ting and Hagrid finally left with the unicorn, Professor Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and the bloody smell in the room instantly disappeared. He walked slowly to the window. The moonlight was like water, reflecting his deep eyes. He turned his head and looked at Hogwarts outside the window, the land he had guarded for many years. After the previous Quidditch game and the Forbidden Forest incident tonight, he had locked Tom's hiding place. He thought Tom would be more cautious before getting the Philosopher's Stone, but he didn't expect the other party to be so impatient that he would directly cause trouble in the Forbidden Forest. Tom's ambition is already obvious, but his arrogance means that he is ready to abandon Quirrell and start a new conspiracy. Dumbledore sighed softly and turned his eyes to the Gryffindor Tower, as if he could see Harry's bedroom through the night. He placed the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts not only to lure Voldemort, but also to further observe his movements and to temper Harry's will and ability. However, Harry's growth rate did not seem to meet expectations, but some of the little Lius who were not the first target were tested. It seems that he needs to reveal more clues to help Harry. The unicorn's injuries have gradually stabilized, but it still needs to rest and recuperate. For this reason, Ye Ting and Hagrid specially set up an exclusive territory for it next to Hagrid's hut and fenced it off to ensure that the unicorn can rest in peace in an undisturbed environment. Ye Ting was busy until the second half of the night before he fell asleep. As soon as it was dawn, he rushed to Hagrid's hut to visit the unicorn. The seriously injured unicorn had just woken up from a coma and was very weak. This is actually a half-grown unicorn, which has just left its infancy, but has not fully grown up, so it still has some golden hair that only young unicorns have. However, due to the injury and inability to take care of it, its hair is dirty and even tangled in some places. But when Ye Ting approached, the weak unicorn still took the initiative to raise its head and approached Ye Ting to be intimate. Didn't it say that unicorns only get close to virgins? Perhaps, Ye Ting's breath was affected by the eye of God and became different. Or perhaps, although the unicorn was in a coma last night, it could still vaguely sense the breath of its savior. But no matter what, the unicorn's closeness made Ye Ting very happy, and it also facilitated his work of changing the dressing. Originally, he was ready to ask Zhang Qiu or Susan for help. When changing the dressing, Ye Ting could see that the unicorn's wound had basically healed under the effect of magic and potions. The weakness now is just because of excessive blood loss, which is not so easy to recover. However, Ye Ting also has a solution for this. Come on, little guy, you should like this. Ye Ting took out a plate of 8 treasure rice from today's feather hat. To be precise, it is peace in all directions. Cooked with a variety of pure vegetarian ingredients such as rice, lotus pods, raspberries, carrots, etc., the sweet food is beautifully arranged on the sweet glutinous rice, implying prosperity and peace in the world. This is a dish from the world of Teyvat. Ye Ting had collected a lot of miscellaneous things in the room of requirement before, and this recipe was included in the reward given by the system. Although it cannot directly heal injuries like magic potions, these Teyvat dishes do have the ability to restore vitality. Ye Ting actually has a lot of recipes that can restore blood, and peace in all directions is specially selected by him. After all, different animals have different tastes. Ye Ting can't feed the vegetarian unicorn with sweet flour stuffed chicken. Ye Ting didn't know whether the unicorns would like peace in all directions, but he knew that the Qilin in Teyvat liked to eat this stuff. Ye Ting's judgment was correct. Seeing this plate of sweet rice, the unicorn's eyes lit up, as if it had seen something delicious. It came up without hesitation and began to devour it. After a few mouthfuls of peace in all directions, the unicorn's originally sluggish spirit improved significantly. Seeing that the unicorn had recovered its spirit, Ye Ting used the clear spring spell to summon spring water and gave it a bath. Ye Ting heard that ancient knights would use this method to close the distance with their mounts, and he thought that this method should also be used on unicorns. Unicorns are originally clean animals, and most of their habitats are near water. If it hadn't been so weak before, it would definitely not let itself maintain a dirty appearance. Therefore, Ye Ting's move was to scratch the unicorn's itch, and it lay obediently on the grass, allowing Ye Ting to do whatever he wanted to it. But when Ye Ting tried to clean its horn, the unicorn turned its head away. The horn is the hardest part of the unicorn and its most precious thing, just like the sword of a knight or the staff of a wizard. Unicorn partners will even caress the horn to show intimacy. It can be said that the person who can touch the horn of a unicorn is either its enemy or its most important person. Although Ye Ting saved the unicorn's life, the time they spent together was too short. If they want to touch the horn, it will obviously take time to cultivate feelings. All we can say is that there is a long way to go. When the day comes that Ye Ting can touch its horn as he pleases, it means that he has completely conquered this unicorn and can turn it into a pet and collection. This early morning, Ye Ting spent a lot of time cooking and taking care of the unicorn. He was undoubtedly late for the history of magic in the morning. Levin Green, you are late. Professor Binns' voice was cold, 2 points deducted from Slytherin. Professor Binns had completely recognized the wrong person, but this was a common occurrence for him. Ye Ting heard this and immediately became excited. Professor Binns, I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. To express my apology, I think it would be more appropriate to deduct 10 points. Professor Binns frowned slightly, but under Ye Ting's insistence, he finally compromised. Okay, then deduct 5 points. A small noise suddenly broke out in the originally dead classroom. This class was taught by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor together, and the little lions praised Ye Ting's behavior. Ye Ting also smiled, then strode into the classroom and sat down in the empty seat next to Hermione. He turned his head to look at Hermione, who was concentrating on taking notes, and asked softly, "Where are we talking about?" Hermione didn't even raise her head, and the pen in her hand quickly crossed the paper. The Roman Wizard Lords' Council has been discussed, and now we are talking about Christianity. She explained in a low voice, pointing to her notes with a pen. You see, Jesus used magic to deceive muggles. He walked on the water, but he actually used the floating spell, and then he kept taking out bread and salted fish from the bag of the space extension spell, pretending that it was an endless supply of food, confusing many muggles. Hermione generously pushed the notebook to Ye Ting so that he could see the key points more clearly. She also made a striking mark with a colored pen next to the spell used by Jesus. This was obviously a must-test point for the final exam. Professor Binns continued to narrate in his unique monotonous tone. At the beginning of the establishment of the Roman Wizard Lords Conference, wizards set rules that prohibited the use of the identity of gods to deceive muggles. Therefore, Jesus' large-scale fraud naturally caused strong dissatisfaction among the wizard lords. He paused and continued. Among them, a wizard lord named Satan couldn't stand it and decided to stand up and stop Jesus. But unfortunately, Jesus' magic power was almost unmatched at that time. He not only defeated Satan, but also maliciously slandered Satan in front of muggles, calling Satan a devil. It is worth mentioning that Satan is also a Parseltongue. Ye Ting patiently listened to the class for a while, but he still felt bored, so he took out a book, Ancient Runes, and started reading. Compared with Professor Binns' boring voice, these ancient texts and symbols attracted his interest more. Hermione glanced at him from time to time, and finally couldn't help but said, "Don't you have anything to share with me?" Ye Ting raised his head, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Share what? You came so late today, you must have done something bad last night." "Don't tell me." Hermione stared at him and smiled mysteriously. Seeing Ye Ting wanted to say something, Hermione raised her hand to stop him. "Don't tell me what you did specifically." Then, the girl stared at the boy's eyes and said provocatively, "Believe it or not, I can roughly guess where you went and what you did last night by observing the details of your clothes and facial expressions. How about it, do you dare to bet?" Ye Ting immediately became excited after hearing this. "How come I didn't know that there was a Miss Holmes hiding in Hogwarts?" He smiled and responded, "What bet? Or 1 galleon? 1 galleon? Too little." Hermione shook her head excitedly. "If you want to bet, bet big, do you dare?" Ye Ting raised his eyebrows, leaned back slightly, looked at the girl in front of him with a slightly red cheek, and laughed in his heart. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Forget it, I'm not betting with you." "Why? Hurry up and bet with me, I'm not sure I will win." Hermione pulled Ye Ting's sleeve unwillingly, with a hint of "come and take advantage of me" written all over her face. However, Ye Ting was as unmoved as a stone statue, as if his spirit was sucked into the book by the ancient magic pattern. "Hermione, he reminded the girl while reading the book, next time you want to lure others into a bet, remember not to be so impatient. You have to learn to wait patiently, and the prey will automatically take the bait. You are so impatient. Even a fool can see your intention. Hermione glared at Ye Ting fiercely, her bright eyes full of frustration. Looking at Ye Ting's smug look, she wrinkled her small nose in dissatisfaction and asked, "How can you be so skilled? Tell me honestly, in addition to cheating me of that one galleon, how many innocent girls have you cheated?" "Just that one galleon, you hated me for a whole semester." Ye Ting shrugged helplessly. "I will remember you forever." Hermione said firmly with eyes wide open, "I will win back my money with interest sooner or later, otherwise I won't be named Granger. Even if you share my last name, you can't win back." Ye Ting teased, but he didn't expect Hermione to suddenly get angry and hit him with her fist. He dodged and begged for mercy. "Hey, why are you hitting me? Stop it. Hermione, isn't it okay that I was wrong?" The fight between the two in class attracted the attention of Professor Binns. The professor was so angry that his face turned blue, and he deducted 5 points from Slytherin without hesitation. Ye Ting was still making a fuss until Slytherin was deducted 5 points again, and then he calmed down and sat on the stool honestly. He pretended to think for a while, then suddenly realized and said, "I know. No wonder you are so confident to bet with me. You were the one waving at the window last night, weren't you?" Hermione looked at him with a confused face. "Don't pretend." Ye Ting laughed jokingly. "Do you want me to ride a flying broom tonight and go to that window to check if it is the window of your dormitory? Spying in the girls' dormitory? You are so brave, be careful that Professor McGonagall will find you in trouble." At this point, Hermione suddenly got angry. "By the way, what were you doing in the Forbidden Forest last night? Why didn't you ask me to go with you?" "That's right." Ye Ting shrugged helplessly. "If I had planned it in advance, I would definitely ask you." He briefly recounted what happened last night, but deliberately concealed the true identity of the black-robed wizard, and only vaguely said that it might be a dark wizard or a poacher. "Is the Forbidden Forest really that dangerous?" Hermione glanced at Ye Ting in dissatisfaction. "Then why do you still take the risk?" "How would I know? I'm just curious." Ye Ting smiled easily, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "How is the injured unicorn?" Hermione's curiosity was aroused. "It's out of danger and is currently receiving treatment." Ye Ting replied, "I can take you to see it when it recovers." "Great, it's a unicorn." Hermione jumped up excitedly, and the feather pen in her hand also danced with it. Suddenly, she looked up at the window, her eyes flashing with surprise. "Wow, it's snowing heavily." Ye Ting also turned her head and saw snowflakes falling in the foggy sky. It was not the kind of light snow that melted away soon after it fell, but a real heavy snow, as if it was going to dye the whole world white. Hermione couldn't wait to reach out her hand, eagerly waiting for the snowflakes to fall in her palm. She raised her head, letting the snowflakes touch her cheeks, and murmured happily, "Winter is finally here." On Christmas Eve, Hogwarts was hit by a heavy snowfall. The entire castle was covered with thick snow, as if it had turned into a crystal-clear glass world. Even the surface of the Black Lake was covered with a thick layer of ice, becoming a ski resort for the little wizards to play. Although the wind and snow were raging outside, the thick walls of the lounge kept the cold out, creating a warm haven for the little wizards. In the public lounge, the fire was burning, emitting a blazing light, making the surroundings warm. The little wizards liked to gather around the fire, enjoying the warmth of the flames, listening to the beautiful melody of the firewood crackling in the fire, chatting, reading or doing homework. But the situation between different colleges is still different. On weekdays, the big squid that likes to spray water and play on the water surface can only dive into the water obediently, lying helplessly on the ceiling of the Slytherin common room. It knocked hard with its tentacles, sending a distress signal to the little wizards, hoping that they could help it break the thick ice. When the little wizards in Slytherin saw this behemoth, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous, fearing that it would accidentally break the glass on the ceiling. You know, that thin layer of glass is the only barrier between them and the Black Lake. Once it breaks, the surging lake water will instantly flood the entire lounge, and the consequences will be disastrous. At the same time, the students of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are also worried about another thing. They live in a towering tower. Although the snow scenery is beautiful, it can't be eaten after all. Every day they have to leave the warm common room and walk from the 8th floor to the hall in the biting cold wind. Not to mention the moving stairs, the little wizards are fighting wits and courage with them every day, as if testing their patience and courage. In order to have breakfast, they are all frozen like little chickens. How can they enjoy the food? However, the Hufflepuff common room is a different scene. Although there is not enough sunlight there, the kitchen is close. Students can eat hot meals without leaving home. This is simply a heavenly treatment 4.0. Speaking of this, we have to mention the superiority of the common room. What a good view and scenery on the top of the tower, what a Black Lake view room where you can see fish. These are all clouds in the eyes of Hufflepuff students. Close to the kitchen, this is the hard truth. This advantage is enough to beat all other colleges. In addition to the little wizards, the heavy snow also brought a lot of trouble to the owls. They had to brave the wind and snow and insist on completing the task of sending letters. In the snowy weather, the cost of sending letters in the owl house has risen several times. The school owls are not voluntary labor. These smart little guys will ask the little wizards for some rewards, perhaps delicious food, or a few shining copper nuts. In this way, after completing the task of delivering letters, they can find the administrator to exchange for a hearty meal. But now, the situation is very different. It is snowing heavily outside, and most of the school owls are unwilling to go out for field work. They prefer to squeeze in the warm shed to avoid the wind and snow. Unless the reward you give is tempting enough. This change directly affected Ye Ting. With Dumbledore's introduction, Ye Ting successfully became a pen pal with Nicholas Flamel, and they often exchanged their experiences in alchemy with each other. However, as the owls strike, the frequency of communication between them gradually increased from once every 2 days to once every 3 to 5 days. As the semester came to an end, professors also adjusted their teaching methods. Professor Flitwick enthusiastically took out the dual championship trophy he had treasured for many years, which was the glory of his youth. He invited several young wizards to compete with him with the magic they learned this semester. Although it was just a friendly match, the tense and exciting atmosphere made the students excited. At the same time, Professor McGonagall took a group of young wizards to play snowman magic in the snow. She not only taught students how to make snowmen come alive, but also made a group of snowmen by hand, and commanded them to launch a unique snowman war. Ye Ting knew that this was a simplified version of the chess level. In Professor Sprout's herbology class, she introduced a magical plant to students, the fire seed bush. This plant has no leaves, but grows a burning fire. The seeds of the fire seed bush are a very important magical material, called the fire seed. This smoldering seed can be used in potions to add fire elements and add spicy flavor. Another popular use of fire seeds is hatching eggs. Dragonologists since ancient times have discovered this use of fire seeds. And now, it has become a hand warmer for young wizards. Fire seeds can be used in some potions. Professor Sprout reminded, before picking, everyone should make sure that the fire on the bushes is completely extinguished. However, when it comes to the most headache-inducing course for students, it must be Snape's potion class. The underground classroom was cold and damp, and Professor Snape was even reluctant to light the fireplace. The classroom was as cold as a morgue, and the students could only huddle around the crucible and keep warm by the hot potion inside. The mist they exhaled condensed into a ball in front of them, intertwining with the steaming hot air in the pot. In this weather, the One U shop just launched a series of accessories such as cold-proof badges, cold-proof rings, and cold-proof necklaces, and once again made a lot of money. The badges, which cost 2 gold galleons each, were sold out on the first day of release, with sales reaching dozens of pieces. This is the fastest selling product since the opening of the Wanyu shop. It is even faster than robbing money. One cannot help but admire their business acumen. In the final analysis, this is the essential difference between non-essential entertainment products and daily necessities. Fortunately, these cold-proof accessories are relatively simple to make compared to the difficult alchemy products such as the clockwork beetle. This also gave other members of the Wanyu shop the opportunity to participate in the manufacturing. While assisting Ye Ting, they can also learn some basic alchemy. Therefore, the production speed of cold-proof accessories can fully meet the enthusiastic needs of young wizards. In fact, it is not that there are no other young wizards who try to imitate Ye Ting to sell some cold-proof products. Hogwarts is full of hidden talents, and many senior wizards can also do alchemy. But their problem is that they have no stable channels for purchasing materials, so they can only produce works in small batches, but they cannot reinvest the money they earn into production. It is a complete one-off business. In addition to technology, a stable source of raw materials is the core competitive advantage of Wanyu shop. During this period, Ye Ting also made a cold-proof ornament for the unicorn and put it on the little guy's neck. The days are getting closer and closer to Christmas. On the last day before the holiday, Ye Ting and Susan finished the potion class and walked out of the dark underground classroom. In the corridor ahead, a towering fir tree stood, covering the road tightly. The two huge feet that emerged from the bottom of the tree, accompanied by heavy breathing, made it obvious who was behind the tree. Of course it was Hagrid. "Hagrid, do you need help?" Susan asked curiously, poking her head through the dense branches. "No, I've got it all done." Hagrid responded in a deep voice, "Let's go to the restaurant." Entering the hall, a gorgeous and beautiful scene came into view. The solid wood chairs and silk curtains were brand new, and the white walls were hung with hanging flower ribbons woven from holly and mistletoe, adding a festive touch to the entire space. The towering Christmas trees stood neatly, with a total of 11 trees, some of which were decorated with crystal-clear icicles, and some were lit with hundreds of candles, shining brightly. On the transparent magic ceiling, the gray sky outside was looming. Snowflakes fell like catkins, as if the ceiling had really disappeared, making people feel like they were in a real snow scene. Ye Ting was curious and stretched out his hand to try to catch the falling snowflakes. Unexpectedly, the snowflakes actually fell into his palms, and the cold feeling was no different from real snowflakes. At this moment, it seemed that snow was really falling in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. "Ah, Hagrid, you are finally here. Is this the last tree? Hurry, put it in the corner over there and align it with the one opposite." Professor Flitwick's sharp voice sounded, and Ye Ting realized that his college professor was standing next to Hagrid's calf. As he spoke, he sprayed a string of golden bubbles with his wand, which lightly hung on the branches of the fir tree like festive lanterns. At the same time, Professor McGonagall was concentrating on transforming buckets of milky white liquid into magical snowflakes, which fluttered down the branches of the Christmas tree. Ye Ting finally knew where the snow in the hall came from. He secretly stretched out a finger, dipped it lightly in the bucket while Professor McGonagall was not paying attention, and then tasted it carefully. Well, it turned out to be milk. The snowflakes of milk were falling in the sky, creating a fairy tale atmosphere. Ye Ting unexpectedly discovered that the Christmas atmosphere at Hogwarts was even stronger than the atmosphere during the Wuxia New Year in his previous life. He recalled the time before he traveled through time, when fireworks and firecrackers were completely banned in big cities, and even related shops were banned, and the Wuxia New Year had long lost its former flavor. But here, the festive atmosphere is so strong that people are intoxicated. However, at the same time, a confusion came to his mind. Why do these wizards celebrate Christmas? The previous magic history class also said that in the wizard's cognition, the gods in Muggle mythology, including Jesus, are actually just ancient wizards. So why do they commemorate an ancient wizard? This question lingered in Ye Ting's heart, and he was at a loss. It was exactly noon. After visiting the professors who set up the Christmas scene, Ye Ting ran away from the Gryffindor table and sat next to Hermione. Not long after, Zhang Qiu also sat over. They didn't have fixed seats, and always chose to sit at a table with fewer people. As a Hufflepuff student, Susan often invited everyone to have lunch at the Hufflepuff table. Ye Ting was even more casual, and even sat at the Slytherin table. Of course, no one dared to speak rudely in front of him now, let alone insult him as a mudblood or show any disgust. Especially when he held the wand in his hand and smiled kindly, his majesty was intimidating. Although Ye Ting was born a Muggle, he was too strong. He made a great reputation in Slytherin in the first week of school. Boys didn't dare to provoke him and girls didn't want to provoke him. After all, it is 9119, and Voldemort's shadow has dissipated for 11 years. That extreme pureblood theory has long been abandoned by the times, at least on the surface, no one dares to publicize it. Moreover, there are also mixed-blood wizards in Slytherin College. At this time, the twins are studying their homework at the long table of Gryffindor. Obviously, the Christmas holiday is coming, but the professors don't seem to take this into consideration, or rather, take this into consideration on purpose, and assign a lot of homework to the students. Is it possible for people to have a good Christmas holiday? Looking at the homework that filled 8 inches of parchment with questions alone, George threw the quill in his hand on the table in anger. Hermione snorted in dissatisfaction and mocked, "Come on, you should do your homework honestly. Otherwise, when you come back from the holiday, the professors will take turns to put you in detention." At this point, Hermione had to admit that the amount of homework for this Christmas holiday was indeed a bit huge, and even she herself felt a headache. Fred covered his head in pain and leaned back in his chair, wailing, "They are going to force us to death." Just then, Percy came over with a stack of notices and happened to hear their conversation. He immediately frowned and said to the twins seriously, "George, Fred, you must complete your homework well during this holiday. I will supervise you. If you are criticized by the professor for homework problems, I will write to my mother." When the twins heard this, they wailed even louder, "No, Percy. Please." Percy ignored their pleas, gave each student a notice and left. Hermione picked up the notice and read it, "The school is on Christmas holiday. Students can choose to take the train home. Must I go home?" Harry, who was standing next to him, almost blurted out when he heard this. Hermione was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something and said, "Of course not. Students who want to stay in school for the holidays can sign the application form. I think there should be many people willing to stay." But after saying this, she herself was not confident. She subconsciously glanced at Ye Ting, and an urge to sign surged in her heart. Anyway, Harry signed his name without hesitation. The Weasley twins and Ron also decided to stay. After all, the Weasleys were going to Romania to visit Charlie, and there were not many people at home. Zhang Qiu must go home, and she had already discussed it with her parents. As for Susan, she originally planned to go home for a reunion, but after thinking about it, she signed her name on the list of students staying in school. I really sympathize with those who have to stay in school for Christmas. After seeing the notice, Draco Malfoy ran over and mocked Harry from a distance. "Look at these people, they can only stay in Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them at all." "Shut up, Malfoy." 3 angry voices sounded almost at the same time. Malfoy was about to seize this point and say something foul to Harry, but he was suddenly scolded by everyone. He looked and saw that it was Zhang Qiu, Susan and Hermione, and their faces were full of anger. But how could this happen? He obviously didn't offend them. After learning that Ye Ting was the big boss of the Wanyu shop, he supported the Wanyu shop as much as he could. A few days ago, he spent 2,000 galleons to order an exquisite cold-proof ring with dragon killing and snake carvings. Then, he saw the angry faces of the girls, and Ye Ting among them. It seems that Ye Ting is also an orphan. Damn, I accidentally offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Malfoy left immediately in disgrace. Oh my God, I can't believe that someone like Malfoy will receive gifts on Christmas. Doesn't Santa Claus do a qualification check? After Malfoy left, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but complain. Alas, Zhang Qiu, in fact, Santa Claus does not exist at all. Hermione hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. What? Santa Claus is not real? Zhang Qiu widened his eyes, his face full of shock, but my parents said they had seen him with their own eyes. This is not necessarily false. Ye Ting interrupted, and couldn't help but want to tease Hermione. Muggles don't believe in the existence of magical creatures such as dragons, magic, fairies, or goblins. But look at the world we live in now, aren't these all real? But Santa Claus is not the same as these. Hermione insisted. Hermione, think about it, how many things did you believe in when you were a child, but began to doubt when you grew up, and then found out that it was actually true after you became a witch? Ye Ting asked the key point. Hermione fell into deep thought. After a while, she frowned and admitted, there are indeed many such things. But, she changed the subject, Santa Claus doesn't make sense logically. How can he prepare gifts for children all over the world? Ye Ting said casually, what's so difficult about this? He has a whole year to prepare. Maybe he has a huge toy factory full of busy Christmas elves, who make all kinds of gifts for children. 17-inch Zhang Qiu listened, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Yes, those Christmas elves may be what we call house elves. Aren't there such elves in Hogwarts? At this point, she seemed relieved because the authenticity of Santa Claus was confirmed. House elves. Hermione was full of disbelief. I didn't notice these little things in school at all. Remember Gamp's transfiguration law? Ye Ting spread his hands, the delicious food we eat every day can't be made out of thin air, right? Hermione still shook her head stubbornly. Even so, I still can't figure it out. How could he send gifts to children all over the world overnight? You don't understand this, right? Santa Claus must be a powerful spellcaster. He can cast a powerful time-stopping magic, so he can easily send gifts to every child in one night. The more Ye Ting said, the more real it became. Hermione couldn't argue with Ye Ting, and said helplessly, okay, you win. It seems that I don't have to bother preparing gifts for you, Santa Claus will definitely help you get it done. Don't be like this, Hermione. Ye Ting shook his head, Santa Claus is Santa Claus, and we still have to send gifts to each other. At this point, Ye Ting suddenly realized that Susan seemed to have been silent for a while. She sat quietly aside, staring at someone intently. When Ye Ting turned his head to look at her, she hurriedly looked away, with a flash of panic on her face. This one glance showed that there was something wrong. Ye Ting then took the initiative to ask, what are you thinking about? Susan was stunned for a moment, then stammered, I'm reading the tales of Pitto the Bard. Ye Ting glanced at the book in her hand and chuckled, the book is upside down. Ah. Susan hurriedly looked down and then breathed a sigh of relief, hate, you lied to me. Just kidding you. Ye Ting laughed, I feel like you have something to say to me, right? X. Susan hesitated for a long time before whispering, well. I will stay in Hogwarts with you during this holiday. In fact, she was going to go back during the holiday, but after realizing that Ye Ting was homeless, she made a temporary decision. But I won't stay in school during the holiday. Ye Ting said something that shocked her as a matter of course. Ah, you're not staying. Susan covered her mouth, then where are you going during the holiday? Zhang Qiu and Hermione also came over curiously. I'm going to France, Ye Ting explained, Flamel invited me to his home. Is it the alchemist you're communicating with? Susan's tone was much lower, okay. She silently took back the notice and crumpled it under the table. Hermione was relieved. She finally didn't have to blame herself for going home. The next morning, the holiday officially arrived. Although Ye Ting didn't plan to stay in school, he didn't want to appear too different. So he didn't use the teleportation anchor, but left Hogwarts in the normal way with others. After packing up, Ye Ting, Hermione, Susan, and Zhang Qiu took the school's night carriage and set foot on the snow-covered road to the station in Hogsmeade. The carriage drove slowly on the snow, leaving a string of hoof prints between the two ruts. "What are you doing?" Ye Ting noticed Hermione curiously reaching forward and asked in confusion. Hermione pointed to the snow. "Don't you think it's strange? This carriage seems to be pulled by something. Look at the footprints on the snow. Aren't they left by horses? Something is pulling the carriage." Zhang Qiu and Susan looked at each other, both feeling incredible. Especially Zhang Qiu, she had made this kind of carriage when school started, and she always thought that the carriage was driven by magic. However, the clear footprints on the snow made them believe that there were indeed invisible horses pulling the carriage. "This is a night thestral," Ye Ting explained softly. "Legend has it that only people who have experienced death can see the night thestral." Hermione immediately recalled what she had read in the book, Night Thestrals. "I have seen this kind of creature in the book. They are regarded as an ominous sign and are said to bring shit disaster to those who see them." Ye Ting smiled and defended the Thestrals. "Don't think too much. The Thestrals are actually a kind of Pegasus. They have a bad reputation for death, but since Hogwarts chose them to pull the carriage, it means they are trustworthy." Soon after, they arrived at the station. The four of them boarded the express train with their luggage and looked for an empty carriage to rest. Since many young wizards chose to stay in school, it is not difficult to find an empty compartment now compared to the beginning of the school year. In order to avoid being disturbed, Ye Ting immediately locked the door with magic after entering the compartment to ensure that they could enjoy a peaceful journey. The train roared and drove until the evening, and the group slowly stopped at platform 9 and marched forth. Susan's mother was waiting for her at the door of the carriage. Susan was shy and did not dare to get off the train with Ye Ting. She said goodbye to him and shyly followed her mother away. "Hi, Neville." When Ye Ting got off the bus, he saw Neville and greeted him. "Hi. Ye Ting, Hermione, and Senior Zhang Qiu." Neville ran over. "I wanted to find you on the bus, but I couldn't find where you were sitting. Let's meet again next time." Ye Ting patted Neville's shoulder in a friendly manner. Walking through the bustling platform, they saw many parents of students waiting here. In the crowd, Ye Ting recognized Zhang Qiu's father at a glance. After all, this Huxia face was particularly eye-catching among white people. If it was someone else, Ye Ting would not think of getting to know him, but the person in front of him was a fellow villager after all. Looking at the other person's square face and the Huxia-style English that came to his face, Ye Ting felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. He walked up and took the initiative to greet Zhang Qiu's father. "Uncle, nice to meet you." Are you Huxia too?" Zhang Qiu's father looked at Ye Ting in confusion. Ye Ting's fluent Mandarin is much more authentic than his Cantonese. "Ah, yes, of course." Ye Ting responded with a smile, and then chatted with the fellow villager warmly. From Zhang Qiu's father, Ye Ting learned about the history of the Zhang family. It turned out that because of the war, the Zhang family moved to the UK from that generation. "Although we have lived in the UK for so many years, we still miss our motherland in our hearts." Zhang Qiu's father sighed. "We still have relatives in Daxia, and we go back to visit relatives and worship our ancestors every once in a while." Speaking of this, his face showed a deep sense of homesickness. Ye Ting also felt the same way. After all, they were all wanderers. As a time traveler, he obviously drifted farther. Although wizards would also divide their countries like Muggles, the exchanges between wizards did not follow the political divisions of Muggles. Therefore, when the exchanges between Muggle countries were cut off, the exchanges between extraordinary people still existed. According to Zhang Qiu's father, their distant relatives in Daxia were doing well among the wizards in Daxia. Of course, they did not call themselves that. One of them even became a celestial master on Mount Longhu, and was said to be a greater wizard than Dumbledore. Say goodbye to Zhang Qiu and his daughter. Ye Ting returned to Hermione and Neville. They were still there, eagerly looking for their families. Neville looked a little panicked, probably because he did not find his grandmother. Seeing him like that, Ting couldn't help but tease him. Neville, your grandma didn't go to the wrong platform, did she? Neville said with a bitter face, it's good that she went to the wrong platform. I was just afraid that she forgot that I had a day off today. As soon as the voice fell, an eye-catching old lady suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. She was wearing a green robe, a fox fur scarf fluttering in the wind, and a unique peaked hat on her head. The most peculiar thing was that the hat was decorated with a lifelike vulture. She was also holding a striking red leather bag in her hand. This outfit was simply unforgettable. Red and green, this combination is easy to look tacky, but with the hat with a big vulture, the whole shape and the city exuded 10 kinds of indescribable weird charm. Even Hermione, who was always calm, was shocked by this sudden visual impact. She stared at the big vulture intently, as if trying to figure out the psychological state of the wizard who made this hat when making it. $3,503. Seeing the other party, Neville's voice immediately dropped 8 degrees. The old lady responded, her eyes swept over Neville, and then turned to Ye Ting and Hermione next to him. She smiled and asked kindly, Neville, are these two your friends? Neville lowered his head and replied shyly, well, they are my best friends. Mrs. Longbottom turned her eyes to Ye Ting and looked at him carefully. She stretched out a slightly dry hand, you are Ye Ting, right? I heard Neville mentioned you in the letter, saying that you helped him a lot, and he praised you highly. Ye Ting shook hands with her modestly, we are just helping each other, ma'am. In fact, I have also learned a lot from Neville. You are too modest. Mrs. Longbottom looked at Neville with sharp eyes along her pointed nose, shook her head and said, Neville is a good boy, but his magical talent is really mediocre. Ye Ting heard this and defended Neville. Neville's attainments in herbology cannot be underestimated, Professor Sprout favors him very much. As he said that, he cast a questioning look at Hermione, isn't it, Hermione? Hermione was staring at the lifelike vulture in a trance. When Ye Ting asked this question, she came back to her senses and nodded in agreement. Oh. Really? Mrs. Longbottom looked at Neville with a little surprise, and saw that his face was blushing with shyness, and she couldn't help but smile. She turned to Hermione and extended her hand enthusiastically, then you are Hermione Granger, right? Hermione was surprised. She didn't expect Mrs. Longbottom to know her name. She held the lady's hand and felt a little flattered. Neville always praises you, saying that you are the smartest witch he has ever seen. Mrs. Longbottom said with a smile, you are all good children with a bright future. Hermione was a little embarrassed by the praise, and her cheeks turned slightly red. When Mrs. Longbottom and Neville walked away, Hermione still stared at the strange hat and sighed, in fact, Mrs. Longbottom is not as scary as Neville said. She looks quite kind. That's because we are not her grandchildren. Ye Ting explained with a smile, many elders are like this. They are always polite to outsiders, but they are much stricter with their own children. But I think Mrs. Longbottom actually loves Neville very much, but she is not very good at expressing it. Speaking of which, she is right in one point. At this point, Ye Ting turned his gaze to the 9 3/4 platform in the distance, with a gentle smile in his eyes, think about the beginning of the school year. At that time, you knew nothing about the magic world and were nervous when you encountered trouble. But after one semester, you have become an excellent little witch. Compared to you, how can I dare to call myself excellent? Hermione turned her head away shyly, besides, who said I was nervous? Okay, you are not nervous, I was talking too much. Ye Ting smiled and pointed in the direction of the platform, but, chanting spells at the wall is not something that ordinary people can do. Oh, why are you talking about that again? Hermione recalled her embarrassment at the time, her cheeks slightly hot, pretending to be angry and punching Ye Ting, forget it. It's not good to be so fierce. Ye Ting deliberately sighed and teased, Hermione, tell me, in the future. When you have a child, will you be like Neville, telling everyone, my mother is so fierce? Shut up. I'm going to fight you. Hermione grabbed Ye Ting's collar and angrily, pretending to be angry and wanting to hit him, but suddenly stopped and turned to run towards a young woman who had just walked over. The young woman seemed to have been observing for a long time. She looked at Ye Ting curiously, and her expression was exactly the same as when Hermione stared at the big vulture hat before. "Mom!" Hermione shouted with a smile on her face, "Why are you here alone? Where is my dad?" "Your dad went to find a parking space. It's really hard to find a parking space around here." The woman smiled and pushed away the furry little head that Hermione deliberately blocked in front of her eyes, and looked at Ye Ting. "Who is this?" "Hello, Auntie, I'm Hermione's classmate, my name is Ye Ting." Ye Ting walked over calmly and greeted her. "Oh, you are you that Hermione often mentioned?" The woman looked Ye Ting up and down and said with a smile, "Hermione praised you a lot in her letter. Now it seems that you are more handsome than she described. But I always feel like I have seen you somewhere before." "Of course, you've seen me do magic." Ye Ting smiled and didn't mention it. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Hermione blushed in embarrassment, glared at Ye Ting, and said angrily, "When did I say he was good-looking?" Okay, you didn't say it, I said it, so you'll go along." The woman smiled and comforted, "But what were you two doing just now? Why do I feel like you're bullying Ye Ting, Hermione?" "Mom, what are you talking about? It's obviously him who takes advantage of me every time." Hermione's face turned even redder, glared at Ye Ting, and turned her head away pretending to be angry and said, "Tell me, who is bullying who?" "Auntie, Hermione, she really didn't bully me, nor did she hit me, kill." Ye Ting showed a wronged expression, as if she had been threatened by Hermione, so she had to say something against her will. "Don't punish her when you go home. Otherwise, she won't know where to take her anger out on me when she returns to school." "Alas, I'm used to it, there's really nothing to be afraid of." Hermione gnashed her teeth when she heard this, but she couldn't get angry, so she could only stare at Ye Ting fiercely. The two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Ye Ting politely declined Hermione's mother's invitation and left the platform alone. Looking at Ye Ting's back as he walked away, Hermione's mother said to her daughter earnestly, "Hermione, Ye Ting has a good personality and looks very honest. But you are classmates after all, don't bully him casually in the future, understand? This is really not good." Hermione was speechless when she heard this. She wanted to tell her mother that Ye Ting was the most cunning person, and how could he be related to the word honest? After leaving the station, Ye Ting went back home, took the night bus directly to the airport, and then took a plane directly to Paris. After getting off the plane at the Paris airport, Ye Ting went through many twists and turns and finally arrived at the designated location mentioned by Nico in the invitation letter. This street looked ordinary, and the buildings on both sides were unremarkable. He did not find any suspicious houses, and Nico could not live here. But soon, a house elf appeared in front of him. To be honest, when he first saw this elf, Ye Ting subconsciously thought that this was a goblin capitalist from somewhere. Wearing a sophisticated black suit, a neat scarf tucked into the collar, white gloves on his hands, and holding a shiny cane, he looked very polite and different from the house elves Yi Jian had seen before. "Mr. Nico's butler, Hyperight, is at your service, sir." The elf bowed slightly, raised his cane elegantly, and saluted Ye Ting. This scene made Ye Ting's eyes widen, and he called him a good guy. The style of this elf, as well as the pocket watch and silver buckle on his suit, are even more Malfoy than Malfoy. This doesn't look like a house elf that Ye Ting has seen before. When helping the unicorns with the four-way piece before, Ye Ting had gone to the kitchen of Hogwarts to borrow materials and kitchenware, where he saw the elves of Hogwarts. Although their living conditions are considered good in the British magic world, they are only slightly cleaner, which is a world of difference compared to the elf in front of them. How can it be so luxurious and particular? "Hello, Mr. Butler, I am Ye Ting." Ye Ting stepped forward and shook hands with Hyperion. "It seems that you are here to pick me up. How can we find Mr. Nico?" "Oh, of course, Hyperion will lead Mr. Ye Ting to find the master." The elf butler bowed gracefully again, but before that, I need to confirm Mr. Ye Ting's identity. Identity. It's Nico's letter, here you go. Ye Ting waved his hand, golden ripples appeared out of thin air, and a piece of parchment fell lightly into his hand. Ye Ting took out Nicholas Flamel's letter and handed it to Hyperion. Seeing this scene, the elf butler's eyes widened slightly, obviously shocked by Ye Ting's 643's move. He had never seen such an operation before, and it looked quite extraordinary. He thought to himself that the person who could be personally invited by the master was indeed not an ordinary person, even if he was just a little wizard, he had his own uniqueness. After carefully confirming the unique mark left by the master on the letter, Hyperion respectfully returned the letter to Ye Ting. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, for wasting your time. Now, please follow me to the car. As he said, he gently tapped the ground with his cane. Until this moment, Ye Ting was shocked to find that the cane of the house elf was actually a real magic wand. You know, the magic worlds of all countries explicitly prohibit house elves from holding magic wands. But on second thought, this is no big deal. After all, that is Nicolas Flamel, who in France can control his business. Under the effect of magic, a huge monster suddenly emerged from the ground. It was a Citroën DS19. To be honest, this model has a history of more than 40 years, and now it looks like an antique. But this car also had its glory days. It was once the car of the French general and even served as Charles de Gaulle's car. In general, it is indeed worthy of Nicolas Flamel's status. However, this master of alchemy actually used a car transformed by magic to welcome guests. This unorthodox behavior is in line with his personality. No wonder he praised Ye Ting's clockwork technology. It seems that he has also studied related technologies. Next, Hyperion skillfully opened the door for Ye Ting and helped him sit in the back seat. The black and red flannel lining in the car is luxurious. When Ye Ting got in the car, he even had an illusion that he was going to attend the coronation ceremony. Then, the elf butler sat in the driver's seat. Well, Mr. Ye Ting, please sit tight, he said with a smile, we are about to set off. As Hyperion stepped on the accelerator, the Citroën DS19 seemed to be injected with new life, and rushed out at a speed that was completely inconsistent with its identity as a classic car, and the surrounding scenery kept changing rapidly. There were cars coming and going on the road. Logically, the Citroën DS19 would have a car accident after running like this for a while. However, this Citroën DS19 blessed by magic shuttled freely in the traffic, like a nimble fish. It weirdly drilled in and out of the gaps between the cars, regardless of whether the gaps were wide or narrow, and never touched the cars next to it. What's even more amazing is that the width of this car can change adaptively. When there is almost no gap between the two cars in front, it can even automatically shrink to the thinness of paper, while the internal structure remains unchanged. It can be said that the space extension spell inside this car is very clever. During the whole driving process, the surrounding cars and pedestrians seem to ignore them, as if they were in another dimension. This technology is exactly the same as the night bus in Siping in the UK. This technology is similar to the night bus in the UK, but in comparison, the Citroën DS19 is more stable and comfortable. There is almost no bump or discomfort. Even Lynette, who is prone to motion sickness, is not unusual. This made Ye Ting's performance score of this alchemy product much higher. When Ye Ting asked about the night bus, the elf butler revealed that the technology of the night bus was actually provided by his master. He looked at the changing Paris street scene outside the window all the way, and he felt particularly comfortable when he saw the Eiffel Tower from the Louvre. However, at this moment, the surroundings suddenly darkened, and the scenery changed drastically in an instant. The street scene disappeared, replaced by the vast blue sky and white clouds. Ye Ting looked down and saw a series of rolling mountains covered with trees, and in the center of the mountains was a magnificent manor. Did we use apparition just now? Ye Ting asked curiously. Yes, sir, Hyperion responded calmly. Then theoretically, we can actually get here in a few seconds, right? Ye Ting continued to ask. So, since the car has this function, why do we have to go around Paris and then, apparition? Hyperight was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. Although it is technically feasible, I think that method lacks the necessary sense of ceremony and is not respectful enough to the guests. Ye Ting was stunned for a moment. This sense of ritual was too strange. Anyway, he couldn't figure out why he went around in a circle. Could it be that this was to take the guests to appreciate the scenery of Paris? However, he quickly put this question behind his mind, because his eyes were firmly attracted by the manor below. A marble obelisk more than 100 meters high stood there, marking the center of this huge manor. The carefully designed geometric streets and scattered buildings all extended to the surroundings with this spire as the center. Only by looking down from the air can you truly appreciate the aesthetic essence of this manor. At the same time, Ye Ting suddenly found that his magic power seemed to be blocked by some force. If he could not sense the magic power in his god's eye, he would almost think that he had become an ordinary muggle. As the Citroën DS-19 continued to descend and gradually approached the core building, BBDF, he felt the magic power flowing in his body again. The periphery of the manor was filled with various ancient and powerful defensive magics, enough to resist any wizard's prying. Nico, an old wizard who has lived for more than 600 years, is probably more cautious and careful in security than anyone else. Finally, the car landed at the gate of the manor, and Heprit took Ye Ting out of the car. This manor carries the glory and history of the owner. Heprit introduced affectionately, it was first given to the owner by His Majesty Charles V himself to express gratitude for the owner's firm support for France in the 100 Years' War. As he said, he pushed open the ancient gate of the manor. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." The two walked through the winding path paved with bluestone and came to a Gothic cottage full of historical charm. This two-story cottage is probably the smallest house in the manor. Ye Ting never thought that Tong Ku would choose to live here. "Come in, Mr. Yi." Heprit smiled and pushed open the door, making an elegant invitation gesture. Ye Ting stepped into the house and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Unlike the simplicity of the exterior, the house is a different world. The spacious and luxurious hall, with walls and floors made of exquisite marble, looks extraordinary. Every piece of furniture is a carefully selected antique, priceless. In a corner of the hall, the orange-red flame in the fireplace jumps, providing warmth for the old man on the sofa next to it. At this time, a melodious soprano echoed in the small room. "Ah, so many jewels, they dazzle me, am I dreaming or awake? I smile at myself in this mirror, so beautiful. Ah, is this you, Margaret?" Ye Ting knows French, he can hear that this is a clip from the French opera, Faust, and the old man has a very elegant taste. At this moment, a grey head on the sofa popped out, the voice was a little trembling, breathless, and it sounded really strenuous. "Ah. Albus, I'm still wondering when you will visit. Maybe people will be like this when they get old." Nicholas Flamel continued to mutter, "Hyperight, help me entertain Albus. At our age, we really don't see each other often." As he spoke, he tried to struggle to stand up, but his slightly raised head finally drooped weakly. For an old man who has experienced more than 600 years, standing up is still too difficult. "Mr. Flamel, please stop struggling and just lie down." Ye Ting couldn't bear to see the legendary alchemist struggling so hard. Now there were only two wizards in the room, and the butler Hyperion was still the other party's man. Could he tell the truth by just touching it? He came to exchange alchemy, not to be scammed. "Ah, I seem to hear a strange voice, Albus, did you bring a friend here?" Hyperion bowed respectfully, almost breaking himself in half. Ye Ting even felt that if possible, this elf wanted to crawl directly into the cracks in the ground. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Flamel." Hyperion whispered in Nicholas Flamel's ear, "Did you forget? You didn't invite Professor Dumbledore. The one who was invited today was Mr. Ye Ting." "What?" Nicol Flamel's voice suddenly rose several degrees. "What did you just say, Hyperion?" "I mean," Hyperion also raised his voice, but still maintained his elegance, Professor Dumbledore is not here today. Your guest today is Mr. Ye Ting. But Ye Ting seemed to be able to sense a hint of helplessness in the elf's tone. Ye Ting. The young genius who created the clockwork beetle. Nickel Flamel's eyes flashed a gleam, as if he remembered something. Oh, yes, it's him. It's him, Mr. Flamel. Hyperion bowed slightly. You praised him before and specially invited him to your home. Ah, he's here. Mr. Ye Ting is really here. Nickel Flamel stood up from the sofa excitedly. However, a crisp, kaba sound was heard immediately, accompanied by the old man's shrill wail. Ouch! Heprit, hurry up, help me, my old waist is sprained again. This damn potion, drinking too much really makes people osteoporotic. Nico Flamel's swallowing problem seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. He pinched his waist with both hands and fell back on the sofa with a painful look on his face. Oh my God, it hurts so much. Nickel Flamel wailed, and Heprit disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was holding an exquisite tray in his hand, on which was placed a small bottle. In the bottle, the golden slurry flowed slowly, flashing an attractive luster. Mr. Flamel, do you need help? Ye Ting couldn't help asking. Nico Flamel raised his hand and motioned Ye Ting to be patient. Wait, don't make a sound. He said in a hoarse voice, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and he drank the small bottle of golden liquid. Then, Ye Ting witnessed a shocking scene. The face of the old man in front of him changed dramatically, his wrinkles were smoothed out, his age spots gradually disappeared, and his originally hunched body became much more upright. His originally cloudy eyes also regained clarity at this moment. After a while, Nicholas Flamel looked like a man over 100 years old to a man in his 70s or 80s. Although Nicholas Flamel still looks old, he is much better than the one that would break at the slightest touch. At least, he can do some slightly intense activities now. Rejuvenation. Is this the power of the Philosopher's Stone? Ye Ting was a little shocked. Although the so-called rejuvenation effect was a little poor, it only made Nico from very old to very old, and did not really become young, but it was already amazing to be able to do this. In the entire wizarding world, being able to do this is undoubtedly an unprecedented achievement. After all, Voldemort's crazy pursuit of immortality is only this goal. And the secret of all this is hidden in this small bottle of golden slurry. This is the elixir of immortality, the highest masterpiece of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical thing that gives new vitality to life. Oh. You also know about the Philosopher's Stone? Nico Flamel wiped his lips, then slapped his forehead. Oh, look at my memory, I did mention the magic robe in the letter. Nico Flamel stretched his body, twisted his waist, and while adapting to the new body shape, he complained, to be honest, every time I get out of that old and frail state, I have to spend a long time to recover. You don't know, it's really painful to be old, feeling the physical strength draining away bit by bit, and the magic power slipping away quietly. The bones become like shortbread, and if you fall down accidentally, you may have to lie in bed for several days. Nico Flamel seemed to have a lot of words in his heart. Since he recovered, he has been talking non-stop, like a chatterbox. If it weren't for Albus, I wouldn't go back to this damn place and stay here like a stupid old man all day long. Nico Flamel shook his head dissatisfiedly. I heard that you used to live in seclusion in Devonshire. Ye Ting asked curiously, then you returned to France because of Dumbledore? Yes, Dumbledore hopes to use my treasure to help him solve a big enemy. I don't want to be entangled by such an enemy, so I went back to France to hide. Nico didn't talk much about Dumbledore, but talked about himself. Actually, I will change a place to live in seclusion every once in a while, and my old man's footprints are left all over the world. I even visited your hometown. Then you are really experienced. Ye Ting couldn't find the right words to describe this wandering life. After living for a long time, you have to find some fun for yourself, right? Nico Flamel said with a smile, to be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't erase Albus's memory, I would like to stay in England for a few more years. But this place is not bad, this retro style, I quite liked it more than 300 years ago. Faced with Nicholas Flamel's Versailles, Ye Ting was a little speechless. What is the style that he liked more than 300 years ago? I thought you would be more serious. Ye Ting paused, his eyes fell on the exquisite dessert served by the house elf, and he ate it obediently. The taste was delicate and sweet but not greasy. Before I met Albus, Perenelle also asked me to do so. But that kind of life is really boring, isn't it? The feeling of being old is really bad, the mind is dull, and the body is tired. If possible, I would rather greet death in my current state. Nicholas Flamel sighed. But judging from your current state, you don't seem to be in a hurry to die. Ye Ting joked. If that were the case, I wouldn't have insisted on creating the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel waved his hand nonchalantly. If there is a choice, who is willing to embrace death? Albus always said that death is another great adventure, but to be honest, not everyone has the courage to start from scratch. Albus is getting old too fast, Nicholas Flamel sighed. In the past, I might have thought he was the reincarnation of a powerful wizard. But recently, I read some Muggle books. Although their interpretation of the world is a little different, it has solved a lot of mysteries for me. Oh. Ye Ting raised his eyebrows, smelling the smell of gossip. Did you find something new? It's about Albus. Nicholas Flamel glanced at Ye Ting, seeming a little hesitant. It's okay. Don't look at me as young. I know everything I should know. Ye Ting waved his hand with an expression of deep interest on his face. I think so too. Nicholas Flamel nodded and raised his eyebrows to Ye Ting. According to what Albus wrote to me, you seem to have a very close relationship with 3 or 4 witches. It's good to be young. What else do you say? I don't understand. Ye Ting's smile suddenly became a little awkward, and he was madly complaining about Dumbledore in his heart. This old and disrespectful guy, why does he say everything? It's okay, we are all men, you know. Nicholas Flamel smiled indifferently. I hope you can be so happy in the future. Ye Ting was speechless for a moment. Speaking of this, you may not know the later Perenelle. Nicholas Flamel seemed to want to share more. Master. Hyperion suddenly frowned and interrupted him. Master, she. Okay, Hyperion, I'm just joking. Nicholas Flamel raised his hands helplessly. It's just a joke between friends, don't take it seriously. I understand, sir. But Hyperion must also carry out the task given to me by the mistress. Hyperion gracefully bowed, looking serious and earnest. How about we continue to talk about Dumbledore? Ye Ting gave Nicholas Flamel a way out at the right time. Yes, I almost forgot, it's all your fault, Hyperion. Nicholas Flamel complained, and the elf seemed not to hear it, calmly walked over with tea and poured a cup of fragrant black tea for everyone present. Where were we just talking about? Oh, Albus. Nicholas Flamel took a sip of black tea and moistened his throat. I have read a lot of Muggle books, and their depth of research on the human body is much more thorough than our wizards. Although they have not yet figured out the essence of life, they are indeed ahead of us in the structure of the body. Take Albus for example. Why did he become so stubborn and unbearable? Looking back at his appearance when he was young, although he was a bit of a jerk, he was full of courage and drive. After my analysis, Albus seems to be missing some key factors in his life. Key factors? Ye Ting slapped his thigh. You mean, some S*X hormone? Yes, you are worthy of being a little wizard from a Muggle family. I didn't expect you to understand this. Nicholas Flamel winked and said, if you want people to feel happy, the human body must secrete some hormones to stimulate the nerves. These signals of pleasure will be transmitted to the brain, and then affect our souls. He changed the subject and continued, however, speaking of Albus, you should know that he has no offspring. Nicholas Flamel smiled easily. Albus is indeed very powerful. With that magic wand in hand, there are not many wizards in the world who can surpass him. But no matter how powerful the power is, it can't fill some gaps in the heart. So, in this regard, you have done quite well. Ye Ting was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. He understood what Nicholas Flamel was hinting at, but felt that this topic was a bit awkward. Should he pretend to know about this or not? I think it's not polite to talk about Professor Dumbledore's personal life behind his back. Ye Ting said solemnly, if Madame Perenelle knew, she wouldn't be happy. It doesn't matter. She's not here anyway. I estimate it will take about half an hour for her to come back. She always goes out for a while every week. I have to admit that the taste of Muggle fashion designers is pretty good. Nico seemed to think it was inappropriate to talk about this topic with the little wizard, so he decisively talked about his wife. Shopping? Ye Ting's eyebrows raised slightly. This word subverted his cognition. But when he thought of Nicholas Flamel's unique mentality, Perenelle's little hobby seemed to become reasonable. We have to have some fun, Nickel Flamel chuckled, we try new styles every few decades. Although French court costumes are also quite charming, Perenelle is troubled by the cumbersome etiquette and various lace. The two chatted so easily, and Nickel Flamel finally brought the topic to the right track. You mentioned in your previous letter that you have created a clockwork work that is as big as a northern beetle, ****. The old man's eyes flashed with expectation. Perenelle hasn't come back yet, let me take it out and see it first. Oh, okay. Ye Ting smiled slightly and waved his hand. Golden ripples rippled in the air, and Unit 01 slowly appeared in front of Nico. I've never seen space magic before, it looks really amazing. Nico saw this scene and looked at the plan with more appreciation. If he couldn't see the source with his knowledge, this kind of magic could only be created by the other party. Being able to create magic at such a young age, and the most advanced type of space magic, no wonder Dumbledore said that Ye Ting has surpassed him when he was young. But compared to magic, he is more interested in alchemy. Therefore, after seeing the appearance of Unit 01, Nico immediately came forward to take a closer look. You said in the letter that you have created a bigger work, but I really didn't expect it to be so big. The old man looked around Unit 01, and from time to time he would disassemble some parts to study the internal structure, as if he was a little boy who got a toy. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and commented, your skills in the fusion of magic and machinery have really reached the realm of perfection. At least from my current perspective, I can't find any flaws. At this point, he shook his head helplessly, feeling deeply. Young people today are much more amazing than we were back then. I'm afraid Merlin didn't have such skills when he was young. Just as Nico was enthusiastically asking Ye Ting about the specific settings and structure of Unit 01, the door of the room creaked open again. An old woman who looked quite fashionable came in. She had big wavy hair, a fashionable dress made by hand, and a wide hat covered with lace of unknown meaning. Compared with Madame Perenelle, even Neville's grandmother had to admit defeat. Seeing her, Ye Ting had a clearer understanding of the Flamel couple. Compared to being a hermit, Nico and his wife prefer to devote themselves to the complicated social life in different identities. This is probably what is called a great hermit in the city. Child, you must be Mr. Yi, right? The fashionable old lady came up to Ye Ting warmly and shook hands with him cordially. Nico often mentioned you to me, saying that you are an amazing young man. I finally met you today. What a pleasure. Ye Ting's handsome and sunny appearance is obviously very popular with these aunts and grandmothers. Hello, Madame Perenelle, it's nice to meet you. Ye Ting greeted him politely. Madame Perenelle's eyes swept across the room and finally landed on the tricorn hat that Ye Ting hung on the shelf. Oh. You like hats too, right? A trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. There are not many young people like you who have taste nowadays. They don't understand that hats are not just decorations, but also a kind of cultural inheritance and a display of personality. Madame Perenelle talked about hats like a treasure, and she talked endlessly. She was as talkative as Nico, or rather, the years gave them rich experience and endless topics to talk about. For old people like them, chatting is not only a pastime, but also an attitude towards life. Ye Ting's knowledge is wide enough, and he can talk about any topic. The two talked happily, from the origin of ancient hats to the fashion evolution of modern hats, which made Mrs. Perennial happy. However, half an hour later, Nico finally couldn't hold back. "Okay, Perennial. Ye Ting came to me to discuss alchemy. We will have a chance to talk about hats later." Then he turned to Ye Ting, his eyes flashing with expectation. "How about it, are you interested in visiting my study? There are precious books and some of my alchemical works that I have collected over the years." "Of course." Ye Ting's eyes flashed with excitement. He came to visit Nico Flamel. In addition to discussing alchemical books, Nico's 600 years of collection of precious knowledge is also a goal he values very much. So next, Nico Flamel couldn't wait to bring Yi Jian to his study. Ye Ting finally saw what kind of achievements a 600-year-old alchemist could achieve. This is a magnificent room, majestic and magnificent, almost comparable to a church. If the Hogwarts library is the place with the most books, then the room where Ye Ting is now can undoubtedly be called the most luxurious library in the world. This is not an exaggeration. The entire building is more than 10 meters high. After entering the gate, a spacious foyer comes into view. The marble floor is as smooth as a mirror, and on the plaster walls, countless gold leaves shine under the light, like autumn woods, shining with golden light. Passing through the foyer, 10 arched corridors lead to a wider space, that is the library hall. The scene here is like a reproduction of the French court, with classics and grandeur intertwined, showing an unparalleled style. The ceiling, as high as 75 feet, is particularly vast, and the colored glass skylight and the aluminum foil decorated beams complement each other. After all, in that era, aluminum products were regarded as a metal more precious than gold, and both the Muggle world and the magic world were eager to buy it. In the center of the room, a huge octagonal wooden table dominated the room. That was Nico's workroom. In front of the desk, 8 pairs of statues were lined up, all of which were sculptures of ancient Greek gods. Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, held the torch of wisdom. Themis, the goddess of justice, held the scales, symbolizing fair judgment. There were also goddesses of victory, love, etc., each with their own expressions, and they were lifelike. However, the most amazing thing was that these statues were actually alive. It was well known that wizards had the ability to give life to matter. However, without supervision, this power often caused big trouble. And the larger the object being animated, the more flexible it was after activation, and the more difficult it was to cast magic. And the size of these statues in front of him, and the degree of lifelikeness of 960, were enough to reflect Nico's level. These are all my works when I was young. Nicholas Flamel waved his hand gently, and the statue of Venus in the center returned to her throne gracefully. She is not smart enough, and Perenelle has never liked it. Ye Ting nodded in agreement. He could fully understand this craze for figurines. In fact, in his previous life, he had also imagined that if he had a rat charm, he could make all the figurines in his home come alive. Of course, if Ye Ting chose the material himself, he would definitely not choose limestone. After all, if silicone material is used, it may be able to more perfectly show the unique charm of Venus. Humph! Perenelle snorted in dissatisfaction. As Nicholas Flamel's wife who has been with him for more than 600 years, she did not further expose the matter, but turned her eyes to Ye Ting. "Well, I'll go prepare dinner. Ye Ting, what do you want to eat?" Now that he has come to France, Ye Ting certainly wants to taste some authentic French food. After deciding on the dinner menu, Perenelle left first. Nicholas Flamel winked at Ye Ting slyly, with a playful smile on his lips. "Don't mind, Ye Ting, who didn't have some romantic affairs when they were young. Perenelle just couldn't forget some old things." He changed the subject and asked, "Do you want to know why Perenelle dislikes Venus so much? Is it possible?" Ye Ting's mouth was one step faster than his brain. Nicholas sighed and recalled, 300 years ago, when I was studying sculpture art, I tried to give life to objects. But to be honest, those animated objects, although they can move, lack real vitality. How can things without vitality exude real charm? Even goddess statues like Venus are no exception. As expected of you. Ye Ting gave a thumbs up sincerely. I don't know whether he was praising Nico's views or his spirit of exploration. Nico's ideas are indeed unique, but there may be some deviations in his appreciation of art. Speaking of that revitalization attempt, it really makes me laugh and cry. Nico shrugged helplessly, with a bitter smile on his face. Perino had a big fight with me about that matter, and I still feel upset about it. Well, let's not talk about it. But you, young man, I'm quite curious, how did you manage to get along with 3 or 4 girls at the same time? Ye Ting rolled his eyes, muttering in his heart why the old man came back to this topic again. So, have you chosen who? What? Who else can I choose? Of course, those girls. Nico said with a wink, I can tell at a glance that you and I were the same when we were young. So, have you made your choice? Or do you want to play around a little bit and make a decision when you are older? Mr. Flammel, please be careful with your words. Ye Ting couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. In fact, they are all my good friends, and we are still young, so we shouldn't be bound by these worldly views. Only children need to make choices. Nico smiled nonchalantly, or do you plan to take them all? Ye Ting was speechless for a moment. Damn it, what he said made sense, and he couldn't refute it. But then again, you are much better than that old guy Albus. Back then, I wanted to introduce the previous headmaster of Beauxbatons to him, but the old guy refused. It's really a waste of my good intentions, damn British. Nico Flammel patted Ye Ting's shoulder. Hearing this, Ye Ting felt that Nico's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, as an 11-year-old wizard, he could only pretend not to know. Otherwise, he couldn't suddenly say the name of the previous Dark Lord. Nico Flammel was indeed a very talkative person, and his relatively young body seemed to have injected him with endless vitality, and he was even more talkative. The whole afternoon was spent in mutual discussion. The whole afternoon was spent with Ye Ting. The topics of the two were wild and unconstrained, from the little thoughts of girls, to the profound alchemy, to the feasibility of magical AI, and whether life energy exists. Ye Ting deeply admired Nico's knowledge accumulation of more than 600 years, but he admired Nico's ability to remember things from 600 years ago even more. At the same time, he couldn't help but despise Dumbledore's reliance on the pensieve. Nico was even more surprising. He joked, maybe old man Albus has Alzheimer's disease and can only rely on the pensieve to recall. It would be fun if he forgot to put the memory in the pensieve into his mind one morning. In the next few days, this room became the place where he stayed most often. He left the Paradise typewriter here, constantly copying the knowledge here. And Ye Ting himself, under Nico's guidance, made up for the alchemy of this world. After all, Lisa was not specialized in alchemy, and Sugar was just an alchemy apprentice with some talent. This led to the fact that although Ye Ting was very talented, he was not a real alchemy master. He still had a lot to learn. Of course, with his level, it was enough to crush all the little wizards in Hogwarts. But the alchemy knowledge that Nico could learn here was not at the level that ordinary little wizards could understand. During this period, Ye Ting absorbed a huge amount of knowledge from Nico. This old man, who has experienced many vicissitudes of life, has traveled all over the world and has an astonishingly broad knowledge. In the field of alchemy, he has reached the state of returning to nature. Therefore, whenever he came up with a high-level conclusion, Ye Ting always felt that he had gained a lot and had a deeper understanding of alchemy. The most important thing was that Nico's huge study was filled with small gadgets he made at random. These finished products were of no use to Nico, but they were very valuable to Ye Ting. He could disassemble these works at will, study them, and then try to make them himself. This luxurious way of learning is probably only enjoyed by Ye Ting. After all, who would be willing to disassemble precious alchemical items just to satisfy the desire to learn? However, Ye Ting could be so luxurious. Not only did he disassemble them, he also disassembled them with relish, absorbing the essence of alchemy from them. This bold practical operation allowed his alchemy skills to improve rapidly. As for Nico, he also praised Ye Ting's learning talent. He had never seen such a genius. No matter how obscure the alchemy theory was, he could learn it almost by reading it once. Once he learned it, he would never forget it. He could use it freely after practicing. Such talent and comprehension made Nico feel ashamed. According to Nico, if Ye Ting could continue to study here for a few years, he might not have anything to teach him. In Nico's eyes, Ye Ting already had the potential to inherit his legacy. He had such high expectations for Ye Ting that he was willing to share and discuss with him the method of making the Philosopher's Stone. You said you gave the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore. Aren't you worried that your lifespan will be affected after losing the Philosopher's Stone? Talking about the Philosopher's Stone, he was very curious about why he made such a choice. You are a caring boy. However, I have already prepared enough elixirs for me to live for hundreds of years. This world has just begun to become interesting. Nico Flamel rolled his eyes lightly. You ask this, are you going to betray your master and ancestors? Betray your master and ancestors? Ye Ting was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Do you mean you want to take me as your apprentice? Humph, anyway, this knowledge is to be passed down, and it is of no value to keep it in your own hands. Nico yawned and said lazily, the threshold of alchemy is too high, and ordinary people can't learn it at all. If Albus was willing, he should have become my apprentice. At this point, Nico's eyes flashed with regret. It's a pity that he is also a young man bound by emotions. He stretched and continued, I'm not Albus. Who would think about death in a normal mental state? I have lived for more than 600 years, but I still haven't seen enough of this world. At this point, the two chose to remain silent tacitly and didn't say anything more. Master and apprentice are just talk. Ye Ting doesn't intend to take someone as a master, and it doesn't think it can take a smart person like Ye Ting as an apprentice. After living for 600 years, he also saw things more clearly. Their friendship did not need these red tapes to maintain. So, can the Philosopher's Stone no longer be created? Ye Ting became more and more curious. Nico smiled mysteriously and began to be a riddler. If you really understand the process of making the Philosopher's Stone, I'm afraid you won't have such doubts. The process of making the Philosopher's Stone. Ye Ting muttered to himself and fell into deep thought. So how was the Philosopher's Stone made? From the surface, the Philosopher's Stone has two abilities, turning lead into gold, turning iron into silver, and making elixir of life. The essence of turning stone into gold is to change the atomic structure, which undoubtedly involves the atomic sequence. Rearrange and reorganize, and go deep into the changes in the microscopic world. To change the essence of matter, huge energy is needed to break the chemical bonds of matter, and even interfere with the strong and weak nuclear forces between atomic nuclei. This may be the original mystery of the Philosopher's Stone. As for the elixir of life, is it a small-scale material renovation, plus a large amount of ATP supplementation? Or, to understand it in a more magical way, it is the flow and granting of life energy. Can a mere Philosopher's Stone really inject endless vitality into wizards? If not, then according to the law of equivalent exchange, where does the vitality contained in the elixir of life come from? The life of Nicholas Flamel flashed through Ye Ting's mind. If Nicholas really made the Philosopher's Stone, it must have been some time between his birth and the age of 150. What happened in France at that time? A flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. I understand. Ye Ting suddenly realized and shouted, it's the Black Death and the 100 Years' War. He recalled the calamity that lasted for 100 years, and the invincible life died in the catastrophe. People with normal conscience cannot actively cause a large number of killings to create the Philosopher's Stone. But what if it is passive? This is easy to be accepted. Perhaps Nicholas Flamel took advantage of this and took the opportunity to absorb a lot of vitality. Of course, it is not easy to draw 1.6 power from a corpse openly. Once discovered, it is easy to be regarded as a black wizard. But Nico has this condition. Think about what the elf butler said: this manner came from the gift of Charles V, in recognition of Nico's help to France in the 100 Years' War. In this case, it means that Nico did intervene in the 100 Years' War and also has a certain status with the King of France. In this way, he has the opportunity to do something. You guessed right. Nico nodded, confirming Ye Ting's guess. Magic is not just about taking. Ye Ting, you should keep this in mind. So, the Philosopher's Stone can actually be replenished, right? Yi Lu said helplessly, are you sure this method hasn't been leaked? Nico shrugged his shoulders with a calm look, what if it spreads? In fact, people are wrong about one thing. I'm not the only one who made the Philosopher's Stone. Paracelsus also succeeded. But since then, no one has been able to own the Philosopher's Stone. After all, not every wizard with ungifted talents can encounter 10 suitable eras. Hearing this, Yi Lu rolled his eyes and secretly complained in his heart. Nico obviously thought too well of the Muggles. In fact, there is no need for a specific era at all. There is an environment suitable for refining the Philosopher's Stone in almost every period. After all, humans have never lacked the means and willingness to kill each other. Let's not talk about the distant past, just take the Uganda massacre that shocked the world a few years later. The bloodiness and cruelty are still vivid in people's minds thousands of years later. In Africa, South America, the Middle East and other places, various organized killings are happening all the time. Why do we need to wait for a specific time? Ye Ting studied hard at Nico's house, but it was soon interrupted by one thing. But the arrival of Christmas broke his originally peaceful study life. According to Nico, holidays should be like holidays, which is the real proposition of immortals like him. Ye Ting thought about it and felt that this made sense. Books can be read every day, but the good times like holidays are one day less every day. December 25th came in a blink of an eye. The weather outside was freezing cold, but in Nico's manner, Ye Ting wore a warm woolen sweater and enjoyed the magic of central air conditioning and felt peace and harmony. Speaking of Christmas, the most exciting thing is of course the various gifts. Although Ye Ting also celebrated Christmas when he was in the orphanage before, in that environment, gifts were not expected. But now it is different. Since he stepped into the world of wizards and met so many friends, his expectations for Christmas gifts have skyrocketed. However, time passed by minute, and until the afternoon, Ye Ting did not see any shadow of the gifts. He suddenly realized that without Nico Flamel's nod, the owls delivering gifts could not find him at all. These little guys who were born with navigation skills still seemed powerless in front of Nico Manor's defense measures. In desperation, Ye Ting had to ask Nico for temporary permission. Finally, when the dinner bell rang, the gifts that should have arrived in the morning finally appeared in the hall. In addition to the owls, there were also unexpected visitors to Nico Manor. You know, Nico is now in seclusion, and almost no one visits him. Those who can come to visit are all people Nico trusts the most. The gate of the manor opened, and a giant figure slowly walked over from afar. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled shoes, which were as big as a small sled, and the heels were as high as 50 centimeters. However, in front of her huge body, these high heels seemed as natural as a pair of flat shoes. 11 These high heels made her already tall body even more majestic, at least more than 5 meters. If Hagrid was present, he would probably be shorter than her. But unlike Hagrid's rough appearance, her face can be called beautiful. On her olive face, there were a pair of big and black eyes, as deep and bright as lake water. The pointed nose added a bit of elegance. Her hair was delicately combed behind her head and shrunk into a shiny bun at the base of her neck, showing an intellectual beauty. She was wearing a black satin robe, revealing a noble temperament from head to toe. On her neck and thick fingers, the luxurious opal sparkled with dazzling light. In short, apart from her larger size, this half-blooded giantess is eye-catching. Ye Ting has already recognized her identity. There are not many half-blooded giants in the entire wizarding world. Who else has this unique appearance except Madame Maxime? Ah, Mr. Nico and Madame Perenelle, that's great. Your elegance is still as good as ever. Madame Maxime said in her deep and magnetic voice, I sincerely hope that everything goes well for you. As the headmaster of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime's respect for Nicolas Flamel is evident. In the hearts of Beauxbatons students, Tonko's status even surpasses Dumbledore's status in the hearts of Hogwarts students. After all, Dumbledore was only the headmaster for a few decades, while Nicolas Flamel was the founder of Beauxbatons. We are very good, thank you. Nicolas Flamel responded with a smile. He turned around and introduced Ye Ting to Madame Maxime. This is Ye Ting, a little wizard from Hogwarts. Dumbledore introduced him to me personally. His attainments in alchemy are amazing. To be honest, some of his achievements even surprised me. So this Christmas, I specially invited him to visit us. Ye Ting walked calmly in front of the crowd and nodded slightly. Madame Maxime, hello. Hello, child. Madame Maxime glanced at Ye Ting lightly. You look extraordinary, you must be the best little wizard in Hogwarts. So. A sly light flashed in her eyes, and she waved her huge palm gently, pointing behind her. A girl of 13 or 14 walked out slowly from behind Madame Maxime. She was wearing a gorgeous silk gown, her delicate ears were not human-like, slightly pointed, and her long silver hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, like a goddess in the moonlight. Ye Ting had to admit that this was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Her azure blue eyes seemed to contain a mysterious magic that made people want to indulge in it involuntarily, and even do some crazy actions that they would never dare to think of in normal days. Madame Maxime raised her lips slightly, waiting for the moment when Ye Ting made a fool of himself. However, Ye Ting was only in a trance for a short time, and the resonance of will from the eye of God quickly restored his clarity. But in the eyes of others, he seemed to be fine, and responded elegantly in French, Hello, beautiful lady. Madame Maxime's smile froze on her face. The girl was extremely excited at the moment, and she couldn't believe that she was fortunate enough to be invited to visit the legendary Nicolas Flamel with the principal this time. As a native of France and a student of Beauxbatons, she admired Nicolas Flamel. However, she was surprised to meet other visitors here. And from Mr. Nico's words, she keenly noticed that the little wizard named Ye Ting seemed to be better than herself. This made her curious, and she couldn't help but look at this boy who seemed younger than herself. To be honest, she was a little jealous at first. However, when she saw Ye Ting's handsome face, all the jealousy disappeared instantly. As a half-blooded Vila, Fleur not only inherited the stunning appearance and charming charm of the Vila, but also inherited the face control of the Vila. Hello, Ye Ting. Fleur couldn't help but walk forward and asked curiously, You can actually speak French? Of course Ye Ting can speak French. In fact, after binding Linny's Eye of God, he automatically has a strong French talent, almost just reading a few French-related books. You know, at that time he hadn't obtained the divine eye of the genius which Lisa. I can only say that this is probably because Linny is from Fontaine. I'm sorry, Fleur can't control her talent very well. Although Madame Maxime apologized, there was no apology in her tone. However, this child is not affected by Fleur's charm, I am really surprised. Children with Vila blood will unconsciously exude a certain charm as they grow older. This ability needs to be learned to be controlled, and Fleur obviously hasn't mastered this skill yet. She always exudes this charm unconsciously, making others feel dull or embarrassed when they see her. Most adult wizards can't resist this ability, but just now Ye Ting seemed to be completely unaffected by this magic. The hybrid of Vila and wizard will make the child's journey to wizarding smoother. You have an excellent student. Nicole Flamel commented, but he did not explain at all, as if it was natural for Ye Ting to be able to do this. Mr. Nicole seems to admire you very much. How did you do it? Fleur tried to communicate with Ye Ting in English. However, compared with Ye Ting's fluent French, her English seemed a bit stiff and awkward. Ye Ting couldn't help laughing. It seems that your English needs to be improved. Fleur also laughed. She touched her hair a little embarrassedly. My mother once found an English teacher for me. That person stayed in the UK for 2 years. However, his English level is definitely not as good as yours. So, maybe you can teach me English? No problem. Ye Ting agreed immediately. This is Farong, one of the most beautiful girls in the original book. As a magical world, it is a pity that the most classic elves do not exist in the Harry Potter world. But perhaps Vila can replace the role of elves. By the way. Farong suddenly put her hands behind her back, walked forward a few steps briskly, and then turned back and asked, "Can you give me your address? Otherwise, how can I send you a letter?" Well. French tutoring. As she said, she rummaged through her pockets and shook her head helplessly. Write on my clothes, oh, but I don't have a pen. At this point, she smiled awkwardly. Ye Ting was slightly stunned, and then a bright smile bloomed on his face. It's no big deal. He took 2 steps forward and approached Farong. A faint fragrance came from Farong, which was refreshing. Ye Ting reached out and gently took off 2 long silver hairs from Farong's gorgeous robe. This slightly intimate action made Farong blush. But she didn't try to dodge. Then she saw a magical scene. Ye Ting didn't even take out the wand, but just waved her hand gently on her hair, and one of the long hairs turned into parchment with the Hogwarts school emblem. The 10th turned into a gorgeous golden feather pen. Fleur covered her mouth in surprise, and Madame Maxime's eyes flashed with admiration. This exquisite transfiguration is not something that a wizard can easily master, at least Fleur herself can't do it. But the other party is obviously younger than her, which is really amazing. As the founder and the largest school director of Beauxbatons, he has always been respected as the spiritual leader of the school. In Beauxbatons, his status is like that of the emperor, and the principals of Beauxbatons also respect Nicole very much. In addition to frequent visits and reports, they occasionally bring a dozen outstanding students with them. On the one hand, it is a reward for excellent students, and on the other hand, they want to see if there is a chance to get Nicole's favor. Fleur is such a lucky person who was chosen. But now, Madame Maxime has realized that with Ye Ting here, no matter how outstanding Farong is, she will have to admit defeat. At the banquet, Madame Maxime witnessed the unusual attitude of Nicole and his wife towards Ye Ting. This is not only the love of the elders for the younger generation, but also more like the casualness and intimacy between friends. Ye Ting and Nicole also spoke in an equal manner. The tone and gesture did not sound like a junior talking to an elder, but rather like old friends reminiscing about the past. No matter how you look at it, their relationship is not simple. Madame Maxime did not think that this was because Ye Ting had a prominent family background. After all, in front of an old monster like Nicole Flamel, even a direct descendant of Merlin was not worthy of such treatment. There was only one answer: that little wizard was really favored by Nicole. And the conversation and knowledge displayed by Ye Ting in the conversation, as well as the superb magic that was just glimpsed, seemed to prove this point. So, Madame Maxime decisively changed her strategy. Since it was difficult for Fleur to directly win the favor of Mr. Nicole, why not change the angle and win the favor of Ye Ting? After all, for Fleur, a half-blooded Vila, it was much easier to get closer to a boy of the same age than to please a 600-year-old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, was knowledgeable, and had his wife by his side. Even if Ye Ting has a strong will, Fleur is not only attractive because of her talent. She still has her own beauty and charm. If Fleur can become good friends with Ye Ting, then she will naturally get extra care from Nico. Thinking of this, Madame Maxime glanced at her student again. Well, maybe she doesn't need to remind her, her student is already doing this. But, is she a little too proactive from time to time? To be honest, Fleur was excited and nervous when she first heard that she was going to visit the famous Nicholas Flamel. Being able to eat at the same table with such a legend, her reaction was almost as reserved as meeting Merlin, for fear of saying something wrong. Fortunately, Ye Ting was there, which relaxed her tense nerves a lot. During the whole dinner, she chatted happily with Ye Ting. This younger brother, who was younger than her, was very mature and well-spoken when chatting, not like a child at all, and made her giggle from time to time. After dinner, Ye Ting was about to open her presents. Fleur came over with great interest and volunteered to help. However, when her eyes fell on the pile of presents, she was stunned. Ye Ting's presents were piled up like a small mountain under the Christmas tree. This number was even more than the Christmas presents she received. The difference was that most of her presents came from the little wizards in Beauxbatons. And many of Ye Ting's presents came from the little witches in Hogwarts. On some of the presents, the ribbons were carefully woven into Ye Ting's name. It can be seen that the little witches must have spent a lot of thought to achieve this. Among them, a huge rose disc was particularly eye-catching. In the fiery red petals, the silver ribbon cleverly outlined the words, Ye Ting. Ye Ting looked at the flower plate and began to doubt the aesthetics of the little wizards. Looking at this half-baked transfiguration and the unique way of sending flowers, it was probably a sudden whim of a little fan-girl from Slytherin College. He waved his wand lightly, and the flower plate instantly transformed into a round table covered with rose prints. Well, maybe Perenelle would like this table. Then, Ye Ting began to put the gifts on the table and unpack them one by one. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate again, why so much chocolate? Furong sighed while looking through the gifts. She turned her head and asked Ye Ting curiously, Ye Ting, do you like chocolate? Not bad. Ye Ting shrugged and said calmly, don't worry about it, I don't know most of the people who gave me gifts anyway. As more and more chocolates were unpacked, Ye Ting felt like he had fallen into a chocolate workshop, with endless sweet smells all around. However, for Ye Ting, it was a big challenge to accurately find the few truly important ones in this pile of sweet gifts. Finally, he found a target in the pile of chocolates. This is a gift from Hestia Carlo. Fleur came over curiously and read the name on the gift. Because the two were too close, Ye Ting could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from Fleur, which made him a little distracted. Hey, I say, what is the relationship between the owner of this gift and you? Why did you look at it for so long? Fleur shouted for a while, and Ye Ting came back to his senses. Oh, I was thinking about how to reply. Ye Ting hurriedly explained, this Hestia is my big customer. Big customer? What did she buy from you? Fleur asked curiously. She had heard about the one you shop in the previous casual chat. Love potion. Ye Ting said directly. Fleur was speechless. Is this love potion something that students should buy? What surprised her even more was that one of these two people dared to buy and the other dared to sell. And judging from this posture, this Hestia Carlo may have returned the love potion to Ye Ting in another way. Then why do you have to reply? Furong was still a little puzzled. I not only have to reply, but also give gifts in return, Ye Ting explained with a smile, customers also need to be maintained. After that, he continued to search in the chocolate pile and found a few familiar names. These girls are all his important customers. Others may not send Christmas gifts, but he must prepare gifts for them. After all, who makes them all rich women? However, there are unexpected changes in the world, and people are subject to misfortunes at any time. When Ye Ting opened the 127th piece of chocolate of various shapes, he finally touched something different. It was in the shape of a conical bottle, tightly wrapped in oil paper. This unique gift came from Severus. Ye Ting carefully opened the conical bottle. I saw a piece of fecal stone lying quietly at the bottom of the bottle. What does this mean? Furong's eyes widened, her face full of confusion. Giving someone a feces stone as a Christmas gift. This is too weird. Ye Ting smiled bitterly and explained, "Professor Snape probably meant that if he poisons me one day, this feces stone will come in handy. It can be regarded as an antidote prepared in advance." No wonder he had such a reaction. The Christmas gift Ye Ting gave him before was the Potter family's Speedy shampoo. This shampoo is as well known in the magic world as Head and Shoulders and Rejoice in the Muggle world. However, there is a little secret. This shampoo is the work of Harry Potter's ancestors. No wonder Professor Snape always avoids washing his hair. The inventor of this shampoo comes from his old enemy in his heart, the Potter family. How can the entanglement and grudges in this be explained in a few words? Starting from 8 o'clock in the evening, Ye Ting plunged into the ocean of gifts. After 3 hours of hard work, he finally opened all the gifts. Among the gifts, chocolates accounted for the majority, followed by some greeting cards and pictures. But in addition to this, there are still some truly valuable gifts, all from his friends and professors. Many professors at Hogwarts gave gifts to Ye Ting, their best student. Professor McGonagall sent a delicate wizard chess set. She seemed to have misunderstood, thinking that Ye Ting took the chess pieces in the level purely because of her love for wizard chess. Professor Flitwick sent an arm guard, made of velvet constant temperature material, which was worth a lot of money. The wand groove in the middle of the forearm was designed just right. Ye Ting tried it, and the whole process from the wand leaving her hand to the recovery was as fast as lightning, no more than 0.5 seconds. And the speed of the wand ejection was amazingly within 0.2 seconds. This kind of exquisite spell connection and time compression can probably only be done by a spell master like Professor Flitwick. It's a pity that Ye Ting used the Eye of God to cast the spell, so this arm guard was a bit of a waste in his hand. Professor Splitlaw was much simpler, some seeds of precious herbs. For this professor of herbology, choosing a gift for Ye Ting was a piece of cake. She knew exactly what this kid who wanted to take advantage of her greenhouse wanted. As for Hagrid, his gift was more down-to-earth, a large bag of heavy herbs. Ye Ting was delighted at the sight. This kind of plain and simple gift was his favorite. Mrs. Hooch was even more direct. She stuffed a Quidditch training program into Ye Ting's pocket and praised his outstanding physical fitness. She also generously promised that as long as he was interested, she would help him join the England national team for youth training in a few years. This made Ye Ting secretly astonished. It seemed that in Hogwarts, except for Filch, Mrs. Pants and Trelaw, who lived on their salaries, other professors had their own ways to make extra money. For these professors, Ye Ting's return gifts were all clockwork beetles. On the one hand, he showed his achievements to the professors, and on the other hand, it was also an advertisement for the product. It was a win-win situation. Principal Dumbledore was not left out. He gave Ye Ting a bottle of precious dragon's blood. Ye Ting gave back a dozen thick wool socks, enough for the principal to use until next Christmas. Fred and George, these two lively guys, have been with Ye Ting since they met. After Ye Ting and Ye Ting jointly opened the Wanyu shop, they became addicted to the research and development of joke props. The two of them gave Ye Ting a large box of hardcover toffee, and the box was almost written with the 4 big words, "I have a problem." And Ye Ting gave them a book, Delicious Potion, in return, which explained in detail how to turn hard-to-swallow potions into delicious drinks and desserts, which is suitable for making various joke props. Neville was a little unexpected and actually gave Ye Ting a hardcover feather pen. Judging from his appearance, this feather pen might be all his savings. Ye Ting gave a fully automatic magic garden shovel that can help dig holes and loosen the soil. Even Lynette gave a gift, which was a Mortra rat, and no one knew where she caught it. And Ye Ting gave her an alchemical claw ring, which not only cast a protective spell, but also turned into a music box and automatically played music. Ye Ting recorded a lot of music that Lynette liked, including her favorite, Shadow Chasing the Wind. Lynette demonstrated the BGM of Cat in the Box. Of course, what made Ye Ting most satisfied was the gift from Nico and his wife. Madame Perenelle gave a high-end customized men's bowler hat. This hat borrowed the fashion design from the Muggle world, but the material is classic magic material, such as the silk of the giant spider, unicorn hair, etc. It not only feels good, but also has a certain magic resistance. As for Nico's gift, it was quite impressive. It was a golden rui. This rui was given to me by an alchemist when I visited your hometown a few years ago. Nico said, the alchemy skills of that master are simply amazing. I have never seen such an alchemy technique that can see through the essence of magic. I stayed to have in-depth exchanges with him. This rui is the souvenir he gave me. Ye Ting took the rui. It seemed to be carved from pure gold, with intricate patterns engraved on it. Ye Ting could feel that this pattern was not only beautiful, but also played a role in guiding magic. Wuxia wizards don't seem to rely on wands to cast magic. Nico introduced enthusiastically, their weapons are all kinds of strange, and there are many cold weapons. This rui is endowed with a powerful transformation spell, which can be transformed into various weapons at will. It is really a masterpiece of ingenuity. In fact, before Nicole elaborated, Ye Ting already knew the origin of this rui. Because the moment he received the gift, the system in his mind had already sounded a crisp prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting the magic weapon, the gilded rui, and getting the reward, the Eye of God whale seat. If the system's information is accurate, then the alchemy method of the alchemist mentioned by Nicole is by no means as simple as just touching the essence. That actually represents the essence of alchemy, or as our peers say, the art of refining. It is the divine machine 100 refinements, one of the legendary 8 strange skills. The ultimate state of this alchemy technique can even achieve a miracle similar to a muggle becoming a wizard. If there is still an alchemist in this world who can be compared with Nicholas Flamel or even surpass him, then apart from the future Ye Ting, there is only the person who masters the magic machine. Ye Ting was surprised that the Wuxia wizard world actually took on that kind of worldview, but it was reasonable. After all, in the previous lives under one person, there were characters like him, Dumbledore and Professor Snape. However, in the short term, Ye Ting has no plans to return to Daxia for development, at most he will go back for a trip. After all, there, the Ministry of Magic, or the government, is much more powerful than in the UK. Such a society may be suitable for ordinary wizards, but it is not very friendly to Ye Ting, who is destined to have a future. In short, Nico's gift was a big surprise for Ye Ting. And Ye Ting's return gift was also quite amazing. What Ye Ting gave to Nico was a work he had prepared long ago, clockwork mechanism reconnaissance recording type. This mechanism looks like a large dog and can move flexibly like a real dog. Its uniqueness lies in the integration of various monitors, which can detect surrounding intelligence in all directions through optical, acoustic, chemical sniffing and other methods. In terms of intelligence, since it has enough space to accommodate logic units, its intellectual level is far higher than that of the mechanism armor. When Madame Maxim and Fleur saw Ye Ting take out a clockwork mechanical dog, they were all stunned. Where have they seen this? Of course, they have all seen dogs transformed by transfiguration. Admittedly, transfiguration is not uncommon in the wizarding world. Those skilled transfiguration masters can transform into lifelike dogs that can run, jump, and stick out their tongues to act coquettishly. But transfiguration is transfiguration after all. It requires wizards to constantly devote their efforts to maintain it. Once their attention is distracted, the transformed creature will return to its original state. However, this mechanical dog in front of them, which is driven by magic but seems to have life, undoubtedly exceeds their cognition. When Nico told them that this clockwork dog, or this clockwork technology, was completely invented by Ye Ting, Madame Maxim was completely silent. As the headmaster of Beauxbatons, her vision was naturally extraordinary, and she could clearly see the infinite possibilities behind this technology. As the inventor of clockwork magic, Ye has surpassed herself with this technology and has the opportunity to become a big man like Dumbledore and Nico. At this time, he was just an 11-year-old child, and it had been less than a year since he entered the gate of Hogwarts. Ye Li suddenly realized that the look of the tall headmaster was not right when he looked at him. What was the matter with the look that wanted to eat him? He could accept driving a big car, but this car was too big, and his appearance was not up to standard. Of course, Madame Maxim's idea was much simpler than Ye Ting imagined. She was just thinking about whether Ye Ting could transfer to Beauxbatons. This is not because she wants to poach people from Hogwarts, but because she feels that although Hogwarts has always been the top school in Europe, it is not good at alchemy. Didn't you see that Hogwarts's elective courses, good courses, from the 3rd grade have been cancelled? On the contrary, Beauxbatons, because of Nico, has become the best school for alchemy education. Many great alchemists come from Beauxbatons. Only in Beauxbatons, Ye Ting's talent can be fully displayed. When she quietly revealed this idea to Nico, the old man smiled. Not impossible. But Dumbledore also likes this child, so you have to weigh the consequences of Dumbledore's anger. Maxim thought about it, and then shuddered unconsciously. Although she is also a very powerful wizard, she has to bow down to Dumbledore. So, poaching directly is not an option. So, she turned her attention to Fleur. Fleur was watching the clockwork dog with great interest, and was uncomfortable with the sudden look of the principal. Although Madame Maxim looked at her with unprecedented admiration, she always felt something was wrong. After appreciating Ye Ting's Christmas gift, Madame Maxim took Fleur to say goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Co-Flammel. Ye Ting, how about writing more letters to Fleur in the future and helping her practice English? Madame Maxim found Ye before leaving. Ye Ting, smiling, suggested. She pointed out lightly that this kind of friendship between top students is also very beneficial to the communication between schools. How could Ye Ting refuse such a request? Learning a foreign language is not a bad thing no matter how you look at it. Of course, who still takes traditional foreign language classes these days? I won't write Under One Person. The plot of Under One Person takes place in 2015, and there is nothing to write about after 25 years. At most, it can be used as a background board. If you have to write about it, just write about Sister Bauer. Do you hope that the author will add Sister Bao as the heroine? After saying goodbye to Furong, Ye Ting also returned to his bedroom. Although he and Furong opened so many gifts tonight, he secretly kept a few and did not open them in public. Those were several gifts from girls. Zhang Qiu gave a pair of jade chopsticks. The jade was as warm as mutton fat, and flawless. This gave Ye Ting a deeper understanding of her family background. It seemed that this woman was also a hidden rich woman. Penelope and Susan had the same idea. Both were plain woolen knittings, but one was a scarf and the other was a glove. Judging from the poor stitches of the gloves, it was probably knitted by Susan herself. There were patterns on both gloves, but they were different. One was a Hufflepuff badger, and the other was a beautiful Ravenclaw eagle. Compared with Susan, Penelope's knitting skills were much better. The lace was knitted beautifully, and Ye Ting's Huxia name was neatly embroidered in the corner, which showed her care. As for Hermione, her gift was a set of Encyclopaedia Britannica. This thing is so expensive, with 32 volumes in total, and more than 30,000 pages in total. It took 8 owls to deliver it. In short, the girls' gifts were more thoughtful than each other, and they even attached their letters with the gifts, chatting with Ye Ting about their recent holiday situation. Although the words were full of trivialities, Ye Ting could deeply feel the pure girlish heart. However, Ye Ting's gift was worthy of this thought. It just so happened that Ye Ting was learning alchemy from Nico and made a lot of practice works. Among them, he gave the girls the ones he was most satisfied with. As for the rest of the works, Ye Ting stuffed all the ones he didn't like into the system, and then received a bunch of rewards that he couldn't use for the time being. For example, the flying sword, convincing people with reason, the tiger fish knife, the white tassel spear, the oath of the sharpshooter, etc. If he changed his profession, he would get it. In addition to the girls' gifts, Ye Ting was most happy that he got another Eye of God today. The Eye of God, Whale Sky, came from Prince Tartaglia. As a war maniac in Teyvat, his Eye of God ability is very suitable for fighting. In addition to giving Ye Ting the ability to control water elements, this Eye of God also gave him 3 abilities. The first is, mastery of all weapons. Tartaglia is good at using all kinds of weapons, of course, except bows and arrows. With this ability, Ye Ting can now be said to be an almighty weapon master. Compared with Tartaglia himself, he even made up for the shortcomings in bows and arrows. 820. After all, Linny and Amber are both characters who are good at bows and arrows. The second ability is the talent of element shaping. Tartaglia can shape the thunder element and water element into a solid blade, relying on this talent, and Ye Ting has more elemental power than him. This power has evolved into the ability to shape various elements at will in Ye Ting's body. The third ability is, Demon King Armor. The function of this ability is to force the fusion of 2 elements. Although it will make Ye Ting's body bear a huge load, in return, it is a terrifying power beyond the limit. Tartaglia fused water and thunder, and Ye Ting has so many elements, so there are many permutations and combinations. It can be said that this is a very good burst ability. If Ye Ting had this skill in the Forbidden Forest, he might not be able to keep Quirrell. In general, Tartaglia's Eye of God is very practical, and Ye Ting's combat effectiveness has been significantly improved. After binding the Eye of God Whale Sky Seat, Ye Ting fell into a deep sleep. In the dormitory of Hogwarts, Penelope lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and checked her Christmas present. It was a beautiful little mirror with a note that said, "Clean it up 3 times a day," so that she could keep her appearance neat and tidy at all times. Penelope fiddled with the little mirror and looked at the little note written by Ye Ting, "May you always be beautiful." The corners of her mouth lifted up involuntarily, and she smiled happily. Suddenly, she unexpectedly discovered that the back of the mirror could be opened. After opening it, it was also a mirror, but this mirror was not used to look at herself, because it was a peephole that could automatically show people nearby with bad intentions. There was another little note inside, "May you stay away from danger and be safe and smooth." Thinking of the boy's intentions, Penelope's smile became sweeter. In the morning, Susan sat at her desk early and started doing her homework. This semester's experience at Hogwarts gave her unprecedented confidence and gradually made her want to study hard. She hummed a brisk English tune, holding a purple feather pen tightly in her hand, writing something there. However, halfway through writing, the feather pen suddenly trembled slightly, reminding her that this paragraph was written incorrectly. Susan turned the feather pen over and flicked it with the feather on the back, and the words written in ink miraculously turned back into ink and were absorbed by the pen. Then, BBBD, Susan let go, and the pen automatically wrote the correct content on the paper. Susan took a look at the pen and really couldn't let it go. When she used this pen to write homework, she seemed to feel that the person who gave her the feather pen was standing beside her, guiding her carefully. On the same morning, Zhang Qiu left home early and practiced flying on a broom in the nearby woods. However, just when she was flying happily, she suddenly made a bold move. She cancelled the magic power of the broom, and her whole body instantly lost support, falling straight down from the sky like a meteor. This sudden action was frightening to outsiders, but Zhang Qiu seemed unusually calm. When she was more than 100 meters from the ground, the girl opened her hands and suddenly a pair of wind wings appeared on her back. The rapid fall suddenly turned into a brisk gliding, accompanied by the cold wind, and the girl grinned, "Wind wings, really fun." In Dr. Granger's house, Hermione stayed alone in the room. At this time, her room was empty, with nothing but furniture, as if she had just experienced a move. But in fact, she was just trying out the capacity of her Christmas gift, the beaded wallet. The whole room is packed in, and there is still so much space in it. The little witch looked at the palm-sized wallet in front of her and fell into joyful troubles. How much can be put in it? While the little wizards were enjoying the holidays and the joy of giving each other Christmas gifts, some of them could only stay alone in the dim room. 10 people were plotting a conspiracy. This room was dark and mysterious. The towering python stone pillars solemnly supported the dark green ceiling, making the whole space filled with a mysterious atmosphere. The faint light shone through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows, like ghosts hidden in the dark forest. In this shadow, there were two crucibles. In front of the crucible, a wizard in a black robe was concentrating on brewing a potion. The flames under the crucible flickered, bringing a touch of warmth to the slightly deserted room. As the potion gradually boiled, the black-robed wizard gradually revealed a greedy expression. The potion in the crucible on the left exuded a milky white luster, which was the legendary elixir of life. However, it was only a semi-finished product, lacking the most important catalyst, that is, the Philosopher's Stone. Only by adding the Philosopher's Stone can the potion complete the final transformation. As long as the Philosopher's Stone can be obtained, the elixir of life can be made. After drinking this elixir of life, Voldemort will be reborn and have a complete body. This is the miracle he has dreamed of for 10 years. In the crucible on the right, the potion is bubbling slowly like a sticky mud, pregnant with some evil power. This potion has been brewed, but to exert its ultimate effect, some special, small items need to be added. Quirrell, you need to get that thing from Snape as soon as possible. Voldemort's voice was cold and majestic. Yes, Master. Quirrell knelt on the ground in fear and responded with a trembling voice. Let's go and see our hibernating friend. Quirrell stood up tremblingly, full of excitement and a little timidity, and walked towards the depths of the room. He never thought that he, a Ravenclaw, would come to Slytherin's secret room. This is the room that Slytherin left for his successor. He slowly walked to the depths of the secret room, and a towering statue came into view, towering into the sky, almost touching the ceiling. The statue depicted an old monkey face, with long beards that almost reached the hem of the stone wizard's robes. Two large grey feet stood firmly on the mirror-like floor, as if they would step forward at any time. Voldemort stared at the statue, muttering something, calling devoutly in his hissing parcel tongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 giants of Hogwarts." As soon as the voice fell, Slytherin's huge stone face seemed to be injected with life, and his mouth slowly opened, getting bigger, and finally turned into a bottomless black hole. Quirrell climbed the statue carefully and got into the mysterious black hole. There was another world inside the cave, a beautifully decorated room, with emerald gems dotted on the walls, emitting a faint and mysterious light. In this dim light, a huge basilisk curled up quietly in the corner. It was originally silent in hibernation, but now it seemed to feel the wizard's call and twisted its body slightly. Voldemort stared at the long-lost basilisk with a complex emotion in his eyes. They haven't met for nearly half a century. Back then, Tom, who was only 16 years old, stepped into this forbidden area and saw this basilisk here, as well as a lot of knowledge left by Slytherin. It was here that he crossed the threshold of black magic and stepped into the highest realm. It was also here that Voldemort first glimpsed the secret of Horcruxes and the method of making Horcruxes. Just imagine, if a 16-year-old boy had no external guidance, how could he have the desire for immortality? At that time, the only one who accompanied him was this basilisk. It can be said that it witnessed the rise and transformation of the young Voldemort with its own eyes. Voldemort gently stroked the basilisk, and his noseless face was full of vicissitudes and revealed deep memories. "When I am reborn, you will be free again." His cold voice echoed in the secret room. After the Christmas celebration, the Hogwarts holiday is about to come to an end. Before leaving, Ye Ting revealed the simplest part of the intelligent core technology to Nico. This kind of knowledge from God, Ye Ting has only a partial understanding of it so far, and it will take a long time to fully understand it. Therefore, he simply took out a part of it and asked Nico to help study it together. Nico didn't know the source of this technology, and thought that Ye Ting had some genius idea again. After seeing it, he was immediately shocked. The technology of intelligent core is superficially to research a core with stronger computing power for man-made objects such as clockwork mechanisms, but the real purpose is to give man-made objects real life. The creation of life is a taboo knowledge, whether in Teyvat or in the Harry Potter world. When Nico mentioned this, Ye Ting snorted. Who said magic can't create life? Speaking of this, Ye Ting had a disdainful smile on his face. Don't be blinded by the narrow definition of those ignorant people. You know, the things in the books are all the bread chewed by our predecessors. We must have our own understanding. At least, there is a big man in the Teyvat world who can create life with magic. Ye Ting continued, in my opinion, our magic is essentially a kind of miracle. And the so-called miracle is to turn the impossible into the possible, right? As long as we find the key to the possible, there is nothing we can't do. Nico deeply agrees with Ye Ting's opinion. So, the two of them just walked off this collaborative research project. Then, Ye Ting left Nico's manor. Heprit personally drove the Citroën DS19 and sent Ye Ting back to the UK. The day before school started, Ye Ting met up with Hermione, Susan and Zhang Qiu at platform 9 3/4 and boarded the express train to Hogwarts. Sitting in the carriage, Susan asked shyly, Ye Ting, did you receive the gift I sent you when you were in France? Yes. Ye Ting nodded and raised his hand, look, I'm still wearing it now. Seeing that Hermione and Zhang Qiu both looked at him the same way, he smiled, don't worry, I will eat well with that chopstick. As for Hermione's book, I'll use it to kill time this semester. Ye didn't plan to use the system to collect this set of Encyclopedia Britannica. Although it was more convenient to master knowledge this way, it was a gift from a little girl after all, and he didn't want to be swallowed by the system. It would be better to stay and kill time in the history of magic class. However, Hermione seemed to see through his little thoughts and warned, don't take the book to the history of magic class. She thought for a while and added, also, it's not allowed in the defense against the dark arts class. I know. Ye Ting waved her hand a little. When the time comes, I will use transfiguration to change the cover. Can you, a little girl, still see it? Just then, Susan's sharp eyes found the point. Ye Ting, who gave you this scarf? In order to knit gloves for Ye Ting, she specially studied knitting techniques, and naturally knew what kind of stitches were knitted by ordinary people. Seeing that the atmosphere in the carriage was a little wrong, Yi Jian immediately changed the subject. That was given to me by a friend. I took it out because I thought it was of good quality. He coughed dryly, but none of that matters. I want to know more, are you satisfied with my gift? I like it very much. Hermione took out her beaded wallet and took out a large stack of books from it, her face full of joy. This way, I can read anytime, anywhere. Sure enough, this small bag immediately became a mobile library in her hand. Ye Ting asked herself, look at you, don't tell me you've been reading books all holiday, right? Hermione showed a matter-of-fact expression, I don't want you to use it too far. Susan and Zhang Qiu also praised the gift. Zhang Qiu even excitedly shared her experience of gliding with the wind wing, with this, I can try some difficult flying skills with more confidence, and I don't have to worry about falling down. Afterwards, the conversation in the carriage gradually turned to their respective holiday experiences. The girls spent most of their time at home, and what they shared were some warm and ordinary moments of life. Ye Ting enthusiastically told them what he saw and heard at Nico's house, which made them amazed again and again. I didn't expect Mr. Nico to be such a great wizard. Zhang Qiu felt a little incredible. But Hermione asked with her usual sharpness, if Mr. Nico is really so great, why have I never seen his name in modern magic history books? Of course, Ye Ting smiled and revealed the answer, because Mr. Nico is not a person of our time, he was famous in the magic world more than 100 years ago. As he said, Ye Ting took out the magic history textbook and showed Hermione and others about Nico's account. The exaggerated description surprised the girls. They didn't expect that there were people in this world who could live for more than 600 years, from the Middle Ages to the present. At the same time, they were also very happy for Ye Ting, who could interact with such people on an equal footing. Ting also admired him more. Unconsciously, this boy had reached the height that they desperately looked up to. As the train returned to Hogwarts, several people spent the last night of the holiday in the castle. The next day, the new semester's courses arrived as scheduled. The first priority of the first class was to collect holiday homework. In the first Transfiguration class after returning to school, many little wizards were in trouble. "Miss Abbott, did you forget to bring your holiday homework?" Professor McGonagall stared at Hannah sharply. "Go back to the dormitory to get it now, I can wait for you." "Oh, you mean you forgot it at home?" Professor McGonagall seemed to have anticipated this situation. She stretched out her hand and waved, and an owl flew in from the window and landed on Hannah's desk. "Now, send a letter to your family immediately and ask them to send your homework as soon as possible." Professor McGonagall quickly blocked all possible excuses with a skilled speed. "Don't try to tell me that there is no one at home, or that you hid your homework in a mysterious corner and your family can't find it. If you can't find it, it means you didn't write it, understand?" Professor McGonagall is indeed a veteran professor. Hannah's excuse, which she had carefully thought of for several days, was so vulnerable in front of her. If Hannah knew a few senior wizards, she might not be so arrogant. "You know, the professors of Hogwarts basically grew up in Hogwarts, and the little tricks of the little wizards were all left over from their play." Professor McGonagall tightened her lips and walked towards the next victim. She raised her eyebrows slightly, with a bit of teasing in her tone. "Ms. Parkinson, did you happen to forget your homework at home?" Pansy Parkinson looked at Hannah's miserable condition, and saw the storyteller. The row of owls standing on the stage were already frightened. She had no choice but to confess, I forgot to write." "Why didn't you forget to eat and breathe?" Professor McGonagall's face darkened. "Have you done all the homework for other classes?" Yes. Yes. Pansy replied in a low voice. "Oh. You just forgot to do my Transfiguration homework, right?" Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, with a bit of anger in her tone. "Ms. Parkinson, do you think Transfiguration is not worth learning?" "No, no, Professor McGonagall." Pansy's voice trembled slightly, not like the arrogant lion dog on weekdays. "Next time you can forget to do homework for other subjects, but you are not allowed to forget Transfiguration." Professor McGonagall shouted, "Now, rewrite a homework immediately, and you are not allowed to eat if you don't finish it. Hurry up." Pansy's face fell as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. After severely criticizing the Hufflepuff and Slytherin students, Professor McGonagall slowly walked to Neville from Gryffindor. Neville blushed, looked bitter, and said in a trembling voice, "Professor McGonagall, I also forgot to bring my homework, but I'm not sure if I forgot it at home or in the dormitory." He didn't even remember whether he had done his homework. Professor McGonagall glanced at him lightly and said calmly, "Your grandmother has sent your homework directly to me, Longbottom. She seems to feel more at ease doing so." Neville breathed a sigh of relief, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. At this moment, Harry and Ron hurried to the classroom. They stood at the door and said apologetically, "Sorry, Professor, we are late." It's not surprising that the two of them were late. They were busy being detectives throughout the holiday and completely threw their homework out of the window. Fortunately, Ye Ting and his friends returned to school in time last night, and Harry decisively purchased the homework service of the Wanyu shop, which avoided the embarrassing situation. Then, it was the classic one pen, one lamp, one night, one miracle. However, because they spent too much time on homework, they overslept in the morning without any surprise. Professor McGonagall took the homework from them, checked it carefully, and allowed them to enter the classroom. In the whole college, only the students of Ravenclaw almost all handed in their homework on time. It can only be said that there is no harm without comparison, so other colleges were deducted several copies by Professor McGonagall in the first class. After class, Hannah, Pansy, and a group of little wizards were ruthlessly left in the classroom by Professor McGonagall, and they were doing their homework with sad faces. When Ye Ting passed by outside the classroom, they all cast eager eyes on him, as if they wanted him to save them. However, Ye Ting could only shrug helplessly, indicating that he was powerless. Last night, they had a chance to avoid this disaster. Who told them not to spend money? You know, the one you shop distributed a lot of homework resources in the 4 colleges last night. As long as you are willing to spend a few sickles, you can copy them. If they are willing to spend a galleon, Ye Ting can also provide them with automatic feather pen copying services. This feather pen, which he personally improved, can not only copy automatically, but also has a magical weight reduction function, so even plagiarism is difficult to detect. But now, Ye Ting does not have the courage to sell illegal services in front of Professor McGonagall. After leaving the classroom, Ye Ting's sight was attracted by the figure in the corridor. It was a tall girl, leaning against the wall elegantly, holding a book in her arms, and looking at the scenery in the distance. The surrounding students cast envious and admiring eyes, but did not dare to disturb one of the recognized beauties of Ravenclaw College. Because she is also a female prefect. Penelope noticed Ye Ting's arrival, turned lightly, and walked side by side with him in the corridor. She whispered, "Ye Ting, did you receive my Christmas gift?" "Yes, here." Ye Ting gently raised her chin, revealing a corner of the scarf. "I always carry it with me." A trace of joy flashed across Penelope's eyes, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. "Great, this scarf is made from the precious silk of the 8-eyed spider." She said shyly, "Actually, this is the first time I've knitted a scarf for someone else. I used to knit it for myself, so my craftsmanship may be just average." Listening to Penelope's words, Ye Ting smiled slightly. This girl was quite bold when she flirted with him in the car, but when she started to really do it, she couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. However, Ye Ting knew that Penelope's family was not well off, and she must have spent a lot of money to buy spider silk to knit a scarf for him. "No, I like it very much." Ye Ting's smile was as warm as the sun, which made Penelope's heart beat faster involuntarily, and she was a little absent-minded for a while. After a long time, she came back to her senses and asked softly, "By the way, Percy told me that he heard from his brother that you rescued a unicorn before the holiday." She hurriedly added, "Percy took the initiative to tell me, I didn't go to him to chat." "So, how is the unicorn now?" "Its injuries have basically recovered. If you are interested, I can take you to see it another day," Ye Ting said. The two chatted for a few words in the corridor before saying goodbye. It was dinner time, and Ye Ting and a few girls had just finished their meal and were chatting at the table. The twin brothers found Ye Ting with great interest, and wanted to show him the newly developed joke props with a mysterious look on their faces, and also planned to discuss whether it was worth adding it to the product list of the one you shop. "Have you opened the gift we gave you?" George asked Ye Ting curiously. "Of course not." Ye Ting said as a matter of course, "Who knows what you put in it?" "I know." Fred sighed, "Our pranks always don't work on you, which is really disappointing. But this time, the little thing we made is really interesting. Woohoo, isn't it?" As George said, he stuffed a toffee into his mouth, and then showed Ye Ting his big tongue that had expanded several times. Looking at the way he spoke, it was as if he had a thick meat pillar in his mouth. "Fat tongue toffee can make your tongue swell suddenly," Fred explained beside him. "Ask for flowers." Then, they enthusiastically invited Zhang Qiu and Susan to try, but the girls waved their hands to refuse. None of them liked the feeling of holding a big meat pillar in their mouths, thinking that it was not very elegant. Just then, Harry and Ron hurried over. "Ye Ting, so you are here. We have searched the library," Harry said in surprise. "Why, do you want to talk to me?" Harry looked around and confirmed that everyone present was his own people. His expression became solemn and he asked in a deep voice, "Ye Ting, have you heard of Monk Flamel?" Ye Ting was slightly stunned. Without Hermione's help, the two of them actually found Nico's information. It seems that they had a very fulfilling Christmas. He did not answer directly, but asked, "Where did you know this name?" Hagrid accidentally let it slip. Harry explained, "Before school started, Hagrid and I went to the vault to help Dumbledore get something, and it happened that Gringotts was robbed. Later, Hagrid mentioned that the thing he took was from Nico Flamel. Ron couldn't wait to ask, "Who is Nico Flamel? You haven't told us yet." Harry also looked at Ye Ting curiously, trying his best not to pay attention to Zhang Qiu next to Ye Ting. Ye Ting looked at Hermione in surprise. "You are all Gryffindor, didn't you tell them?" Harry and Ron's eyes also turned to Hermione. 0. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly and she defended, "I thought this was a secret between us." Harry and Ron widened their eyes and asked in unison, "Do you know Nicholas Flamel?" "Of course I do." Zhang Qiu turned around and explained with a smile, "Ye Ting has been communicating with Mr. Flamel for a long time, and he even visited his home this holiday. Well, we can barely be considered friends." Ye Ting added. "Well, since this matter can be told to them." Since this matter is no longer a secret, Hermione just used her skills to explain Nicholas Flamel's identity and background, as well as his series of achievements, to Harry and Ron in detail. "I said it was the Philosopher's Stone. It must have been he May who asked Dumbledore to keep it for him, because they were friends, and he May must have noticed that someone was eyeing the Philosopher's Stone. That's why he quickly moved the treasure from Gringotts to Hogwarts," Harry said firmly. "Then we have to find a way to protect the Philosopher's Stone." On Halloween, Quirrell released the trolls to cause trouble. It's obvious that he wanted to take the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron said anxiously. He guessed, "Think about it, the Philosopher's Stone can turn metal into gold. With it, it's like holding a mountain of gold. No wonder Quirrell is also staring at it. Who can resist such temptation?" As he said this, Ron's face showed envy and desire, as if he was already in a mountain of gold and silver. "Old man Nicholas Flamel is so lucky," he sighed. "If I can get the Philosopher's Stone, I will buy a Quidditch team and be my own boss. It must be like this." Harry frowned and said worriedly, "If Quirrell, that be ********D, gets the Philosopher's Stone, it will be all over." Ye Ting listened to their discussion and couldn't help feeling a little funny. Shouldn't the most important function of the Philosopher's Stone be to make people immortal? These people have their heads full of gold. "Harry, don't forget that Professor Dumbledore is still in school. With him around, no one can do anything under his nose." Speaking of this, Ye Ting looked at Harry with a smile, "Or do you think it would be safer to put the Philosopher's Stone in your hands?" When reading the original book, Ye Ting couldn't figure it out. Obviously, Dumbledore was there, why did Harry always worry about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone? It's okay to worry. After discovering the problem, he always chose to solve it himself instead of telling the professor and the principal. Is it so difficult to rely on a more reliable person? Or is it that in Harry's heart, only he himself is the most reliable? Harry was stunned and waved his hands hurriedly. No, that's not what I mean, 17. He smiled awkwardly, knowing that his thoughts were indeed a bit naive. Ye Ting's words were like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguishing his anxiety. "Yes, with Dumbledore here, why should I worry about it?" Thinking of this, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and relaxed completely. Seeing that many people gathered around, Ye Ting suddenly thought of the pile of chocolates in his bag. He didn't plan to eat them, so he took them all out and invited everyone to share. Fred smiled maliciously, "Look at the packaging, these are actually your Christmas gifts, right? Then we won't be polite." Ye Ting smiled and nodded, motioning Harry and Ron to come and finish these chocolates. Ron picked the largest chocolate cake without hesitation and ate it up voraciously. In order to catch up with the summer homework, he spent half of his pocket money, and now he planned to eat it back. Harry picked up a piece of chocolate frog and took a bite. The rich sweet fragrance overflowed in his mouth. Then he realized that many people present didn't move their mouths at all. "So many chocolates, are you really not going to try them?" Harry asked Zhang Qiu carefully. "No." Zhang Qiu snorted, and she felt dazzling when she saw these chocolates. Susan had the same idea. It's not that she doesn't like sweets, but the source of chocolate makes her unhappy. Hermione even got up with her bag. Hermione, you're not going to the library now, are you? Ye Ting asked in confusion. The other people also looked at her in surprise. Yes, the library is empty now, it's a good time to study. The girl pouted and asked Ye Ting in return, do you want to go with me? Ye Ting smiled bitterly and waved her hand, I'd better forget it. I studied enough with Nico before, and now I'm a little tired. I want to take a break today. But there's only one semester left before the final exam. Hermione said in a matter-of-fact tone, I have to start making a review plan now, otherwise I will be in a mess. Making a study plan a semester in advance, is this Miss Granger? It's so scary. Hermione looked around again and asked for other people's opinions, do any of you want to go to the library with me? Or, forget it. Susan hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head. Although she is more studious now than before, she can't stand Hermione like this. We won't go either. Harry quickly expressed his opinion, and at the same time picked up a beautifully packaged chocolate crucible. He still prefers to enjoy chocolate here rather than studying in the library. After saying that, he looked at Ron, who had been silent all the time. Ron, you shouldn't go either, right? Ron was silent, and an indescribable confusion appeared on his face. Harry. This sudden shouting made several people around him startled involuntarily. Why are you so loud? Ron's face flushed, and his voice trembled a little. Harry, I really can't stand it, my whole body is as hot as being roasted by fire. You are wearing a cold-proof badge and such a thick sweater, of course you will feel hot. Harry frowned. Why don't you just take off your clothes? No, it's not like that. Ron shook his head anxiously, holding Harry's hand tightly, his breathing getting heavier. I feel a force accumulating in my lower abdomen, but I can't release it. Harry, help me. The innocent little Harry didn't understand what Ron meant, and was a little at a loss for words by his friend's sudden situation. How can I help you? Do you want to go to the bathroom? He looked at Ron's rosy face, and an inexplicable worry surged in his heart, thinking that he was sick. It's not going to the bathroom. Ron retorted loudly, it's the body heat, do you understand? And my heart, it seems to be ignited by something, restless, like a wild horse running away from its reins. George frowned and looked at his brother worriedly. Ron, are you okay? I'm fine. Ron took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. It's just that I can't see her, and I feel something wrong with my whole body. Fred whistled, oh. Our little Ron also has a girl he likes. Yes. Ron smiled happily, as if immersed in beautiful memories. She is really beautiful, I want to hold her and fly to the horizon together. George's curiosity was completely aroused. Ron, who is this girl you are talking about? Millicent Bulstrode. Ron blurted out. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and their eyes were all focused on Ron. George pondered for a moment and slowly said, Millicent? Well, I remember her. She is a frequent customer of our store and has a wealthy family. However, she is a Slytherin after all. Ron. You have never liked Slytherin, and she, are you sure you really like Millicent? Although George did not directly mention Millicent's appearance, everyone present knew it. Millicent was tall and strong, and looked like a female demon. In short, she was the kind that we Muslims could not look at. It was really strange that Ron had feelings for Millicent. Ron seemed a little uneasy. He muttered to himself, I feel very complicated now. I feel excited and scared, excited and happy. My feelings for her are too deep, as if they are about to overflow. Ron, do you know what you are saying? Harry interrupted him angrily, you didn't know her before, and I never saw you have any communication. Is there something wrong with your brain? I am sober, Harry. Ron took a deep breath and said solemnly, I am telling you seriously that I am in love with her. This is such a joke. Harry turned his head away in disdain, stop it, okay? However, before Harry finished speaking, he also changed his punch. He staggered a few steps before he stabilized his body and turned his head back angrily. Ron had already retracted his fist, staring at you with a sullen face, as if he wanted to punch again. What? Harry Potter, do you also want to snatch a woman from me? Ron roared, his eyes almost spewing fire. I will never let you go. At this moment of tension, Ye Ting calmly waved his hand. Bind. A stream of water emerged out of thin air and quickly turned into a long rope to tie Ron tightly to the chair. This is his new method, elemental transformation, or the ability to change form, from Tartaglia's Eye of God. Ron is under the influence of aphrodisiac. Ye Ting said helplessly. Where did this love potion come from? Fred frowned. Is it from these chocolates? Hermione quickly picked up a box of open chocolates from the table, with Millicent Bulstrode's name clearly written on it. She looked at Ye Ting with a smug smile on her face. See, I said I shouldn't make this stuff for them, they still find a way to send it to you. Now something went wrong. Ye Ting spread his hands helplessly and sighed, I'm not the only place where you can buy love potions. But don't eat these chocolates, so as not to cause trouble again. No need for Ye Ting to say more, the twins and Harry had already put down the chocolates in their hands with lingering fear. Although the people who came to Ye Ting to order love potions were all rich Slytherin ladies, and there were also some good-looking ones among them, but as Ye Ting said, he was not the only place in the world where love potions could be bought. If the love potion came from a beautiful girl, it would be fine, but if there was another Millicent, or even if it was a boy, considering that this was Britain, this situation was not impossible. Thinking of this, they shuddered involuntarily, and felt their anus tighten at the same time. As for Ye Ting, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. He planned to recycle these chocolates, melt them all, and separate the components of the love potion. If there were any more little witches who came to him to buy love potions, he would sell them again. He was going to give all the remaining chocolate solution to the system. The collection system can swallow up the collections that do not meet the standards and reward useful things. It can be regarded as a large recycling bin. What should Ron do now? Harry asked anxiously, holding his ear that was still aching. Ye Ting calmly took out a small bottle from his pocket and gently sucked a few drops of green liquid with a dropper. The antidote is here, he said concisely. Harry hurriedly took the dropper and carefully dripped the antidote into Ron's mouth. It took a long time for Ron to recover. A trace of fear flashed across his face, as if he had just escaped from a nightmare. Harry looked at him and tried to ask in a relaxed tone, "Are you back to normal?" Ron was a little confused. "What happened to me just now?" "You just accidentally took the love potion." Ye Ting explained concisely and handed him a peacock blue potion bottle. "This is a joy potion. Drinking 2 drops can calm your emotions." Although Ron was still frightened, he took the potion bottle with shaking hands. He took a deep breath, raised his head and drank it all, trying to wash away the uneasiness just now. Then, the fear on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by an expression of almost ecstasy. "Did I take the love potion? That feeling is really wonderful." He laughed, as if the experience just now was just a game. Suddenly, he turned to Harry and said with a smile, "Harry, did I hit you just now?" "You can hit me back, I will never fight back, it doesn't matter if you hit me in the face." When he said this, Ye Ting clearly saw a trace of impatience on his face. Harry was speechless when he heard this. He really had never seen such a cheap request. After returning to Hogwarts, Ye Ting finally lived a fulfilling and stable campus life again. Every day, I went to class with Hermione or Susan, and after class, I went to the room of requirement to do research. From time to time, I wrote letters to communicate with Nicholas Flamel. When I had time, I taught a few companions potions and alchemy to complete the orders of the Universal Shop. I participated in Quidditch training with Zhang Qiu 3 times a week. Life was very fulfilling. The little flower bud had grown to the size of a bathtub under Ye Ting's constant watering. The balcony of the dormitory could not accommodate it at all, so Ye Ting had to put it in the room of requirement. The unicorn gradually recovered its health under Ye Ting's constant care. Although Ye Ting was still not allowed to touch its horn, he was allowed to ride on it for a distance. It was February, and the snow in Hogwarts was gradually melting under the spring breeze. Ye Ting looked at the gradually warming weather outside the window, thinking to himself, it's time to send the unicorn back to the Forbidden Forest. The weather was bad tonight, just like a huge sin blocking the starry sky. The Forbidden Forest was strangely quiet under the night, with only the night wind passing through the woods, bringing bursts of low whistling sounds. Ye Ting mounted the silver-white unicorn and ran towards the agreed place with ease. When he arrived, there was a sound of hooves in the night, which was a secret signal between him and the centaur Ronan. He immediately whistled in response. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, and soon a red figure emerged from the darkness. "Why did you come just now, Ye Ting?" Ronan patted the leaves on his body and turned his head away with some dissatisfaction. "If it's any later, I'll go back." Ye Ting smiled and said with some apology, "I've been very busy recently, and all kinds of research have piled up. But I'm here now." He looked at Ronan curiously. "Your centaurs have access control like us. You have to check who hasn't returned home at night." Ronan sighed and explained, "The living habits of centaurs are different from your wizards. Our tribe is small in number, so everyone lives in a group and takes care of each other. Going out at night is risky, so there are rules in the tribe that you can't stay out all night." Ye Ting took out a bulging package from his backpack and handed it to Ronan. The package contained a large bag of the most classic snacks in the wizarding world, 5.14 chocolate frogs. When he first met Ronan, he mentioned that he wanted to eat wizard snacks, especially chocolate frogs. Ye Ting felt that it was a good deal to exchange these snacks for information about the Forbidden Forest. It just so happened that there were quite a few chocolate frogs in his Christmas gifts, but no one dared to eat them, so he just used them to trade with Ronan. "I have marked the location of the unicorn tribe you want on your map." Ronan drew a circle on Ye Ting's map with his finger. Ronan's tone was a little tired. "They migrated many times, and I took a lot of effort to find them. The elders in the family performed divination and finally divined the unicorn's current location. From the looks of it, you are planning to send it home, right?" His eyes fell on the unicorn, and he saw it leaning its head on Ye Ting's body intimately. This scene made Ronan's eyes flash with a hint of surprise. "This is the first time I have seen a unicorn so close to a man. Of course, after all, I saved it." Ye Ting gently patted the unicorn's head with a smug smile on his face. "It's a pity that I haven't found a chance to send it home before." Hagrid's map actually marked the unicorn's territory, but Ye Ting had taken the unicorn there once before and found that it was already empty. Perhaps it was because of Voldemort's attack that they became frightened birds and had to choose to migrate. Later, Ye Ting also asked Hagrid for help, but even Hagrid could not track the unicorn's new habitat. This made Ye Ting very anxious. He was worried about leaving this guy who had just recovered alone in the Forbidden Forest, so he could only ask the centaur for help. Ronan unwrapped a piece of chocolate frog and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully. After chewing it for a few times, an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. "TSK, this tastes really good." Then, he skillfully took out the picture of the chocolate frog and carefully kept it. Ronan chewed slowly and chatted, "By the way, have you met Twilight Sparkle in the Forbidden Forest recently? Bane, the fiancé who ran away from marriage?" Ye Ting was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and shook his head. "I haven't seen her. You centaurs shuttle through the Forbidden Forest all day long and know the art of divination. Even you can't find her, so how can I have the chance to meet her? By the way, why did you suddenly mention her? Did something happen?" the boy asked curiously. Ronan sighed lightly. "Last time we found Twilight Sparkle's traces near the tribe, and we were close to capturing her, but unfortunately she escaped in the end. Now the tribe has made a decision to officially define Twilight Sparkle as a traitor. If he meets Twilight Sparkle again, he will not show mercy and will kill her on the spot." He carefully put away the package and reminded, you often come to the Forbidden Forest. If you meet Twilight Sparkle one day, remember to remind her to be careful. Ye Ting hugged his arms in front of his chest, turned over and jumped onto the back of the unicorn, and said calmly, I don't want to interfere in the internal affairs of your centaurs. Ronan sighed again. He looked up at the sky and murmured, the nebula tonight is dim, as if it is foreshadowing something. Goodbye, Ye Ting, may good luck always be with you. After that, Ronan turned and left, probably to find a hidden place to hide the food. After all, bringing chocolate frogs back to the tribe like this will inevitably attract attention. And Ye Ting rode the unicorn and hurriedly ran away, galloping towards the new habitat of the unicorn. Just like that, Ye Ting rode the unicorn, shuttling through the forbidden forest like the wind. They bypassed the winding mountain road and finally arrived at a giant tree forest composed of towering trees of 20 to 30 meters high. Ye Ting gently snapped his fingers 11, and golden ripples spread out, spraying clockwork beetles one by one, flying in all directions. These beetles will help him search for the traces of unicorns. Unicorns are social creatures, usually living together in small groups. Their groups vary in size, ranging from 5 or 6 to more than 10, and they like to live by picturesque lakes. When unicorns act collectively, generally no one wants to provoke them, but perhaps because they have no natural enemies, unicorns act alone to forage in most cases. They only return to their common habitat when they rest. Ye the unicorn under Ting's crotch fell into Voldemort's clutches because of this habit. After returning to the tribe, as long as it is careful and tries to stay with the tribe, it should not encounter danger again. In the giant tree forest, the dense leaves blocked the moonlight, causing darkness under the tree canopy. Suddenly, a rapid sound of horse hooves came from the darkness, breaking the tranquility of the night. Ye Ting looked in the direction of the sound in surprise, and a wave of doubts surged in his heart. Could it be that the unicorn took the initiative to find it? However, the unicorn under his crotch did not show any special reaction. So it seems that it should not be a unicorn. So, who exactly did this horse hoof sound come from? In the Forbidden Forest, the only ones who can make horse hoof sounds are centaurs besides unicorns. Ronan just met him at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and this centaur could never be him. However, except for Ronan, most centaurs are hostile to him. The last time Ye Ting met Bane, he aimed his bow and arrow at Zhang Qiu's head soon after they met. With the previous experience, Ye Ting had to be extra careful when he heard the sound of horse hooves again. He jumped off the unicorn's back, signaled it to stay where it was, and then sneaked towards the source of the mysterious sound like a ghost. Although Lynette was not around, Ye Ting was not without the disillusionment spell. Amber's God's Eye also gave him good stealth skills. However, he still underestimated the sharp intuition of those top centaurs. The centaur's ears moved slightly, as if they caught the slight disturbance in the air, and immediately alerted that someone was approaching quietly from behind. She turned around suddenly, with the bow and arrow in her hand, and a delicate feather arrow was instantly strung. Seeing this, Ye Ting knew that he could no longer hide it, so he strode forward and waved his left hand. Dazzling light trick. Ye Ting did not want to kill the opponent on the spot, so he kept a trick when using Linny's fighting skills. The fire element gathered instantly, as if a thermite bomb had exploded in front of the centaur's eyes, and the hot flames accompanied by dazzling flashes suddenly bloomed in the darkness. The centaur only felt that her eyes were stung, and the white light made her eyes blind, and she couldn't help but shed tears. But relying on the hunter's intuition, she still loosened her fingers, and the bowstring was loosened, G, and the feather arrow shot towards the enemy like a meteor. At such a close distance, an arrow piercing the heart is almost a foregone conclusion, enough to make the opponent lose the battle in an instant. However, Ye Ting was not afraid, and with a clench of his right hand, a blade made of flowing water condensed out of thin air. Then, he swung his hand casually, and the blade accurately hit the flying arrow. The arrow was deflected by the water blade and inserted diagonally into the mud. Binding! Ye Ting shouted, and the water changed again, turning into ropes, and suddenly wrapped around the centaur in front of him like a spirit snake. The centaur's eyes were stimulated by the strong light and it was difficult to open them. He could only rely on the whistling wind in his ears to judge the enemy situation. She quickly drew the short knife from her waist and slashed violently in the direction of the perceived threat. Unfortunately, the water will flow more if the knife is cut off. The moment the rope was touched by the blade, it turned into liquid again, completely unaffected by the blade. But when the rope touched the centaur's body, it instantly restored its due flexibility and binding force. The centaur was shocked to find that his hands were tightly tied and could not move. Ye Ting took a step forward, and the whole person suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. The next moment, Ye Ting teleported to the side of the centaur and punched the centaur in the chest fiercely. He wanted to use this punch to make the opponent lose balance, and then end the fight with a beautiful flying knee. But unexpectedly, the punch hit the centaur, but it was like hitting soft cotton. The soft and elastic fat completely dissolved the punch. Damn, this centaur has no martial ethics and actually prepared such a thick breastplate. Ye Ting had to quickly adjust his strategy. 10 sharp hand knives slashed at the centaur's waist and neck. There was a muffled bang sound, and the centaur fell down and fell unconscious. It was not until now that Ye Ting could carefully look at the opponent in front of him. This is a female centaur. The horse part of her body is a beautiful lavender purple, and her long dark blue, purple and rose-red hair and horsetail flutter in the wind. Because of her horse body, although she has the upper body of a girl, her figure is much taller than that of an ordinary girl. This does not make her look majestic, but adds a bit of arrogance. Her face is extremely beautiful, but there is a kind of untamable wildness between her eyebrows. At her throat, a purple gem shines brightly, reflecting charming light. Exquisite ornaments hang on her earlobes, swaying gently as her Ye Ting binds her. In addition, she is also covered with various weapons, sharpened wooden spears, heavy stone hammers, sharp daggers, delicate rope nets, and even a few rusty swords. In short, the number seems to be quite large, but every one of them is garbage. Centaurs generally don't like to wear clothes, but this female centaur is an exception. Her upper body was wrapped in mesh clothing woven from the silk of acromantic giant spiders. Her plump soft flesh was like a heavy grapefruit, as if it could break the rope that bound her at any time. Ye Ting stared at her intently, and became very interested in the body structure of the centaurs. He had studied biology and was curious about the centaurs, a subhuman species that combined the characteristics of humans and horses. Logically speaking, the centaurs did not look like creatures that could evolve naturally. There was a golden section anatomical diagram of the centaurs in the Hogwarts library, which was modeled after the great alchemist Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man. In that diagram, the centaur's body structure was both wonderful and complex. They had the human chest cavity and the horse's abdominal cavity, separated by a thick diaphragm. Their lungs were longer, their digestive systems were bloated, and they retained the 12 pairs of ribs of humans and the 18 pairs of ribs of horses. Even more amazing was that they had 2 hearts and 2 sets of lactation systems. But there was only so much information, and the wizard's understanding of the centaurs was too limited. This lack of understanding caused a gap between the two races. And now, there was a living centaur in front of Ye Ting, and he suddenly had the idea of using her for in-depth research. Of course, this was really just pure academic research. He just wanted to enhance the wizard's understanding of the centaurs, without any other distractions. Ye Ting thought that this was a noble act that was free from vulgarity. Besides, this centaur attacked him as soon as they met. Obviously not a good centaur. Obviously not a good person. So, it wouldn't be too much for Ye Ting to do something bad to her. Just as Ye Ting was struggling with his heart and wondering whether to take action, the female centaur gradually woke up from her coma. After a brief confusion, her eyes quickly became sharp and bright, and then she was surprised to find that she was not blind and her vision had returned to normal. But her body was tightly bound by the ropes condensed by the water flow, unable to move. At this time, a young wizard riding a unicorn looked her up and down with a look that made her feel uncomfortable. "Are you finally awake?" Ye Ting took 2 steps closer, twisted her neck leisurely, and then leaned over to look at her. "Tell me, why did you attack me?" The female centaur took a deep breath and defended, "I didn't intend to attack you, wizard. My arrow was just aimed at your cloak." Hearing this, Ye Ting nodded secretly. Indeed, when the arrows came, he could tell that the arrows would not really hit him. "I heard that you stopped a black wizard in the Forbidden Forest before, right?" The centaur continued, "My people all praised you for your extraordinary strength, I just wanted to test your skills." "Really, I swear in the name of the leader." Ye Ting rolled his eyes disdainfully. From her purple fur, he had already seen through her identity. She was Twilight Sparkle, the female centaur who escaped from the tribe. "You are a guy wanted by the tribe, and now you swear in the name of Mager. What's the difference between this oath and fart?" But since Twilight Sparkle was someone Ronan asked him to take care of, Ye Ting didn't intend to really do anything to her. He waved his hand and untied the magic that bound Twilight Sparkle. "Don't attack wizards casually next time, it's dangerous," Ye Ting warned. "Thank you, you are such a kind and good wizard," Twilight Sparkle said with sincere gratitude. "By the way, I heard that some dark wizards would have evil thoughts when they met centaurs and wanted to capture them for research. You didn't have such thoughts just now, did you?" Thinking of Ye Ting's strange eyes just now, Twilight Sparkle asked tentatively. Ye Ting coughed lightly, her face full of righteousness. "I absolutely don't have such thoughts. I swear in the name of my best teacher Tom Riddle, Miss Twilight Sparkle. You know my identity." Twilight Sparkle suddenly felt embarrassed. She had pretended for a long time before, but this little wizard knew everything. "Did Ronan ask you to come here to find me?" Twilight Sparkle suddenly remembered something and asked, staring into Ye Ting's eyes. Ye Ting frowned and quickly denied, "I don't know Ronan." "Relax, Ye Ting." Twilight Sparkle comforted softly, "Ronan told me that you were looking for a new habitat for unicorns. He didn't know the exact location, but I found this area through divination and told him." "Did you tell him?" Ye Ting raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What is the relationship between you and Ronan? Why did he help you so much?" "We don't have any special relationship." Twilight Sparkle shook her head and said, "Ronan just doesn't want to see me suffer misfortune, so he asked me to come to you, hoping to make a deal with you, just like he did with you." Ye Ting stared at Twilight Sparkle and said, "Do you know what Ronan and I traded? Although I don't know the specific content of your transaction, I can assure you that I can do what Ronan can do, and even do better." Twilight Sparkle's words revealed full of confidence. Ye Ting asked with interest, "Ronan wants chocolate frogs. You are not interested in this too, are you?" "Of course there is more than that." Twilight Sparkle said seriously, "I escaped from the centaur tribe and brought almost nothing of value. I want to exchange for some practical supplies now." "Oh. What do you want to exchange?" Ye Ting asked curiously. "Weapons and survival supplies." Twilight Sparkle answered without hesitation. Ye Ting leaned back slightly, glanced at Twilight Sparkle, and frowned slightly. "With your ability, you should be able to survive in this forest with only the bow and arrow in your hand, right?" "Indeed." Twilight Sparkle smiled, and a heroic arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. "But these alone are not enough for me to hunt centaurs." The picture shows Twilight Sparkle hunting centaurs. Hearing this request, Ye Ting couldn't help but hesitate. Although he didn't like centaurs very much, he always maintained the attitude of lawful neutrality and didn't want to favor any side. If he provided weapons and supplies to Twilight Sparkle, wouldn't it mean that he had changed his position? Once discovered by the centaurs, he would probably be hostile and attacked by them. He looked at the centaurs in front of him, pondered for a moment and asked, "Tell me in detail, what can you provide for me?" "My bow and arrow will fight for you." Twilight Sparkle raised her head proudly. "Although I am not as strong as the male centaurs in the tribe, I can proudly say that my archery skills are unmatched among the centaurs. As long as you need, my bow and arrow are ready to attack you at any time. Is that so? Ye Ting nodded, and then Twilight Sparkle saw a golden rui in Ting's hand. The boy didn't do anything, and the golden rui melted like flowing water, and then turned into a golden bow. Do you see that tree? Ye Ting pointed forward. Twilight Sparkle looked in the direction of his hand and found a dry tree with 2 yellow leaves growing alone on it. Then, Ye Ting squeezed his feet and rode his unicorn in the opposite direction in front of Twilight's astonished eyes. After running for about 100 meters, Ye Ting suddenly turned around, pulled the golden bow, and 2 feather arrows appeared on the bowstring. Without seeing how Ye Ting aimed, the 2 arrows were fired at the same time. Twilight Sparkle watched the 2 arrows draw 2 beautiful arcs that were almost parallel, and then hit 2 yellow leaves almost at the same time. This is Amber's specialty, 1 arrow hits 2 hills. Twilight Sparkle was dumbfounded. She never thought that a little wizard could have such archery skills. How is it, can you centaurs do it? Ye Ting rode the unicorn back to Twilight Sparkle and asked slowly. Although his tone was very calm, it sounded like an unspeakable mockery to Twilight. The female centaur shook her head. What a joke, this kind of archery is not something that ordinary people can use. You know, for ordinary archers, it is already amazing to be able to shoot accurately within 50 meters. The Olympic archery target is 70 meters, but that is completely out of actual combat, and can only be achieved by shooting at the same target for many years. And Ye Ting not only hit the target from 100 meters away, but also did it on a unicorn running at high speed, turning his head to shoot. Of course, even so, Twilight felt that she could barely do it. After all, they were born with 2 pairs of horse hooves, and riding and shooting is their talent. But what Ye Ting did now was to shoot 2 arrows at the same time and ensure that both arrows hit. Twilight racked her brains but couldn't figure out how he did it. Even if she practiced archery from the womb, it wouldn't work. Mr. Ye Ting, how did you develop such archery skills? The female centaur couldn't help asking. Just practice casually. Ye Ting changed the golden bow back to Rui and put it away. At first it was just a hobby. I only found out later that I have some talent in this area. Love. Just practice casually. Ye Ting's Versailles speech dealt a heavy blow to Twilight Sparkle. How could such a talent appear in a little wizard? How embarrassed are the centaurs? Seeing Twilight Sparkle's convinced expression, Ye Ting smiled. He did intend to cooperate with the centaurs in front of him, but it was also cooperation, how to cooperate, and who would take the lead, all of which needed to be considered. Even though she was captured, this female centaur named Twilight Sparkle still acted so strongly, which was not the cooperative attitude he wanted. Therefore, Ye Ting chose to show off his skills and suppress Twilight Sparkle's confidence first, so that it would be easier to negotiate. However, this alone was not enough. Twilight Sparkle, you see, even though I am an excellent archer, in most cases, I prefer to use magic to solve problems. In front of powerful spells, archery, no matter how advanced it is, can only be regarded as a pastime. Ye Ting said lightly, so, how much value does your archery have for me? Ye Ting's words made Twilight Sparkle lower her head and fall into deep thought. Yes, the archery of this little wizard is already so outstanding, but in front of more powerful magic, it can only be reduced to a hobby. And her archery is not as good as the other party. How much help can she provide to the other party? Twilight Sparkle pondered in her mind, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and said to Ye Ting, by the way, my divination ability is not bad, at least better than Ronan. Even among the centaurs, there are few people who can compare with me. Speaking of this, she regained her confidence. Those centaurs are unwilling to share their divination skills with wizards, but I am willing. As long as you are willing to help, I can tell fortunes for you at any time. No matter what you want to find, I can help you predict it. As if she was afraid that Ye Ting didn't believe it, she couldn't wait to say, I can tell fortunes for you right now. According to the situation on Mars, Hogwarts will be very peaceful in a short time. But after 2 rounds of moon phases, the light of Mars will shine again. A good fortune teller is always like this, likes to say something vague to maintain mystery. Ye Ting shrugged, I know this very well. Mars has a small size and a large orbital eccentricity, so its apparent magnitude changes unpredictably and its brightness is unstable. But generally speaking, it presents a periodic change pattern. To be honest, Twilight Sparkle, if you are interested, I can spend a semester to explain basic physics and the law of gravity to you. By the way, I can also teach you how to look at the world from a muggle's perspective. Ye Ting sneered at astrology from the bottom of his heart. He could understand Professor Sprout's prediction. After all, magic, which is beyond the ordinary, always has some special features that cannot be measured by common sense. But how can astrology peek into the future? Isn't Mars brighter because it is closer to the Earth? How can it be a hint of fate? Let him believe in astrology. That is simply a great insult to the education he received in his previous life. Twilight Sparkle shook her head gently and retorted disapprovingly, Muggles' observation angles are indeed unique, but can they explain the mystery of the birth of the universe? Can they explain the source of the universal gravity you mentioned? Can they explain the origin of all things in the world? If they can't, can you? Ye Ting raised his eyebrows. Neither can I, Twilight Sparkle said calmly, humans gain knowledge by observing phenomena, and we centaurs also learn through observation. In essence, we are no different. How dare you say such a pedantic statement? Ye Ting had no choice but to use facts to ruthlessly break her luck. But in fact, Muggles can really explain these. Ye Ting crossed his arms and began to popularize science for Twilight Sparkle. He started with molecules and atoms, and then talked about quarks, and then jumped to the Big Bang Theory. Then, he explained the theory of relativity and gravity in detail, telling her that gravity is actually just the geometric effect of the curvature of matter on spacetime, etc. In his previous life, Ye Ting only had a vague understanding of these advanced physics theories, but recently he accidentally saw these theories on the Encyclopedia Britannica and studied them carefully. At this moment, he started to learn and apply them in front of Twilight Sparkle. Quarks. Big Bang. Riemann metric. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Twilight Sparkle was dizzy after hearing this. She was just an ordinary centaur, and she had never even been to school. How could she understand these things? But after hearing Ye Ting's clear and logical explanation, she had to believe it, as if it really happened. Okay, you win, I admit that Muggles understand the universe better than centaurs. Twilight Sparkle hesitated and tried to defend herself, this doesn't mean that centaurs' divination is useless, really. Ye Ting raised his eyebrows suspiciously. Just then, a few clockwork beetles flew back to Ye Ting. Ye Ting let the beetles fly to his hand, sensed the message received by the beetles, and looked up at Twilight Sparkle. Well, now there is an example of unreliable divination, didn't you predict that the nearest habitat of the unicorn tribe is nearby? Why didn't I see any? That's not right. Twilight Sparkle was shocked when she heard this, I clearly saw a unicorn here yesterday. The voice became smaller and smaller as she said this. Obviously, she was no longer confident. In the end, Twilight Sparkle could only whisper, maybe they have gone deep into the forbidden forest. Seeing Ye Ting still looking stern, Twilight Sparkle finally became dejected. Sorry, apart from these, I really don't know what else I can give you. She looked at Ye Ting disappointedly, since you are unwilling to help me, then for Ronan's sake, I hope you don't tell other centaurs about my situation here. As she said this, she put her bow and arrow on her back and turned to walk deep into the forbidden forest. Then, she heard Ye Ting's voice behind her. Wait, where are you going? Where else can I go? Twilight Sparkle's voice was a little sad, I just want to find a more secret place where I won't be found by my tribe. Why do you want to leave now? Ye Ting asked, and who said I don't want to help you? Do you really want to help me? Twilight Sparkle was a little surprised, and then she couldn't believe it. But apart from bows and arrows and divination, I don't have anything to help you with. That's hard to say. Ye Ting rode the unicorn to the female centaur and patted her on the shoulder. To be honest, even if you didn't provide any help, I wouldn't tell other centaurs about you. After all, I've been unhappy with Bane for a long time. Ye Ting said this sincerely. In fact, Yi Hua has always wanted to develop the business of the Wanyu shop among the centaurs. The products of the Forbidden Forest are so rich that Hagrid alone can't collect them all. Relying on Hagrid's map, Ye Ting would come to the Forbidden Forest every now and then, but with his own efforts, the efficiency is still not enough. Recently, in addition to researching the intelligent core, Ye Ting is also mass-producing humanoid clockwork machines, and there is a big gap in materials. He also hopes to use these materials to mass-produce potions and sell them to Diagon Alley to make a fortune in galleons. So, Yi Ping thought of the centaurs. As residents of the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs can completely replace them and collect various materials efficiently. But the problem is, what right does Ye Ting have to drive the centaurs? If this proud race is willing to submit to wizards, it will not end up like this today. What's more, it's already 9119, who still uses the bloody and unpleasant slave system. In terms of driving people, capitalists are much better than slaves. Aren't ordinary muggles sold and count money for them? Ye Ting's plan is to sell the goods of the Wanyu shop to the centaurs. From Ronan's attitude, Ye Ting can see that although the centaurs are very xenophobic, there are still a group of people among them who are willing to accept the goods of wizards. It's a pity that due to the traditional xenophobic centaurs like Bane, the centaurs who are willing to accept new things dare not accept Ye Ting's goods at all. Nuo Zhaohao, only Ronan will secretly trade with Ye Ting. And as an outsider, Ye Ting has no excuse to intervene in the internal affairs of the centaurs, so he can only worry. Therefore, if someone can do something against those centaurs' conservatives, Ye Ting will definitely find a way to help. And Twilight Sparkle is obviously such a person. Ronan's attitude shows that most of the moderates within the centaurs are very sympathetic to Twilight Sparkle. Therefore, even if Twilight Sparkle becomes a wanted criminal, they will not actively hunt down female centaurs. And Twilight Sparkle's so-called hunting of centaurs is certainly not aimed at these people. On the contrary, those conservatives will be the most active in hunting down Twilight Sparkle, and they happen to be the common enemy of Twilight Sparkle and Ye Ting. As long as Twilight Sparkle can kill a few more conservatives, the atmosphere within the centaurs will soon change. Twilight Sparkle certainly doesn't know Ye Ting's calculations. Hearing what Ye Ting said, she suddenly felt that although this little wizard is powerful, he is still a good person. She immediately came forward and held Ye Ting's hand. Really? Are you really willing to help me? Because of being too excited, Twilight Sparkle leaned too far forward and almost let Ye Ting's head bury in the cotton. Restraining the desire for facial cleanser, Ye Ting nodded. Yes, Miss Twilight Sparkle. I am happy to help you, and you are not completely unable to help. Really? Twilight Sparkle said in surprise, tell me quickly, I am willing to do anything. Seeing the attitude of the female horseman, Ye Ting nodded with satisfaction. Things have come to this point, his goal is stable. This proud little mare was first suppressed by Ye Ting, and her pride was worn away. Then she transformed into Hu Baoyi and Ji Shiyu to comfort her. She has already regarded him as a savior. Then, of course, whatever Ye Ting says is what she wants. You can hide from the tribe in the Forbidden Forest, so you must know this place well. Ye Ting asked. Of course. The female centaur patted her trembling chest. I dare say that no one in the entire tribe knows every plant and tree in the Forbidden Forest better than me. That's good. Ye Ting was not polite and said directly, I need someone to collect various herbs in the Forbidden Forest for me regularly and hunt precious materials from magical animals. Then how much do you need to collect? Twilight Sparkle asked. Do your best without exposing yourself. Ye Ting was generous at this time, I want more or less. Also, since I can't find the unicorn's tribe, I'll leave it with you. Please take care of it for me. Really, Mr. Ye Ting? Twilight Sparkle was very moved when she heard this, and secretly clenched her fists. You are a good person, don't worry, I won't let you down. Twilight Sparkle is indeed an honest child. After hearing what Ye Ting said, she thought that Ye Ting just wanted to help, but was afraid that the unilateral help would be rejected, so she found an excuse to trade materials. It was the other party who risked offending the centaurs to help, but the boy was keen to consider his own self-esteem when he lent a helping hand. Ronan was right, he was indeed a very good person. Thinking of this, Twilight Sparkle secretly made up her mind, don't worry, benefactor, I will definitely try my best to help you collect materials and will never let you down. Suddenly being looked at by the female centaur with the eyes of a kind person, Ye Ting was stunned at first, but immediately guessed the other party's thoughts. Well, I just think you are honest, so I don't ask for more, I didn't expect you to be so honest. But Ye Ting saw through it but didn't say it. For an honest child like Twilight Sparkle, this misunderstanding will increase her efforts at work. You know, the work efficiency produced by unwilling work and working from the heart is not at the same level. In order to aggravate this misunderstanding, Ye Ting took out a lot of food on the spot, all of which were foods that could be stored for a long time, such as chocolate, bread, sausages, etc. Afraid that Twilight Sparkle had no place to put these things, Ye Ting took out 2 more pockets made by Space Extension Spell. One is for you to put 387 supplies, and the other is for the collected materials. Ye Ting explained. Twilight Sparkle, who was starving, took a big bite of chocolate. After the sweet taste entered her mouth, she almost cried. I have never eaten such delicious food before. She ate it voraciously and almost choked herself. Take your time, no rush, Ye Ting patted her back, do you like chocolate very much? If you want to eat, I have plenty here. As he said that, he took out another full stack and stuffed it all into Twilight Sparkle's pocket king. Really, thank you so much, Mr. Ye Ting. Twilight Sparkle didn't know what to say. Ye Ting's handsome face was shining in her eyes. She didn't know that these chocolates of Ye Ting were actually gifts received on Christmas, a hodgepodge after separating the love potion and melting them together. No one eats this thing, so Ye Ting originally planned to destroy it with the system, but now that Twilight Sparkle likes it, he can make use of it. In addition to food, Ye Ting also took out ropes, flints, shovels, canvas and other necessary supplies for outdoor survival. Originally, he brought them with him for emergency use, but now he gave them to Twilight Sparkle. Ye Ting taught her how to use them one by one, fearing that she didn't understand. The centaurs were too exclusive, so Twilight Sparkle had to learn how to use flint and how to set up a tent. For Twilight Sparkle, she had never come into contact with more novel things in her life than in this one night. This also made her realize how convenient her life was just now. Finally, Ye Ting gave Twilight Sparkle a white tassel spear, a tigerfish knife, and a sharpshooter's oath. Such a good weapon, is it really for me? Twilight Sparkle touched the longbow in front of her, stroked the white tassel spear, and wiped the sharp tigerfish knife. She could see that these weapons were all very sophisticated magic weapons, which must have been made by the best craftsmen and alchemists, and each one was very precious. In their entire tribe, only the leader Major and Bane's uncle each had a magic longbow, which was passed down from their ancestors. But these 2 enchanted longbows combined were not as good as any of these 3 weapons. Ye Ting gave her all 3 weapons, which must have cost him a lot of money. I have a wand anyway, and I don't need this, so I might as well give it to you. Ye Ting shrugged, looking indifferent. But, it's too expensive. Twilight Sparkle still didn't dare to accept it. Just think of it as me lending it to you, Ye Ting sighed, no matter how expensive the weapon is, it can't be more than your life. It's not the Middle Ages now, and there are no wizards like Gryffindor who practice both magic and martial arts. Such enchanted weapons can't be sold at a high price by wizards, so it's better to do a favor for those who need them. Thank you so much, Ye Ting. Twilight Sparkle couldn't hold back her gratitude at all, and rushed forward to hug the boy, pressing him into the pomelo, letting him feel the facial cleanser. Ye Ting felt that it was worthy of being a centaur's pomelo, which was large in size and very solid, and full of experience. After finally regaining his breath, Ye Ting said, "In fact, in addition to bows and arrows, my swordsmanship and spearmanship are also good. I can teach you a few tricks when I have time." As we all know, there are no horses in Teyvat. At least the skills that Ye Ting learned from Tartaglia are not used for cavalry combat. But with his talent, it is not impossible to develop a few skills for cavalry combat. Anyway, as a wizard, Ye Ting does not expect Tartaglia's martial arts to play a role. If he teaches Twilight Sparkle, it will not be a waste of money. I just hope that Twilight Sparkle can deal with a few more stubborn conservative centaurs and deal a heavy blow to the conservatives. After seeing Ye Ting's wonderful archery skills of hitting 2 hills with 1 arrow, Twilight Sparkle certainly would not think that Ye Ting's so-called proficiency in swordsmanship and spearmanship was bragging. She immediately expressed sincerely that she would definitely learn well. After everything was settled, Ye Ting put the unicorn down, handed it to Twilight Sparkle, and handed her a badge. "Then, I'll give it to you. Take good care of it. Also, if I want to come to you, I will notify you in advance with the badge. If you encounter any danger that you can't solve, you can also use the badge to notify me. Then, I'm leaving." Waving his hand, Ye Ting said goodbye to the female centaur and the unicorn. Seeing Ye Ting leave, the unicorn came forward and reluctantly grabbed the corner of Ye Ting's clothes. But in the end, Ye Ting still left it here with a wolf's heart. In fact, if it hadn't been for the fact that keeping it with Hagrid was not a solution, Ye Ting would not have sent it back to the Forbidden Forest. Wouldn't it be nice to keep such a precious little baby by your side every day to improve your favorability? Even if there was no reward, Ye Ting would actually like to keep a unicorn. Horses are originally beautiful animals, and unicorns are not only doubly beautiful, but also very clean. Who doesn't want to keep a fragrant and soft unicorn? Every time Ye Ting comes to play with the unicorn, Nit will feel jealous. At this time, Ye Ting wants a suitcase similar to Newt Scamander more than ever. That kind of box is simply equivalent to a small portable world. It doesn't matter how many magical animals you raise in it, and you can also grow crops. How great! However, giving the unicorn to Twilight Sparkle is not without benefits. Ye Ting also has one less daily job. He only needs to visit them once a week and bring some supplies to Twilight Sparkle. But as the winter ice and snow completely melted, Ye Ting's attention was soon attracted by other things. That's right, the Quidditch week of this school year is coming again. Ravenclaw will also usher in the first Quidditch game of this school year, and the opponent is Slytherin. If it was last year's Ravenclaw, it would probably be ready to be a send-point baby, and directly send Slytherin to the finals. But it's different. Because this year, Ye joined the team. How could Ye Ting tolerate such a thing? He was still thinking about playing a record-breaking high score and making a splash. If Ravenclaw can rush into the finals under his leadership, it will definitely be an unprecedented event. After all, they were a complete underdog team last year. Now on the Quidditch game standings, Gryffindor Academy is the leader, but it is only 40 points ahead of Slytherin, the second place. But this ranking is not the final result, because the schedule is only halfway through, and Ravenclaw has not played any games yet. For Slytherin, this match is a crucial battle for their fate. In their eyes, the real opponent is not Ravenclaw, but the future Gryffindor. Neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor has played against Ravenclaw yet, but the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor has ended. This means that if Slytherin wants to take the Quidditch Cup home, it must win at least 40 points more than the future Gryffindor in the match against Ravenclaw. For both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, this match is a situation where they must do their best to win. So overnight, the friendship between Ravenclaw and Slytherin turned over, faster than turning a book. In the past, the relationship between the two colleges was quite harmonious, especially the existence of Ye Ting, which made Slytherin dare not provoke Ravenclaw too much. But at this time, the hostility between the two sides reached its peak. Ravenclaw seemed to have replaced Gryffindor and became the #1 enemy in Professor Snape's eyes. He started to deduct points like a mad dog. Professor Flitwick was not so shameless, so the whole Ravenclaw house fought hard, actively answered questions, and accumulated points like crazy, just to get the house. Luckily, there were really many top students in Ravenclaw, one of the best in the whole school. Under the leadership of Ye Ting, they withstood the suppression of Slytherin. The captain of the team, Becky, also went crazy and began to follow the example of other teams and conduct iron-blooded special training for Ravenclaw. Zhang Qiu also seized the time to practice with Ye Ting. In order to ensure the team's victory, Ye Ting even gave his Nimbus 2000 to Zhang Qiu and rode the sweeping 10 stars himself. In his opinion, the gap between himself and the opponent's chaser was much higher than the gap between Zhang Qiu and the Slytherin Seeker. And a high-performance broom would be of greater help to the Seeker. On the eve of the game, the common room of Ravenclaw College fell into silence, and all daily activities seemed to be paused. Roger Davis began to wipe his broom over and over again, as if he wanted to make it sparkle and blind the Slytherin students in the game. And Randolph Burrow repeatedly used the stabilization spell to check the performance of the broom, fearing that the Slytherin students would cast some evil spell on her broom behind her back, making her efforts go to waste. Harry almost fell off his flying broom before, which still made everyone feel scared. But Ye Ting felt that if he continued to check like this, his broom would have problems by itself, and no one would need to cast any spells. Professor Flitwick had already appeared in the lounge for the 9th time. He seemed to have Alzheimer's disease, and repeatedly asked Ye Ting if he was sure to eliminate Slytherin. His eyes were full of expectation and anxiety. He was obviously driven by Snape's private sarcasm, and now he just wanted to slap Snape in the face. Even Hermione, who was always calm, put down her books and sneaked into the Ravenclaw lounge to visit Ye Ting. She sat on a stool, picked up Ye Ting's cup, drank a few gulps of water, and said breathlessly, "I can't study. It's too noisy over there. I can't concentrate at all." The students of Gryffindor College were more worried about this game than Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Although they are currently ranked first, this position is not stable and may become second at any time. They are only 40 points higher than Slytherin. As long as Slytherin scores a few more goals, they will be squeezed to second place. And second place means that a year's efforts will be wasted. Therefore, Gryffindor students are looking forward to Ravenclaw's victory and keeping this hard-won first place for them. Ye Ting raised his lips slightly and poured Hermione a cup of tea, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Gryffindor's efforts will of course be in vain. After all, Ye Ting himself also wants to win the Quidditch Cup. In fact, Hermione was not as worried as other Gryffindors. She encouraged Ye Ting, "Then you have to work hard. If you really can't do it, surrender, don't force it." When Gryffindor beat Slytherin, Angelina's mouth was almost crooked by Flint. Ye Ting rolled her eyes helplessly. "Hermione, can't you say something auspicious?" The girl tilted her head, pretending to be in deep thought, and then said seriously, "Well, if your teeth are knocked out, I will let my father fix them for you for free. How about lifetime warranty?" Ye Ting heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, "Thank your father for his generosity for me." "You're welcome." Hermione grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The breeze blew by, bringing a hint of the fresh fragrance of shampoo. Ye Ting suddenly reached out and messed up her carefully groomed brown curly hair like a prank, causing Hermione to grumble. On Saturday, the much-anticipated match day finally arrived. When Ye Ting and his Ravenclaw teammates entered the auditorium, thunderous applause surged like a tide, almost lifting the roof off. Students from all colleges looked at them expectantly, praying in their hearts that Ravenclaw must defeat Slytherin. Ye Ting's eyes swept across the crowd, and he saw the Weasley twins leading the applause. "Ye Ting, we must let Slytherin see how powerful we are," Fred shouted loudly. The students of Slytherin College stared at Fred angrily, as if they wanted to kill him before the game started. After dinner, the players left the auditorium and went to the locker room for final preparations. The moment they stepped out of the auditorium, they were once again greeted with applause and cheers like a hero's farewell. In the Ravenclaw locker room, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Ye Ting changed into the Quidditch uniform with a blue background and silver edges, and instantly became the focus of his teammates. He greeted his teammates one by one, and everyone responded enthusiastically. The atmosphere of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team is always so harmonious, and the Captain Becky is even more unpretentious, always patiently imparting experience to the young players. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to lose his temper, but he doesn't dare to. After all, there are few boys in the college, and this team is finally assembled. He doesn't want to lose any player because of a momentary impulse. In contrast, the Slytherin team has no such good thing. The veterans there always like to order the newcomers around, and even bullying incidents are reported from time to time, which makes people sweat for those newcomers. Captain Becky raised her hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone knows that both Ye Ting and Zhang Qiu are participating in the competition for the first time, especially Ye Ting, who is still in the first grade. Come on, everyone, give them some encouragement." The team members immediately applauded, and the chaser Roger blew a loud whistle and cheered, "Say a few words, say a few words." Zhang Qiu raised his broom, with a determined light in his eyes, "I will definitely grab the golden snitch before my opponent." Oh oh! Everyone cheered, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Ye Ting seemed much more modest. "For me, I win if I don't get hurt." Becky didn't expect Ye Ting to say such soft words. He opened his mouth and could only say, "That's right, everyone should be careful of the Slytherin team. They don't have the ethics of playing football, we must not be careless." Becky stretched out his hand, and the team members put their hands on it, with Ye Ting and Zhang Qiu's hands on the top. Everyone shouted in unison, "Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw." Before leaving, Captain Becky suddenly found Ye Ting. He moved closer and whispered, "Ye Ting. I almost forgot, what model of your flying broom is it? Is it a Nimbus 1700 or a Sweep 5 stars? Ye Ting held the flying broom with a smile on his face, "Sweep 1 star. Are you kidding me?" Samuels, the batsman standing by, widened his eyes in astonishment. "This broom is the first-generation product of the Sweep Company. It's older than my grandfather." Ye Ting tilted his head and said, "This is the first broom I modified myself. I have developed feelings for it, so I can't bear to throw it away." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Becky scratched her head and said helplessly, "Can we ask Madame Hooch to replace the broom now? You can use Zhang Qiu's original broom. There are 2 minutes before entering the field." "I'm afraid it won't work, Captain." Chaser Roger responded anxiously. "Okay, Ye Ting, you don't have any special tactics today, just play to the unique performance of your broom." Becky sighed and prayed in her heart that she would not be slaughtered too badly by Slytherin today. Ye Ting understood instantly that the captain meant to let him play freely. Several people left the lounge together. Becky took the lead in pushing open the door of the locker room and strode towards the Quidditch field, followed by others. Ye Ting carried his old broom and fell at the end of the team. The locker room was silent, but when they walked into the stadium, it was as if the mute button was cancelled instantly, and the entire audience burst into thunderous cheers, surging like a tide, almost piercing the eardrums. The audience had turned into a blue and silver ocean of Ravenclaw, and Slytherin seemed to have offended the public, and the snake green only occupied a corner, shrinking in the corner. Looking around, the blue hats, banners, and billboards in the audience were like stars, scattered in every corner, all of which were masterpieces of Kyopu. If it were any other game, Slytherin might be able to rely on the power of Krypton gold to buy the most dazzling banners and billboards to overwhelm the opponent with momentum. But this time was different, the big boss of Wanyupu was now playing in person. Ye Ting used his power for personal gain and privately arranged a lot of props for Ravenclaw to cheer him up. Not only did he have to beat Slytherin in the game, but he also had to outdo Slytherin in the audience. This matter was specifically assigned to Hermione. So now, in addition to various banners with Ravenclaw written on them, there was a huge sign with a handsome animated image of Ye Ting floating above the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor audience seats. In the painting, Ye Ting was riding a broom in the sky, and from time to time he would wink at the showy guy in front of him, causing a group of little witches to scream. Seeing this, Ting couldn't help but smile bitterly. So this is how he is in Hermione's eyes. When the Slytherin Quidditch team appeared, the whole audience burst into huge boos, like a storm, and some students excitedly threw water bottles at them. Snape wore a green ornament on his chest and stood in front of the Slytherin audience with a look of disdain. Whether you can win the game depends on force. Strength. It's not about who looks better. Madam Hooch was squatting in the middle of the field, busy taking out the quaffle and bludger from a big box to prepare for the upcoming game. The early spring sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight was like golden silk, warmly spreading on Ye Ting, coating him with a layer of dazzling brilliance. The boy stretched out his right hand and gently covered his forehead, with confidence in his eyes. Not only was Captain Becky worried about Ye Ting's broom, Zhang Qiu looked at him with some concern. Ye Ting, how about I return the Nimbus 2000 to you? Can this sweep 1 star really be used in the competition? You've ridden this broom before. Ye Ting crossed her arms. You should be very clear about its performance. But, in the competition, you have to consider more than just the flying performance. She pointed out worriedly, the captain is right. Slytherin likes to use foul tactics the most. When they see your sweep 1 star, they will definitely target you. No matter how much the sweep 1 star is modified, the core frame is still old. If it is damaged. Don't worry, Zhang Qiu, who knows who will hit whom at that time. Ye Ting curled his lips and made a strong gesture. If you don't believe me, just touch it. As he said that, he grabbed the girl's hand and touched his chest. Zhang Qiu subconsciously grabbed it and could feel the strong muscle fibers between his fingers, and underneath that, his heart beat vigorously, as if it could bring infinite power. She suddenly felt a kind of reliability within reach, and she wanted to lean directly on the boy's arms. It was not until there were bursts of boos from the stands that the girl suddenly realized that her behavior was wrong. Her cheeks flushed and she quickly withdrew her hand. Oh, you are annoying. She turned her head and whispered, don't do this in public. So you mean, you can do this in private? Ye Ting seized the girl's loophole and raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I didn't say that. Zhang Qiu angrily hit Ye Ting's shoulder, but his eyes flashed with smiles and shyness. The two of them flirting was seen by other players and the Captain Becky. They looked at each other and could only smile helplessly. These two newcomers are really bold. They are so presumptuous in public. Roger muttered in a low voice. But what can they say? Stop them? This is obviously an unrealistic idea. After all, the two of them, a chaser and a seeker, have gone through many rounds of selection and defeated countless competitors, even old players, to join the team. They are Professor Flitwick's favorites and perform best in their usual training. Asterisk. Everyone still hopes that the couple can lead the team to win the game. The Ravenclaw team is here. Lee Jordan's voice spread throughout the stadium under the blessing of the spell, and he played the role of commentator as always. Ye Ting, Zhang Qiu, Roger Davis, Jason Samuels, Duncan Ingleby, Randolph Burrow, and Captain Becky. This is undoubtedly the strongest team in Ravenclaw's history. This statement is fair, after all, everyone knows how bad Ravenclaw was before. Although I am a Gryffindor, after watching Ye Ting's selection, I have to admit that he has the potential to become the best chaser in Hogwarts history. Lee praised Ye Ting, but his comments were quickly drowned out by a boo from Slytherin. They are already standing in the middle of the court. Look, that's the seeker Zhang Qiu, the only girl in their team. Lee shouted loudly. As if being pulled by an invisible thread, everyone's eyes followed Ji's words and looked at the center of the court. Ye Ting and Zhang Qiu's affectionate look was instantly exposed to everyone. There was a noisy sound in the audience, some people were booing, and some people were wailing. The witches of Hogwarts had flames of jealousy in their eyes, as if they wanted to burn Zhang Qiu to death. You be ***ch, let go of my husband, let me do it. And among the boys, there were also many who were jealous of Ye Ting. Cedric from Hufflepuff almost bit his teeth. Harry looked at the center of the game stupidly, and an inexplicable regret surged in his heart. Why didn't he go to Ravenclaw at that time? But he didn't have time to get angry. Because someone was angrier than him. Harry, Ron, take down that banner for me. Don't cheer for this be *********D. In front of them, Hermione was furious. Harry obediently took down the banner with Ye Ting's head on his head, but he felt an inexplicable secret joy in his heart. Ye Ting, you and Zhang Qiu are so close, is this retribution? Commentator Lee Jordan also took the opportunity to make a scene. What a pity, the flower of the Ravenclaw field seems to have been taken in just the first game. I know many people are unwilling to accept this, draw your wands, everyone, but you have no chance. Lee's words were like a raging fire, instantly igniting the emotions on the field. Boos, scolding, and laughter intertwined, forming an indescribable atmosphere of enthusiasm. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's voice behind him, explain the game, don't make trouble for me. Sorry, Professor, Lee Jordan laughed and quickly changed the subject. Wait, what did I see? I just got Madame Hooch's match list, and Ye Ting's broom is actually a sweeping one. Lee looked unbelievable, as if he had discovered a new world. Merlin's pants. This is an antique older than me. No wonder he flies slower than a snail, my grandma's broom is much faster than him. As soon as this was said, all the students saw it. When the player took off, Ye Ting's speed was so slow that he looked like an old tractor, which was particularly abrupt among a group of high-performance sports cars. Among the various positions in Quidditch, although the chaser is not as extreme as the seeker, speed is everything, it is not without speed requirements. In the Quidditch field, although the chaser does not rely on speed as much as the seeker, speed is by no means dispensable. Whether it is a breakthrough, a backup defense or a steal, even if the skills are superb, without the support of speed, the opponent may easily counterattack. At this moment, Zhang Qiu, who has become the focus of everyone, no longer dares to play tricks with Ye blatantly. The boos outside the court made her feel irritable and frowned. Don't worry, Zhang Qiu, it's okay. Ye Ting, who was riding on the broom, smiled and comforted her, when we win the game, those boos will only be the noise of jumping clowns. Qiu rolled his eyes at Ye Ting, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Will we win, Ye Ting? We will win. Ye Ting was full of confidence, the only suspense is how many points we can win. Soon, the captains of both teams shook hands, and with a whistle from Madame Hooch, the game officially began. Ye Ting stretched out his body and flew upwards in the sweep 1 star. Roger understood what he meant, and immediately passed the quaffle to him after grabbing it. The game has begun. Lee finally began to give a formal commentary. Both sides still adopted the conventional formation and tested each other. Currently, the ball is in the hands of Ravenclaw's Ye Ting. Lee praised him, this player shined in the trials, almost hitting the target every time he pitched, and even created a miracle of scoring a goal from a long distance. Now that he has finally stepped onto the real court, what kind of amazing data will he create? I'm already looking forward to it. The whole stadium seemed to be ignited, and cheers rose and fell. Lee's voice suddenly rose with a hint of surprise, look what that is. The clothes of the Ravenclaw team members are all shining with unique badges. This is the latest masterpiece of the Wanyu shop. It is not a winter cold-proof badge, but a revolutionary windproof badge. When riding a flying broom, hairstyle is the top priority. With this badge, your hairstyle will always be. Jordan, can you please put your attention back on the game? Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted at the right time. Sorry, Professor. Davis passed the ball back to Ye Ting again, a great match. Suddenly, he screamed, "Be careful, Ye Ting, Flint is rushing at you from behind, this guy has always been insidious and cunning." The audience covered their mouths and screamed. Flint's speed was as fast as lightning, flying directly towards Ye Ting, as if he was going to hit him. Ye Ting's speed was too slow in front of him, and it was impossible to dodge. "Rookie, ride your broken broom home." Flint shouted excitedly, intending to knock Ye Ting off his broom, and then condescendingly mocked. F***K his Quidditch dream. Ye Ting turned his head and locked his eyes with Flint, who suddenly rushed up. He moved his mind and controlled the broom to no longer move forward in a straight line, but to climb up at a subtle angle, and the speed burst instantly, avoiding the fierce collision by a hair's breadth. Then, Ye Ting, who had just escaped, seemed to break free from the constraints of inertia and fell rapidly in an almost impossible trajectory. At the same time, his broom handle was like a hammer, sweeping Flint's back fiercely. Flint was caught off guard and was hit off the broom. Like a kite with a broken string, he tumbled in the air for 2 weeks before falling heavily to the ground. Wow! 2.5 turns in the air, so beautiful. Lee cheered loudly, as if he had become a diving commentator. This jump is graceful and does not raise much dust at all. If this is a diving competition, I will definitely give Flint a full score of 10. This incident made all the students dumbfounded. They thought they would see Ye Ting's miserable condition, but they did not expect the ending to be completely reversed, and Flint became the unlucky one. "You are not dead, are you?" Ye Ting passed the quaffle out while riding his broom close to Flint. At this time, he had a bit of apology on his face, and, honestly, touched the back of his head. "You are too careless." Flint struggled to stand up and shouted angrily, "Mrs. Hooch, that kid just hit me with a broom. This is definitely a malicious foul." However, Mrs. Hooch shook her head slightly, because from her perspective, Ye Ting just suddenly accelerated to avoid Flint's collision, while Flint lost control and flew out because of his excessive speed and sudden deceleration. Ye Ting did not commit a foul. Madam Hooch said coldly, "It's you, Flint, hurry up and continue the game, or you can choose to leave the field." He never liked martial arts players like Flint, and now seeing him reaping the fruits of his own labor, Madam Hooch was secretly happy. Flint glared at Ye Ting fiercely, got back on his broom, and gritted his teeth and said, "Just wait and see." Ye Ting scratched his head innocently, as if the instant acceleration and evasion just now was just a coincidence. He slowly flew into the sky and flew towards the Slytherin goal. The game continued fiercely, and Lee was still explaining. Ravenclaw's chaser Randolph received the ball, he sprinted to the front court like the wind, and then passed the ball to the middle. My God, when did Ye Ting appear there like a ghost? Ye Ting shuttled through the front court with the ball. Although his speed was not fast, he was very skillful. A lateral move attracted the defense of Slytherin's batsman Darian Pues. What a great pass! The ball is back in Randolph's hands. Darian hurriedly chased and defended, forming a tense double-team situation. But Ye Ting was not to be outdone. He took advantage of the fact that he had no ball in his hand to shake off the 2 Slytherin batsmen and rushed straight to the scoring area. Randolph took the opportunity to pass the ball. Look at his flexible posture, twisting his waist, kicking his legs, leaning back, rotating the pull rod, and the ball went in. Lee screamed excitedly, "This goal is so wonderful. The shooting posture is really perfect." Ye Ting's goal instantly ignited the scene, and the supporters burst into cheers and applause like a tidal wave. "See, I said, Ye Ting is definitely the top chaser in this school. He scores as easily as drinking water." Lee smiled proudly. He suddenly shouted again, "Everyone, look, the ring on Ye Ting's little finger. That ring has an anti-impact spell added to it, and it is with it that ye can resist Slytherin's foul tactics. I saw a red one last time, that color is really beautiful, just right for Gryffindor. Brothers and sisters, listen to me, you must buy this one. Professor McGonagall waved her fist in dissatisfaction and glared at Lee, Jordan. Did Ye Ting give you advertising fees? Don't forget that your main job is a commentator. Ye Ting gave Lee a thumbs up from a distance, thinking that the advertising fee was really worth it. Slytherin's batsman Derek aimed at the bludger and hit it hard. The ball has already flown towards Ye Ting. Lee reminded again. Ye Ting steadily controlled the flying broom, and his body flexibly moved to the right to avoid the flying bludger. At the same time, he caught Derek's gloomy smile and swinging bat from the corner of his eye. A cunning flashed across Derek's face, and the bat in his hand drew a sharp arc. The action seemed to be aimed at the bludger, but in fact, his target was Ye Ting's back. At this critical moment, Ye Ting's body leaned back with amazing flexibility, almost merging with the flying broom. At the same time, his arm was gently raised, and the elbow hit Derek's abdomen accurately. Derek felt that his internal organs seemed to be displaced by the elbow, and a sharp pain made him almost unable to breathe. He lost control of the flying broom and fell from the air. Derek's action, wow, it was so powerful. He turned 2 times in the air, and finally fell to the ground on his back. Lee's teasing voice echoed over the field. This kind of backfalling method can really stir up a cloud of dust, and the effect is really cool. But to be honest, this action is very dangerous. Derek dared to play like this. You must have put a lot of effort into training. The Slytherin team members began to protest, but Madame Hooch only saw Ye Ting use a backwards movement to avoid the bat, and she didn't see the elbow due to her blind spot. So, she decisively called a foul on Slytherin, giving Ravenclaw a chance to take a free throw. As a teammate, Roger saw it clearly. He flew to Becky, swallowed nervously, and asked, "Captain, do you remember what Ye Ting said in the locker room? If you don't get hurt, you win." Becky replied, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Roger had a bitter face and a dry voice. He didn't mean that as long as the Slytherin people didn't get hurt, they would win, right? As 4 students of the Slytherin team were accidentally injured in succession, and each time they were called for a foul, the audience and players on the field began to notice something unusual. The flying broom that Ting rode seemed to be very slow, but in fact, it was also very slow. However, whenever he came into contact with the Slytherin team, he could always accelerate instantly with amazing explosive power, and at the same time dodge the opponent's attacks with various weird postures, and secretly launch a counterattack. This sudden change of speed made the attackers unable to defend themselves, and they would be hit if they were not careful. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team gradually realized that Ye Ting was not the rookie they imagined, and his broom was definitely not a fire stick. So, they began to change their strategy and no longer regarded Ye Ting as the main target of attack. At the same time, Madame Hooch also noticed the abnormality of Ye Ting and began to stare at Ye Ting with full concentration. For Madame Hooch, even if Ye Ting was a little wizard she was optimistic about, she could not tolerate Ye Ting playing foul tactics. Newcomers are always like this. Once your playing style is understood by your opponent, it is easy to be targeted. But Ye Ting didn't care. His task on the court was not to increase the intensity of work for Madame Pomfrey. As long as the Slytherin guys didn't commit malicious fouls, Ye Ting wouldn't be ruthless. Now that his secret was discovered, Ye Ting no longer hid his strength and fully demonstrated the speed of his flying broom. And what kind of result could a full-powered Ye Ting produce? That is, Ravenclaw took the lead. With Amber's eyesight plus Eritake's strength plus Tartaglia's skills, it was simply bullying on the court. As the score difference gradually widened, the game became more and more intense and cruel. On the Slytherin side, the beaters Lucian Bowl and Perrykin Derek also tried their best to smash the bludger at Ye Ting to stop him from scoring. What a pity, Ye Ting easily shook off the bludger and rushed into the scoring area again. He got 10 points. He raised his hand and the whole audience cheered. The Ravenclaw students were hoarse from shouting, but they couldn't help shouting because they saw Xingzai waving to them. In the Slytherin audience, you could hear a pin drop. Professor Snape's face was like a dark cloud before a rainstorm, so thick that water could drip out. If it weren't for his status as the dean, Snape would have rushed into the stadium and dragged Ye Ting directly for a urine test. He strongly suspected that Ye Ling drank the felixer before the game. Ye Ting's crazy scoring ability reminded Snape of the nightmare game more than 10 years ago. At that time, James Potter was so powerful in the final that he beat Slytherin. And now, history seems to be repeating itself. James Potter was also a chaser. Snape felt that today might create the biggest score difference in the history of Hogwarts. But fortunately, Zhang Qiu saved Slytherin's life. She rode on the Nimbus 2000, and her speed was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs just caught a glimpse of the golden snitch, and before he could chase him, he felt a gust of wind whistling past his ears. Then, a deafening explosion rang in his ears, accompanied by white mist, and he was almost overturned by this sudden airflow. No one knew that the explosion was actually the sonic boom produced when the flying broom broke the speed of sound at a certain moment. This is simply an unheard-of miracle. Even those experienced Quidditch players 2.5 have never reached such a speed limit. Of course, this is not because of the technical level, but because of the lack of protection. As we all know, the atmosphere we live in is not a vacuum, and air resistance is an obstacle that cannot be underestimated in flight. The faster the flying broom flies, the greater the resistance it encounters. When the speed approaches the speed of sound, the air resistance is like a wall. Back then, the first attempt of the Muggle plane to cross the speed of sound ended up with a tragic disintegration in the air, and the plane was destroyed and the passengers died. In order to overcome the difficulty of the sound barrier, the Muggles racked their brains, strengthened the fuselage, improved the aerodynamic design, and went through untold hardships to overcome this hurdle. Metal-made planes can hardly withstand the barrier of the speed of sound, let alone a wooden flying broom. If ordinary wizards try rashly, they may end up in pieces. Only the Nimbus 2000 modified by Ye Ting can generate magical protection, so that the rider can break through the sonic boom and be safe and sound. Of course, even so, Zhang Qiu only broke the sound barrier for a moment, but this short moment was enough for her to surpass her opponent and get the golden snitch first. She didn't know how long she had practiced this move. If it weren't for the wings of wind, she would have lost control several times and died. But the effect of this move was immediate. The Slytherin seeker witnessed all this in amazement. A blue figure drew a whistling upward arc in the air, and the speed gradually slowed down. Zhang Qiu used the potential energy of gravity to complete the deceleration in time and stopped in midair. She held the golden snitch high and ended the game.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.